All right, Steve Action Jackson back with you here in the booth with Palace Amount. Apologies for the technical difficulties, the weather playing around a little bit with our electronics. So our team had to go on the mad scramble and get things situated so that we could get back on air. So again, apologies for the rough start. Mother Nature playing a little joke on us this morning, I guess you could say.
My God, I think the computer didn't want to turn on today. Still
Yeah,
sleeping.
you have to keep in mind that this is winter in Rio. There's a lot of moisture in the air. We've had a lot of rain, and it's gotten into some of the electrical equipment, so things went down just as we were getting started. And I appreciate the help of everybody online who is checking in and trying to give us a heads up and help us out. Tanner McDaniel's dad, Mark McDaniel, hitting us up and trying to walk us through what's working, what's not working. Also, Marilene Fernandez, one of Brazil's top female bodyboarders, checking in, wishing us all good luck today, wishing the competitors good luck.
Yeah.
And, moving forward. Also, we had Aaron Dodds checking in. Aaron Dodds, the organizer of the Jeff Wilcox Memorial in Australia. That will be coming up July 24th. And in coordination with that event, they'll actually have a free bodyboarding clinic with Steve Bullet McKenzie, the former pipeline champion from 1997, along with Dave Winchester and three-time world champion Ben Player. Meanwhile, here at the Itacoatiara Pro, we have just finished up the first heat. Again, our apologies for the technical difficulties, but we are up and running live. And here we have water already underway. The second heat of the morning. In red, Jared Houston. In white, Elton Lorero. In yellow, Guilherme Tomega. And in blue, Leandro Chagas. So again, we are underway with heat number 2. In round 4, non-elimination heats. Four-man priority system is in effect. And I will give you an update on scores from that first heat in just a moment. When I last checked, it was actually Diego Cabrera who had the lead on the strength of a 7.0 in that heat. But again, I will give you a situation update as soon as the scores become available. Again, Mother Nature having some fun with us, making life a little tricky for the technical crew, but getting it all sorted out so we can bring you the best possible webcast coverage of this 2015 edition of the Itacoatiara Pro.
We get to see the hit number 2 now. I saw a really good roll to the left hand. I think from Wellington Loureiro, that white T-shirt. That's it. I just got this image now from the. I think so. So probably gonna be a good score now.
Also, some other people checking in. Ryan O'Connor hitting us up from Florida. We had a bunch of guys from Florida hitting us up yesterday. Also, Sean Tuttle hitting us up from Virginia Beach. And a couple of Jared Houston's family members touched base with me on Facebook. Jared out in the water right now. His mother-in-law, Clyde Beltran, and Michael Houston touching base, sending out their best wishes, said they would be watching. So thank you for tuning in from South Africa and Puerto Rico. It's interesting having families scattered around the world like that.
For sure, yeah. Jared is with Natasha.
Yes.
Yeah, probably Natasha is. Natasha, I like a lot your surf. You are a really good bodyboarder. And it's good when you got a couple like that because they can push each other and so great. To the evolution for both.
Yes, so Jared Houston out in the water right now. The man in the red jersey, taking a look at that wave. Jared has been living in Puerto Rico with his wife, Natasha, and their daughter, Poechi. And was having some interesting discussions with him about him getting his green card and being able to travel for competitions. He was actually able to get it squared away relatively quickly. So Jared Houston, again, originally from South Africa, now residing in Puerto Rico with an American green card, staying in Puerto Rico to live with his wife and daughter.
They show now who's gonna come to the next hit. Pierre is beside, probably support the that guy, the
And Maxime Castillo there, you can see putting on his jersey assignment yesterday.
Maxime.
Maxime with a
It's
9.0 on a very clean air reverse in his heat.
Yes, I
One of
remember.
the bigger scores that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, the French guy. Yes, he's been ripping
So
all contests.
Maxime Castillo, the French young gun here in this event.
How old is him?
I'm going to say he's 18 or 19.
Wow, yeah, these
So
guys.
we have a few guys that are kind of in between that super grom and experienced tour rider level. I've kind of been referring to them as young guns. It's like the guys that are in that like 18, 19, early 20s range. You know, these are the guys that have a lot of talent, but they need to start working on accumulating some experience on the world tour. So, hence the definitions of super grom, young gun, and seasoned veteran.
Yeah, it's good because the young guys can like maybe go into the heat with the with one guy that hours they say, my God, I'm fan of this guy. Like one little boy with 15 years old going to the heat with Guilherme Tâmega. For them, this is really special too, and to evolution, to grow up, and that's great.
Well, if you look at the Pro Junior division, the riders in the Pro division the Pro Junior division have to be under 18. So once you hit that 18 mark, you're kind of in between. You're transitioning from Pro Junior to Men's Pro. So you're kind of in between those two. You haven't quite established yourself on the world tour with the experience level, but you have the talent. So for me, these guys graduate from being a super grom, go on to be a young gun, and then once they have a few years under their belt, they're an experienced veteran of the tour. It's kind of like in any other sport. When you start out with your rookie season, and then you go from there. Sophomore year, and then you kind of get that experience and start to work your way in and get a feel for things. So we've seen a few guys like that. Maxime Castillo, Miguel Adown, 18, 19 years old. Very talented, but working on getting that experience on the World Tour. Meanwhile, out there getting some experience in the barrel, that was Leandro Chagas. Leandro had a couple of difficult heats yesterday, but managed to work his way through, and here he is in round 4.
It was a good little barrel. Not little barrel. Today doesn't have a little barrel, but it's strange the waves, but he got a good wave thing. I think this is this point come to his score.
All right, and we have Teresa Almeida tuning in, asking if Maxime is in the water. Actually, Maxime will be coming up in Heat 3. He is on deck. He will be going up against Roberto Bruno, Eder Luciano, and Zé Otávio. So the French young gun dealing with 3 seasoned Brazilian competitors out in that upcoming heat, but right now out in the water. Jared Houston, Elton Loureiro, Guilherme Tâmega, and Leandro Chagas.
All the hits are. Really
Oh, and here we
good.
go. Tâmega pulls
Wow.
in deep, comes out with the spit. I'm loving this. We're already starting off
Wow.
strong, and he combos it with the roll at the end off of the closeout section.
Yeah.
So we had him in the booth yesterday for a little while. He was discussing his plans to retire. He said he still plans on competing in events locally near where he lives in Hawaii, but stepping down from the world tour with the exception of the occasional event here and there. So not really a full retirement, but going into semi-retirement to focus on his business and his family. But when you see him riding the way he is so far in this event, a perfect 10 yesterday, and then that wave right there, again, it just makes it that much harder to picture the World Tour without the animal out in the water.
No, and Guilherme Tâmega yesterday asked Guilherme that probably he's gonna retire it, blah blah blah, and I say Guilherme, but if you win this contest, you're gonna give up to the rest of the tour, and in the end he said to me, Paul, I don't know, I just give to the God, so I think maybe he cannot give up anymore. Guilherme is like always a mystery, né? When he wants to give up, I think something happened. He win the contest and he come back. So Guilherme, stay. like Neymar too. She said that gonna retire last year because the political stuff. I think she never give up because it's in her heart.
All right, there you see Leo Chagas taking a look on that right-hander. Not much to work with there. He kicks out. Meanwhile, there you can see the man in red, Jared Houston, out in the water. Again, pretty interesting dynamic out there. Leandro and Eliton, very, very talented, well-established Brazilian competitors going up against the 2014 Itacoatiara Pro winner, Jared Houston, and the six-time world champ in Guilherme Tamega. But definitely some work to do. Just looking online, getting some more shout-outs. Teresa Almeida, as we were mentioning, tuning in. She's sending out best wishes to Maxime Castillo, who will be hitting the water in the next heat. Meanwhile, Leandro pulling in on that one. Will he find his way out? It looks like he just got eaten up on the inside there. But definitely some barrels to drive through if they roll your way. We saw Tamega with a nice barrel ride. We'll get you a score update on that in just a moment. Tamega's first wave, it was a 1.75, looking to replace that. Right now, Leandro Chagas, he has a 6.50. That's his top score. He has him in the lead. Eliton Loureiro with a 7.0 to open up his campaign this morning. And here we go. Jared Houston driving down the line, hits a little speed bump. Check turn off the top, comes off the bottom, and hits the roll. So recovering nicely after that bump on the face, threw off his speed line, but still able to put together a decent ride there.
He make what's the waves called too, like just I think they need to do the maneuver that probably they will come back because the conditions is strange. It's a strong current. We can see like a lot of white now the white situation there.
Yeah,
that's not good.
That inside, a lot of white foamy water, churned up currents, basically a cauldron of currents just taking you all over the place. It's like dead water in there, a dead zone. Meanwhile, keeping warm on the exercise bike, Australian Louis Finnegan, always very animated.
The white just pedal. Go.
And
Eliton Loureiro from Espírito Santo from Brazil. Wow, it's a big wave. Ooh.
Big gaping barrel, and
wow!
he
Congratulations,
comes out.
That's good.
Just when you thought he wasn't going to make it out of that, he comes streaking out of the barrel there. That was a big guttering left-hander, and Eliton Loureiro took full advantage of it.
Probably he's gonna come. He's gonna change his situation.
So waiting for that score to drop. We'll see if I can't hear the judges cheat a little bit and give you the first dibs on the score. All right, so right now while we wait for scores to drop, another beastie left rolls through. We're going to have Pella head down to the beach and start working on some beach interviews for the day. Before you head out, would you like to say good morning or shout out to anybody?
Good morning to everyone around the world. We hope we have a big show today, like yesterday, like every day. So I'm going to go to the beach now, just do some interviews with the guys going to win all the hits. So see you soon, guys. See you in the water. Oh, see you on the beach, sorry. Good morning, Steve.
True bodyboarder. Mind is on the water always. So thank you, Paolo, for joining us in the booth again this morning. Always stoked to share the APB morning show and get things going with her here first thing in the morning. Here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Meanwhile, plenty of people hitting us up here at the Itacoatiara Pro, getting messages from Michael Osler, the organizer of the Cave Rock Invitational in South Africa. Just recently ran that event, an event won by Hawaiian Jacob Romero. Thanks, Mike, for tuning in. And there's a replay of that barrel. Elton Lorero getting deep on a big, wide open left. And just when you didn't think he was going to make it out, he finds daylight and comes streaking out of there. And appropriately with the claim. Here's a look at that replay one more time. Driving, gone, and there he is. He comes out. Solid wave there. Elton started off with a 7.0 and gets a perfect 10 for that barrel ride. So Elton Lorero laying it down out there. Meanwhile, Jared Houston pulls into this left, spits out, but no sign of Jerry. Unfortunately, he got eaten up on the inside there. Seeing some pretty impressive scores. Just to give you an update, Jared Houston with a 1.75 and a 5.75, waiting for that last score to register. Meanwhile, in the third spot, Leandro Chagas has a 6.5 and a 2.0, looking to replace that 2.0 as a backup score. Currently in second, Guillermo Tamega with a 1.75 and 8.25 on that last wave. He had the barrel with the roll for the finish. But the big story so far in this heat is the two solid scores from Elton Lorero. He opened up with a 7.0 and now putting down a 10-point ride for that big, deep left-hand barrel that he made that out of. So that's the situation out in the water. Elton Lorero first, Guillermo Tamega second, Jared Houston third, and Leandro Chagas fourth. Keep in mind, round 4 is a non-elimination round, 4-man priority heats. The winner will skip a round. There you can see the riders down in the riders area, hanging out, watching all the action out there, following along intently as we roll through day 4, just getting started today. Again, we're looking at round 4, 5, and 6 today here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Once again, I'd like to welcome everybody joining us here this morning, day 4 of competition at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. We apologize for the technical difficulties this morning during Heat 1, but our technical crew are doing their best to get it all sorted out. And as of right now, I believe we are back up and running. And just to give you an update on the scores out there, actually, the winner of the heat goes to, like I was saying, winner of the heat skips around, goes to round 6. The other 3 riders will go on to battle it out again in round 5. That first heat this morning, it was Diego Cabrera winning the heat, moving to round 6. And with the rest of the heat, second was Antonio Cardoso, third Matias Diaz, and fourth Alex Uranga. So Cardoso, Matias, and Uranga will move to the 3-man priority heats of round 5 and get one more chance to move forward. Meanwhile, Diego Cabrera from the Canary Islands, he moves on to round 6. So there you have the situation, the results for the first heat of the morning. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, Elton Lorero in the lead on the strength of a 7 and a perfect 10. There you can see him out in the water right now in the white jersey. And here we have another replay, a look at the rider in yellow, Guillermo Tamega. Guillermo getting barreled on that smaller left-hander, comes out again. Tamega trying to replace a 1.75 as a secondary score. Here's a look at Jared Houston, drops in. Long, drawn-out driving line off the bottom, and this one's going to shut down, so he will duck out. So Jared with a 5.75 and a 3.0, looking to build upon those scores and work his way back into the mix here a little bit. Again, non-elimination round, so it's not 100% essential to finish in the top two. Really, if you're going to finish, the main idea would be to finish first and skip a round. Otherwise, second, third, and fourth, they get a second opportunity at competitive life in round 5. Again, thank you for everybody sending in messages and shout outs. There you can see on screen Elton Lavero wearing the white jersey, signaling back to the beaches, trying to get a situation update out in the water. I was talking to some of the competitors yesterday. Diego Ferriati from Uruguay was saying it was virtually impossible to hear the beach announcers out in the water with the roaring of the surf out there. All you hear is a rumbling din out there. Tahitian Minea Fabish shared similar sentiments yesterday. So, very difficult to hear the announcers out in the water, according to some of our competitors. Hence, Elton Lavero signaling, trying to get a situation update out in the water. But again, he's sitting pretty good right now. A 7 and a perfect 10 have the Brazilian in the lead. As I mentioned, Elton Lavero, one of the top Brazilian competitors here at this event. A former 2013 Circuito Carioca champion. And Aaron Dodge checking in with us again. Pulling for Jared Houston, saying, come on. So thanks again to Aaron and the Jeff Wilcox Memorial crew for tuning in this morning, watching along with the live action. So again, right now out in the water. Some more scores filtering in. An 8.50 for Guilherme Tamega on his last wave. He solidifies that second spot a little bit more. This man in red, Jared Houston, trying to work his way back up the ladder a little bit, but not really finding the waves that are working for him. He's got a moderate score of a 5.75 and looking to replace a 3.0 as a backup score right now. He has moved ahead of Leandro Chagas, so Houston in third spot. Chagas dropping to fourth. He has a 6.50 and a 2.0 as a backup score, looking to replace that 2.0. But again, right now it's, the Brazilian veterans, Elton Lavero in first, 7.0 and 10 on his scorecard. Guilherme Tamega with a pair of 8s, an 8.25 and an 8.50 has him sitting in second. And the last couple of scores registering for Jared Houston and Leandro Chagas, those will be throwaway scores. They will not factor into their two high scores, their combined heat total. So again, they are still on the hunt for something a little more substantial out there. It's just a matter of having the right wave roll your way. And real quick, while I have the opportunity, I'd like to thank our sponsors for the event. We'll get to that in a second as Elton Lavero up and riding on this left. Drops down, sets his line, pulls into the barrel, and comes out again. So Elton Lavero playing Barrel Master out here in the second heat of the morning. All right, and Reunion Islander Tom Thomas tuning in once again today. He's been with us throughout the course of the competition, joining in, saying bonjour. Thank you, Tom, for tuning in from Australia. Tom sending shout-outs to the judges. Again, right now, just waiting for that last score to register. That wave not quite as big as the first one, but still an impressive barrel ride from Elton Lavero. He had a 10 on his first one on a big guttering left. That wave, nice barrel ride, but not as big, so probably will not score as highly. And they count down the last seconds of that heat. The horn has sounded, and it looks like that will be the final standing for this heat. Elton Lavero first, Guilherme Tamega second, Jared Houston third, and Leandro Chagas fourth. Again, non-elimination round here in round 4. So Elton Lavero will skip around and go directly to round 6. Our other 3 competitors in that heat, they will battle it again in round 5. Meanwhile, getting ready to go to work out in the water right now, we're going to see in red, Eder Luciano. In white, Oberto Bruno. In the yellow jersey, Maxime Castillo. And in blue, the wild card from here at Itacoatiara, Jose Otavio. So those guys getting ready to do some work out in the water here on day 4 at the Itacoatiara Pro.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. There you can see Guilherme Tamega coming in from that last heat. He was able to drop a pair of 8s, an 8.25 and an 8.50 in that last heat, but it was still only good enough for second place, as fellow Brazilian Elton Lavero putting down a 7.0 and a 10 on his scorecard. So Elton Lavero skipping round 5 and going straight to round 6. We will see Guilherme Tamega, Jared Houston, and Leandro Chagas again in round 5 competition. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, we are into Heat 3, Round 4. In the red jersey, Eder Luciano from Brazil, up and riding. This one just a foamy mess of a left-hander. Tries to punch the roll through the closeout section, and there you see him pop up out of all that turbulence. So a tough wave to get started on for Eder Luciano, the former 2-time gold medalist at the ISA World Bodyboard Championship. Was actually on the 2014 Brazilian national team that won the bronze medal back in December in Iquique, Chile. He is out in the water, joined by fellow Brazilian veteran competitor Oberto Bruno in the white jersey. And in blue, the Itacoatiara wildcard, Zé Otávio. And rounding out the field right now, young gun, Maxime Castillo. All right, so again, right now out in the water, we have 3 Brazilians and a young Frenchman trying to sort out who gets to skip around and who has to battle it out an extra time in round 5. Again, Eder Luciano in red, Roberto Bruno in white, the French young gun Maxime Castillo in yellow, and Zé Otávio in the blue jersey. Getting into the mix on day 4 of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro. As I mentioned previously, we're looking to run through rounds 4, 5, and 6 today. And then tomorrow, Tuesday, we will run round 7, quarterfinals, and semifinals for the men's. Switch things over and run the Pro Junior final, and then finish off competition with the men's pro final tomorrow afternoon. So full day of competition today, final day tomorrow. And we definitely have the swell coming through that we've been looking for. Some solid size. It almost seems a little bigger this morning than it was yesterday. A little bit cleaner, still some texture on the wave face out there. Still plenty of current out in the water to contend with. As you see another wave roll through and detonate on the sandbar there. But we're seeing our competitors out in the water drop some big scores. And here, up and riding in blue, Zé Otávio. This guy's no stranger to chasing big waves here at Itacoatiara. And he just gets caught inside that closeout section as it collapses on top of him. Tough way to finish off that wave for Zé. Meanwhile, that first wave of Eder Luciano, a minimal score, a 1.85. That'll get him on the board first, but he'll look to accumulate some bigger scores as he goes along in this heat right now. Meanwhile, Zé Otávio waiting for his first wave of the heat to score. And Roberto Bruno, Maxime Castillo on the hunt to get their first waves of the heat. There you can see them out in the water. Bruno in white, Castillo in yellow. So Maxime and Roberto waiting for waves to roll their way. Still in the early going here of Heat 3, Round 4, non-elimination heat. Again, winner skips around, goes straight to Round 6. Second, third, and fourth place in this heat will battle it out again in Round 5. And here we have up and riding in white, Roberto Bruno getting on the board. Bit of a foamy right-hander. Wasn't really lining up for him, so he kicks out. That'll get him on the board, but that'll be a throwaway score when all is said and done. Meanwhile, Zé Otávio with a 5.0 on his opening effort. That will move him into the early lead and leaves Maxime Castillo waiting for his first wave riding opportunity here in this heat. All right, so right now while we wait for waves to roll through for these guys, quick shout out to our sponsors. Thank you to Prefeitura Niterói, Esporte Lazer, Feita por Você, Governo do Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Also, big thanks to our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA. Also, this event is sponsored by Águas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Diamante, Mineirinho, Nechi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos, Cambio e Turismo, DXI, Way Suplementos, Sabordeando, Kapaloa Swimfins, Joama, Hario Cidade, EcoSurf.com, Canal Off, Itacoatiara Pampo Clube, Pirosuco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedras Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Hajdich, Tropicus, Albine Imovage, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. So thank you again to our sponsors for making this year's event possible. And just on a personal note, yesterday after we wrapped competition, my wife and I paid a visit to Saboreando for a late lunch. And I have to say, the food was pretty amazing over there. I ended up diving into some salmon, salad, some beans and rice, and some fried lula, some fried squid rings. So, an amazing meal. And they actually had this event, the live broadcast, running throughout the course of the day at the restaurant, and then they kept it on a loop, so it just kept playing. So all of the patrons of the restaurant actually got to watch the bodyboarding competition and listen to it while they enjoyed their meals at Saboreando. The place is amazing. It's a kilograma style buffet. They charge you by the weight of your plate, and they have some amazing food over there. So if you get a chance, if you're in the area, if you're ever here in Niterói to surf Praia de Itacoatiara, be sure to cruise down the road and hit up Saboreando. That place is amazing. The great food. Honestly, I can't wait to wrap up today and go dive into another lunch plate there today. Meanwhile, diving back into the action on screen out in the water. Minimal scores so far on the board. A mid-range score for Zé Octavio, a 5.0, has him in the early lead. Alberto Bruno drawing a stick from the judges, a 1.0. Meanwhile, Eder Luciano with a 1.85 for his opening wave. Here he is up and riding again on this left-hander. Hits the roll off the section, driving off the bottom, eyeing that up. That'll be a one-maneuver wave, but that'll definitely improve his situation out in the water as he gets a secondary score on the board, and it'll be something a little more substantial than a 1.85. Meanwhile, just waiting for that last wave to register and waiting for Maxime Castillo to get on the board with his first wave of the morning. All right, here we have a wave rolling in, and Maxime Castillo up and riding on this one. Quick little in and out cover up. Throws the spin off the top, resets his line, combos with the roll. Still going, and now he kicks out. So a smaller, foamy-faced left-hander, but solid ride nonetheless for the young Frenchman. That'll get him on the board and get him back into the mix of things out here. We'll wait for that score to filter in. Meanwhile, a 6.0 falls into place for Eder Luciano on his last wave. That's enough to move Eder to the top spot right now. Now looking to replace a 1.85 as his backup score and continue to build on his total combined heat tally. For all of you watching online, be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com as well as Itacoatiarapro.com for all the latest news, highlights, updates, press releases, and live webcast coverage of the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro Brazil presented by Toyota SGA. Also, be sure to hit us up on all of the social media outlets: Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, the new APB Snapchat. Be sure to hit us up at APB Tour, hashtag APB Tour. Also, hashtag Itacoatiara Pro, hashtag the elephant is rising. And there it is, first score filtering in for Maxime Castillo, 5.50. Zé Otávio, meanwhile, registering a 4.5 to go with his opening wave of 5.0. So Zé with the lead right now. That bumps Eder Luciano to second. Maxime Castillo third. Alberto Bruno currently in the fourth spot, looking to build upon his opening wave, a 1.0, a minimal score at best. And here he is taking a look. Alberto Bruno, the seasoned Brazilian veteran, dropping in on this left-hander. Some texture on the face, throws a spin off the top. Still looking for this to line up a little bit more. Still going, kind of a chunky, wobbly left-hander. There he finally gets the end section to roll off of. So patience paying off, sticking with it. Finally got a section he could hit a roll and making the best out of that wave. Trying to manufacture a score on that smaller, bumpy foam ball of a left-hander. So that should definitely help improve his score. We'll see if it's enough to move him ahead of Maxime Castillo. Again, Maxime with a 5.50. Now looking for a backup. It is currently Zé Octavio in the blue jersey holding the lead out in the water right now. Eder Luciano second. And here we have a set rolling in. Our competitors paddling. We'll see if we have any takers on this. Looks like they're all going to just paddle over the back and wait for something else to roll through. So competitors with some slightly improved conditions, as we were saying, still some texture on the face, not as difficult as yesterday, but still challenging. Yesterday we saw a lot of texture on the face, a lot of current in the water, and a lot of times there were some cleanup sets rolling through in roughly the 3-meter range or almost 10 foot, you know, cleaning people up, and these guys were dodging those sets all day long yesterday. Meanwhile, there you can see down on the beach getting ready to hit the water for the next heat. Grabbing his yellow jersey assignment, Joshua Toledo, the 17-year-old Chilean, the under-18 World Bodyboard Championship winner back in December in Iquique, Chile, winning on his home ground, a member of the gold medal Chilean team. He will be coming up in Heat 4, Round 4. He'll be going up against Brazilian João Zique, Australian Louis Finnegan, and 2013 Itacoatiara Pro champion, two-time world champion, Amaury Laverne. So again, that is on deck, but right now out in the water we have Eder Luciano, Alberto Bruno, Maxime Castillo, and Zé Otávio battling it out. Okay, a 3.65 filters in from the judges for Alberto Bruno. He remains in the fourth position. He needs a 4.21 or better to move ahead. But again, not an elimination round. First, skips around, goes straight to round 6. Second, third, and fourth, they get one more opportunity in round 5. Just a reminder, we are running 4-man priority heats in round 4. And then we will transition to 3-man priority heats in round 5. And then from there in round 6, the draw will be reseeded, which is standard procedure with the APB World Tour. And we will go from there, and that should round out our day today. We'll see how it all plays out, but right now we're looking at running rounds 4, 5, and 6 today. Then tomorrow, round 7, quarters, semifinals, then pro junior final, and wrapping things up on the final day of competition here tomorrow will be the men's pro final. So we'll be able to crown our 2015 men's Itacoatiara champion and the Pro Junior champion as well. So again, stay tuned. Full slate of action out in the water today and tomorrow as we work through the 2015 edition of the Itacoatiara Pro to its completion. And look at this, folks. Just some beast beach break waves rolling through. Honestly, when we all came up here this morning, you could feel the ground vibrating again. You could hear the waves thundering like a herd of elephants out in the water. Appropriate with the mountain behind us, the Elephant Rock, which has become the symbol and the imagery that is associated with this event. This is what we all hoped for. This was what we were all eagerly anticipating. And Itacoatiara delivered Mother Nature, the ocean, delivering the goods. Big, heavy beach break yesterday, continuing today, and more tomorrow. There you can see Kalani Latanzi, no stranger to big, heavy beach breaks, warming up on the biocycle down in the competitors area. We will see Kalani coming up in Heat 7 later this morning. So again, thanks everybody tuning in. Also had Dan Worley from Florida giving us a heads up this morning. Thanks, Dan, for hitting us up this morning, letting us know you're viewing and trying to help us through some earlier technical difficulties. Also, I mentioned earlier Michael Osler tuning in, sending out a shout out to all the South Africans, saying shout out to all the Safas. Always good to have a few South Africans in the mix in international competition. So again, right now, situation update out in the water. Zé Octavio in the lead with a 5.0 and a 4.50. A couple of moderate scores has him in the top spot right now. Currently in second, Eder Luciano has a 6.0, but looking to replace a 1.85 as a backup score. Meanwhile, Maxime Castillo with a 5.50, looking for a secondary score to go with that. And in the fourth spot, Roberto Bruno having a little difficulty dialing into the conditions right now. He has a 1.0 and a 3.65 so far on his score sheet as we work our way through Heat 3, Round 4. So again, Otavio, the wild card, holds the lead. He is followed by Luciano, Castillo, and Bruno, currently residing in the fourth position. And here we have a set rolling in. We'll see if we have any takers. Up and riding in yellow, Maxime Castillo reversing off the top and unfortunately slides off the back of that wave. So Maxime getting his second wave of the heat. Unfortunately, some technical difficulties with the maneuvering. So he'll paddle back out and look for something a little better the next go around. I'd like to thank everybody for tuning in again this morning. A little slow on the guest commentary front right now, mainly because all the big guns here in attendance for this event focused intently on their heat here in round 4. All of them hitting the water in round 4. So I'd like to thank everybody that stopped in yesterday. Tanner McDaniel, Ian Campbell, who was in the other day. I'd like to thank him. Also yesterday we had event organizer Juliano Lara, 6-time world champion Guillermo Tamega, Jared Houston, Again, always stoked to get the riders in here to help with commentary, answer a few questions. There's a look at Maxime Castillo up and riding again, pulls out on that wave. So a couple of quick waves for Maxime. He had a 1.50 on his last wave, still looking for a backup score to go with his 5.50. Meanwhile, there you can see the man in blue, Zé Otávio, currently the heat leader, and up and riding in red, Eder Luciano comes off the bottom, hits a nice, clean, cylindrical roll, comes out through the whitewater explosion. So this should definitely help improve his overall score. He was looking to replace a 1.85. This should provide a decent score to go with his 6.0. Meanwhile, there you can see down in the competitors area, Guilherme Tomega watching intently. He finished second in his first heat of the morning. He registered an 8.25 and an 8.5 to secure second position. We'll see him again coming up in round 5. And a couple of quick rides for Maxime Castillo. Again, 1.25, 0.50. Those are throwaway scores. And here, Maxime again up and riding, trying to get around this whitewater section on the left-hander. And unfortunately, this thing's just going to continue to section off and dump and shut down on him. And the horn has sounded. So one last-ditch effort for Maxime Castillo. Unfortunately, the wave's not cooperating. And a 4.80 on that last wave for Eder Luciano was enough to move him into the top spot ahead of Zé Otávio. And actually, I stand corrected. There is the horn. I'm hearing things this morning. Appropriate considering the joke this morning that the webcast booth is a big white room. The only thing missing from it to make it an asylum is the padded walls. So bear with me, folks. But again, as I was saying, a 4.80 on that last wave in the closing moments of that heat was enough to go with the 6.0 and propel Eder Luciano to round 6. That means Zé Otávio, Maxime Castillo, and Alberto Bruno will have to battle it out again in round 5. Here you can see our riders making their way in from that last heat. Maxime Castillo had a strong opening wave, but just was never able to really back it up. He finished third in that heat. We'll see him again in round 5. Meanwhile, getting ready to go to work out in the water, you can see the man in the red jersey. That is the 2013 Itacoatiara winner, defending two-time world champion, Amaury Laverne, looking to kick off his campaign here on the 2015 APB World Tour. He was one of our guest commentators in here yesterday, so again, thank you to him. But now the real work begins. His first heat of 2015 in defense of his world title. His second world title. He won the world championship in 2010, and again last year in 2014 was runner-up on a tie and a countback the previous year. And according to Riptide Bodyboarding magazine in Australia, Amaury Laverne, the odds-on favorite to win the title in 2015. And here we go, up and riding. Nice roll off of that section. Joshua Toledo, the young Chilean, the Chilean Super Grom, Joshua Toledo, the U18 World Champion at the ISA World Bodyboarding Championship. Here doing some work. We saw him earlier this week, actually last weekend, in the Pro Junior Division. And there you can see João Zeke pulling in on the closeout right-hander. So the Chilean Super Grom and João Zeke, the Brazilian, getting things going out there with a couple of quick waves to get us started. João Zeke in the blue jersey, Joshua Toledo in yellow. Here's a look at Joshua's last wave. Hits the roll, the bounce, combos it with another nice air roll. Good arm extension on that, flares it out. Meanwhile, Amaury Laverne and Louis Finnegan also had waves getting on the board. A 1.0 to open things up for Maz. Meanwhile, Louis with a 1.75 waiting for the scores for Joshua and João to fall in. It looks like Joshua got the best of the exchange. So we are underway. Amaury Laverne in red, Louis Finnegan in white, Joshua Toledo in yellow, and João Zeke in blue. Again, four-man priority system is in effect out in the water here in round 4. Non-elimination heats. Winner goes on to round 6. Second, third, and fourth. They get another opportunity to battle it out in round 5. So we will progress from 4-man priority heats to 3-man priority heats in round 5, and then we will reseed round 6 and go from there. That will be our agenda for today here on day 4 of competition. And then we will look to finish up competition tomorrow, Tuesday, here at the Itacoatiara Pro with round 7, quarterfinals, semifinals, then the Pro Junior final and the men's final, so that we can crown our champions and wrap up this year's event. There you can see Maxime Castillo and Alberto Bruno returning their lycra jerseys to the Beach Marshal. We'll see both of those guys again in round 5. And second score for Amaury Laverne falling into place, a 1.0. Again, right now out in the water, Amaury Laverne currently in the second spot with a pair of sticks on his scorecard. You know he's going to want to replace those. And in third with the 1.75, Louis Finnegan. Meanwhile, scores dropping in. That opening wave for Joshua Toledo, a 6.50. And João Zeke, a 1.25. So right now it is the Chilean in the lead. 17-year-old Joshua Toledo in first, followed by Amaury Laverne, Louis Finnegan in third, and João Zeke in fourth. There's your situation update right now. So just listening in to the beach announcers and taking a quick look. That looked like Amaury on that last wave couldn't quite catch the color assignment as he got lost in the whitewater. But we did have a rider up on that last wave, a right-hander, pulling out at the tail end. So some tough going here in the opening moments of Heat 4, Round 4. All right, so that was actually Louis Finnegan on that last wave, a 1.0 to go with a 1.75. So some really minimalistic scores so far from these guys, as the conditions are definitely a little funky out there. You can see a lot of texture and ripple on the face. You can see Joan Zeke spinning off the top and then kicking out. That'll give him his second scoring wave. So just waiting for that score from waiting for that last score from Joan Zeke to filter in. I'll give you an update in just a second. All right, so currently situation out in the water again, waiting for that last wave from Joan Zeke to register. Joshua Toledo getting the best of things so far, 6.50, looking to back it up. And meanwhile, look at this beast of a set rolling through. A couple of our riders going to have to duck through this one. Actually, 3 of our riders getting caught almost on the inside, ducking just as that was breaking. Meanwhile, look at this one just rolling down the line and getting that oncoming section, plowing through like a freight train. Yellow taking a look at this big foamy monster beach break left rolling through. A lot of energy out in the water today. Just like yesterday, only a little cleaner and a little more workable for our competitors, but still some tough conditions out there. Just some big, heavy beach break, but some solid barrels to be found out there on occasion. We've already seen solid barrel riding from Elton Lorero, who scored a perfect 10, and Guillermo Tamega, who scored a perfect 10 yesterday, scoring an 8.25 on one of his rides today. So there are waves coming through to get the big scores. It's just difficult. You've really got to pick and choose out there. I mean, we're even seeing guys like Amaury Laverne and Louis Finnegan having a little difficulty tuning into the conditions out there and negotiating all the variables, I guess you could say, out there. The texture, the current, all factoring in. Some pretty hectic conditions out in the water. And here we have Blue up and riding, driving, hits the roll. Trying to set up this next section. He's going to combo it with one last finishing roll. So a nice solid wave there for Joan Zeke. And Joan had a 1.50 on his previous wave. So he's got a couple of minimal scores to build upon. Currently in the 3rd spot. This should definitely help move him up a little bit. At the moment, Joshua Toledo in 1st, Louis Finnegan in 2nd. Louis with some very modest scores so far, looking to improve upon that. And surprisingly, it's Amaury Laverne, the 2013 event champion, 2-time defending world champion, sitting on a pair of sticks right now, currently in the 4th position. Right there you can see Amaury Laverne up and riding on the left. A nice clean green open face. Pulls into the barrel. Comes out with a spit. Throws it into the forward spit. And the forward spin. as he comes out of that wave. So a nice barrel to pocket spin on the left for Amaury Laverne. That's a little more to his liking. That'll definitely help improve his position out in the water. Again, he currently resides in fourth, looking to replace both of his opening waves. Ones on both of them. That will definitely help do the trick. A 7.35 filtering in on this last wave here. You can see the replay. Maz getting barreled, spit out, throws into the pocket spin. Nice wave there for the defending two-time world champion to get back into the mix of things. Meanwhile, here we have Joshua Toledo taking a look at this left-hander. Drops in, a little skip down the face, sets his line, driving for speed. Now it gets all foamy on the inside. Going to punch the roll, but that was just a heavy, heavy section. Unable to get penetration through the lip. He just got caught up and dumped. So again, 7.35 on the last wave for Amaury Laverne. That's enough to propel him from fourth to first in the heat. Meanwhile, that man, Louis Finnegan, on the hunt, looking to improve upon his scores so far. And here we have Joan Zeke, had a 5.50 on his last wave, up and riding on this. And this one's just not going to work to his liking, so he'll duck out and head back to the lineup. Meanwhile, look at this big beast just dumping, reeling. As we saw yesterday, some really solid sets coming in, some really beefy waves rolling through. Gotta love when you can see a beach break with waves like this. All right, so just listening to the judges as we wait for some more scores to filter in on our live scoring. Amaury Laverne currently in first, Joshua Toledo second, Joan Zeke third, and Louis Finnegan fourth. Again, we are already into Heat 4, Round 4 here on Day 4. Coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Pierre-Louis Costas, the 2011 world champion from France, go up against Hawaiian Super Grom Tanner McDaniel. Miguel Adown, the Portuguese young gun, and Francisco Alvarado from Chile. Again, they are on deck right now, out in the water, up and riding. Amaury Laverne drives down the line, hits the roll off the closeout section. Solid wave for Amaury. Again, 7.25 on his last wave. This should definitely help strengthen his overall combined heat score. Meanwhile, there, Louis Finnegan up and riding. Louis having a little trouble dialing in so far in this heat, but still time to get some work done. That's only his third wave of the heat. Joan Zeke up and riding, throws into a forward spin, slides off the back. That will not help his score much. Right now he has a 5.50 as his top heat score, looking to replace a 1.50. Currently out in the water, waiting for that last wave for Amaury Laverne to register from our judges. He holds the lead. He has a 7.25, looking to replace a 1 as a backup score. That last wave will definitely do the trick and help solidify his hold on the lead. Meanwhile, in second spot, a 6.50 to open things up with Joshua Toledo, a 1.50 on his last wave. He needs to replace that 1.50 if he's going to be able to take a shot at Amaury Laverne. Meanwhile, Joan Zeke in third, Louis Finnegan in fourth. So that's the current rundown of the situation out in the water at the moment. There it is, a 6.25 for Maz. So Amaury Laverne solidifies his overall combined heat score and his hold on the top spot. Meanwhile, Joshua Toledo again sitting in second. Joao Zeke in third. Louis Finnegan in the fourth position. And there you can see Joao paddling back out to the lineup. Still on the hunt for a solid backup score. And still just some heavy waves rolling through and unloading on that sandbar. Just blowing up here this morning, pumping at Itacoatiara, and thundering like a herd of elephants, as I said earlier, which I think is an apropos expression considering the elephant rock behind us and the iconic imagery associated with this event and used on all of the event t-shirts and apparel. Speaking of which, if you're here in the general area of Itacoatiara, be sure to cruise on down, watch the competition, and be sure to hit up the merchandise area that we have here. The Itacoatiara Pro beginning to merchandise and market the event. They've got all kinds of goodies. They've got replicas of the Champions Trophy available for sale. They have coffee mugs. They have hats, t-shirts, polo shirts, long sleeves, hoodies, rash guards, the whole 9 yards, all available for sale exclusively here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. Meanwhile, here's a replay of that last wave for Louis Finnegan. Not much to work with, driving down the line, foamy face on that left-hander, and quickly kicks out. Again, still looking to put together a couple of solid scores and work his way back into the mix of things. But again, second, third, and fourth get new life in round 5, while the heat winner, currently looking like Amaury Laverne, sitting on a 7.25 and a 6.25, will skip around and go directly to round 6. Here we have another set rolling in. Joshua Toledo takes a look, decides to hold off. And meanwhile, one of the camera drones flying across your screen. We've been getting some really good aerial footage from the drone. So again, just giving a quick situation update. It's still Amaury Laverne in the lead with a 7.25 and a 6.25. In second, Joshua Toledo with a 6.50, looking to replace a 1.5 to improve his situation and take a shot at that top spot so that he can skip around. Meanwhile, in third, Joao Zeke with a 5.50, still looking to replace a 1.5 as a backup score. And Louis Finnegan still struggling a little bit. He's got some minimalistic scores on his sheet right now, looking to improve his situation as time counts down. And here, up and riding, Louis Finnegan drops into the right, driving just as he's coming off the bottom. That wave was about to section off and shut down on him, so he ducks out quickly and heads back out. Here we have another wave rolling through. Just some heavy, beastie waves rolling through out there. And it looks like we're going to get our first guest commentator in the booth for the morning. Joining us, a South African, newly relocated to Puerto Rico to be with his wife and daughter, Jared Houston.
Yeah, good morning, Steve. How you going?
Not too bad. How was it out there this morning?
Oh, it's difficult, bro. I got pretty smoked for 25 minutes, so, so I'm up again in round 5.
So some tough conditions out there, some heavy waves rolling through.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy, man. You know, there's just so much water moving around. As you can see, like the rocks are just getting pounded. So there's a lot of like cross waves and backwash and rips and all kinds of things going on out there. So it's definitely very tough. But there's a couple of fun ones. I mean, Guy and Mahi got a 10, so you know they're definitely out there. But it's pretty few and far between.
Yeah, so far what we've seen yesterday in the later portion of competition and early today, if you've got a guy in your heat dropping a 10, it's going to make life pretty difficult for everybody else.
For sure, man. You basically can't hear anything out there, but I saw his wave, Hedaton Laredo, I saw his wave and I thought, oh, it looks pretty good. If he comes out of that, he's going to get a big score. So, you know, I kind of knew that he was leading the charge.
Yeah, from here in the booth, it actually looked like he wasn't going to make it out, and then all of a sudden you just see flash across the screen. It was just like, wow.
Yeah, man. Yeah, no, definitely a great wave.
So now you'll be coming up again later in round 5 today. What kind of approach do you take to the 3-man priority system in round 5?
Yeah, just try and man, you know, it's out there. You kind of just gotta, if a good wave comes your way, you just gotta go. You know, there's not really too much room to wait around, to be too selective. I don't even think you can really position yourself. You know, the luck is coming into it pretty heavily today. So I'm just gonna, in my next heat, I'm just gonna get out there and just try and get some good scores under my belt early on. You know, just keep busy.
Here we have Amaury Laverne up and riding, drops in on the right-hander, driving down the line, and not really lining up to his liking, so he kicks out on that one. And look at this, Costown, the wave down in the left corner, has some pretty heavy waves rolling in as well. This entire stretch of beach today is like a big churning beach break monster. The 3 main sections, Costown, Mayo, where our competitors are, and down at Pompo. Pompo actually looks like a big foamy mess right now.
Pompo's just a river. It just looks like the Nile. It's just like, just foam everywhere and just like water going 100 k's an hour to sea. So definitely not an option today.
And there you can see our competitors waiting for the next waves to be ridden. Looks like Blue taking a look at this one. Up and riding João Zeke. Drives mid-face, hits the roll, and actually comes out, so that will be the backup score he was looking for. We'll see if that helps him move out of third into the top spot. But Maz with some solid scores. There you can see the current heat leader. He had a 7.25 and a 6.25. At the moment, it looks like he will be the one skipping around and going to round 6. But again, waiting for that last score from João Zeke. So while we wait for that score to register, we're going to throw things down to the beach. Paula is down there with our first beach interview of the day.
Good morning, everybody. We are here with the heat number 2 with Wellington Loureiro from Espírito Santo, the Brazilian guy that take a 10 points, the biggest score until now. Wellington, what's happening inside there? Today, we're supposed to be smaller than yesterday and cleaner, but happened the opposite. It's bigger and it's crazy, it's massive, and too much water there. But the guys still doing a big show. Amarelinho, that's the nickname, Little Yellow. What's happening inside there? What about the waves? Como é que estão as ondas ali dentro?
O mar está bastante complicado, mas eu acho que é isso que vale a pena. Tem bastante onda no mar, então dá pra gente dar show de bodyboard. Eu vi minha bateria ontem, já estava posicionado para cair ontem, mas a gente tomou junto com a organização de cair hoje, e aí eu vi que era o Jared, que era o Guilherme, mais o Júnior lá da Bahia. Então acho que eu tinha que dar o meu melhor, e essa fase só importava o primeiro, então foi isso que eu fui fazer lá dentro do mar.
Ele vem também de um hip constante de campeonatos há vários anos já, e acabou que ele se acostumou com esse tipo de mar pesado, porque ele está sempre aqui em Itacoatiara também, Chile. Essa onda que você tirou um 10 unânime, esse tubão para a esquerda, você esperava isso ou você só pegou essa onda achando que... Você esperava que ela ia abrir assim dessa forma?
Eu faço um trabalho junto com o Instituto Viva a Vida, meu técnico estava ali na areia, o Anderson Araújo. Então a gente estava começando a ter uma estratégia do campeonato, vimos que a esquerda estava valendo muito a pena. Eu, quando comecei a remar, eu achei que não ia dar para mim fazer o tubo. Cheguei a dar uma quicada dentro do tubo ali, mas a baforada me tirou. Quando eu olhei tudo clareando, não acreditei. Comemorei muito ali, 10 unânime na minha primeira bateria no Mundial aqui no Brasil. Então eu estou com força total e o foco mais ainda.
Lembrando que essa fase é uma fase não eliminatória, mas ele vai direto para o round de número 6, né? Enquanto os outros 3 vão de novo fazer a repescagem. É isso aí, Elton. Parabéns. Arrebentou. Guys, he said just like today is not easy, but he got a really good waves. He's been training all year for this kind of situation. So he said thank you, God, and today going to be a really big show. Thank you, Elton. See you in the next rounds.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Elton Loureiro for taking the heat win, and he was the gentleman we were talking about. He was out in the water with the man I have here in the booth with me right now, Jared Houston.
Yeah, very true. Yeah, he definitely had a really good heat. I mean, total of 17.25 was great heat by anyone's books. So
and here we have Yellow taking a look. and that had a weird ledge to it, so it decides not to go for it. We've seen a few guys that take airdrops out there yesterday and just complete facials, diving for lobsters out there.
Yeah, man. I dived for a couple of lobsters out there when I was out, so it's that's kind of the way it's going at the moment. But look, he's scratching pretty hard for
Look
this
at
one
this.
guy.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught on the inside of that.
Nah. We got Pierre up and riding on the right, but not much an offer there for Pierre.
Yeah, so for those of you just tuning in, welcome to day 4 of competition. In the booth, I'm Steve Action Jackson. Have Jared Houston in here in the commentary seat next to me. And this is day 4 of competition. We're into round 4 non-elimination heats. Looking to go through rounds 4, 5, and 6 today here on day 4 at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And right now, give us a rundown on who's out in the water right now.
Yeah, here we got Pierre right up and riding down this pretty good looking left. A bit of a smaller wave, but those are kind of the ones you want. And nice barrel to start off with. And he's going to roll off the end there. So, kind of got stuck in the close-up and managed to push out. So that's pretty good first score for Pierre there. I reckon he probably score in the 6 range. So it's definitely a nice score to start with. And some guys have been, getting through heats in the strength of a 10 total. So it's definitely a good start.
And he is joined out in the water by Tanner McDaniel. We saw one of his waves during the beach interview. And they are joined out in the water by Miguel Adão from Portugal and Francisco Alvarado. Miguel, advancing through yesterday's competition, actually had a really big air forward in his heat yesterday. You can see the photos online at itacoatiarapro.com as well as apbtour.com and on Facebook. Here's a replay of that wave from Pierre. Nice barrel, got spit out, hit the roll, and managed to duck out underneath that closeout section before getting axed. So, came out clean, solid maneuvering. That should be a really good score.
Yeah, a bit of a stacked heat this one, with Tanner, Pierre, Miguel Adão, and Francisco Alvarado. They're all pretty good riders, and it's definitely going to be one of the most exciting heats of the day. Tanner's one of the most exciting riders, the new generation to watch, and Francisco Alvarado's actually he's a local at Flopos in Chile and Arica. We're going next, so he's definitely no stranger to big, heavy lefts. And Pierre doesn't really need much of an introduction, but he's going to be one to watch in this heat. And Miguel Adão has definitely been like the quiet surprise package of this event. He's a pretty small guy and pretty incredible to see the level of riding yesterday in that big surf.
All right, so right now, while we wait for that score to filter in from PLC, we're going to throw down to the beach for another quick beach interview. Take it away, Paula.
3 in the round 4. So, Eder Luciano from south of Brazil, he just won this heat, and he said that the conditions really heavy inside there. So it was 30 minutes to many, and he got a really good waves and changed the position to the first one. Eder, how is the situation there?
Em português. As condições estavam bem difíceis do mar ali de manhã. O mar hoje todo mundo achou que ia melhorar, acabou que subiu um pouco mais ainda. As valas no meio ali tá bem complicado de passar. E eu entrei com uma estratégia ali de conseguir pegar 2 ondas e botar 2 ondas no somatório. E deu certo. A bateria foi bem disputada até o final, todo mundo só tinha uma onda ali precisando de 3 e 4. E fui feliz na minha última onda ali com 1 minuto pro término e consegui acertar um rolo, precisando de 3, 4, quase 5. E consegui avançar em primeiro nesse round, que é o primeiro avança direto pro 6º round, né? Muito feliz de ter avançado e vamos continuar vendo o mar aí para ver o que acontece.
A próxima bateria quer manter a mesma estratégia de tentar pegar 2 ondas sólidas ou quer tentar dar uma manobra explosiva, fazer alguma coisa diferente?
O mar tá bem difícil. Se colocar 2 ondas, conseguir fazer 2 somatório, eu acho que, como no próximo round que eu vou competir, primeiro e segundo, pode ser uma boa estratégia também, mas o mar parece que está apresentando uma melhor altos tubos daqui um pouco, então vamos continuar observando ali e ver se vamos manter essa mesma estratégia ou se vamos para a porradaria dentro da água.
É isso aí, Eder. Parabéns, congratulations, see you the next round. Back to you, Steve.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations, Eder, on the heat win. Meanwhile, score filtering in for PLC on that first wave, a 6.0, now just waiting for his second score. And while we were away, we saw another wave from Tanner McDaniel. Tanner trying to go for the air reverse off of a right-hander. Looked like he got a little caught up in the whitewater on the landing. Meanwhile, going to work on this wave, up and riding in the blue jersey, this Francisco Alvarado from Chile.
Yeah, that one was heinous, unfortunately. Man. It looked kind of good at the beginning, and then it just petered out. Kind of with the swell direction, a lot of the lefts will almost break out to sea. So it's kind of a fine line between taking the ones that are going to close out completely or go too heavy, and taking the ones that are just too fat totally. So it's you really got to, like I was saying before, I'm going to keep busy on my next heat, but at the same time, you're going to, it's very easy to end up with this sort of wave. It looks like Francisco's going to ride this one in and take a run around.
Yeah, just kind of a foamy mess on that one. We've been seeing a lot of that. The smaller waves can be a little bit more open, but then on the opposite side of that same coin, they can be a mess to deal with.
Yeah, definitely. The most important thing is just trying to get a clean face out there, because there's so much water, there's so little gap between the beach and the surf line that all the whitewash kind of just sticks in there. So you really want to be in a position for a good wave when there's a lot of clean water in front of you, which is way easier said than done. We got a dial trying on that one. That one looked good, but it just the barrel just went too high there. He wasn't able to come out.
Yeah, a little airdrop into the pocket there, scrubbed his speed. Meanwhile, dropping into this one, getting barreled and shut down on the inside, Tanner McDaniel. So quick wave exchange, but not much coming to fruition on either wave there for our competitors out in the water, Miguel Ladao and Tanner McDaniel. So they'll paddle back out.
Yeah.
It's interesting to see these young guys go to work. I mean, Tanner, only 16 years old. Miguel, I mean, he's 18. He's basically graduated from pro junior age to now, this is his first Men's World Tour event this year, looking to compete on the Men's World Tour throughout the course of the 2015 APB season.
Exactly. But, it's like with conditions like this, kind of almost you got to take in consideration that even though they're young, they're young guys, fair enough, but their body size is just, significantly different to, some of the top male riders, for instance, Maori or Ian Campbell, whatnot. They're big, strong guys. Whereas these young guys are, they're pretty small dudes. I wouldn't imagine Tanner weighs more than 60 kilograms.
Yeah,
so most of the top guys have got between like 10 and 20 kgs on him.
Yeah, as we jokingly say in the U.S., the kid probably weighs about 100 pounds soaking wet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So, I mean, this is where, having the physical conditioning really comes into play when you have to power through waves like this.
For sure. These conditions definitely favor the stronger guys, but at the same time, the ocean's such a variable that, sometimes you can do as much training as you want, but on the day that it comes down to it, you just, it comes down to who gets the waves.
All right, and we have some scores coming down, a 5.50 on that second wave for Pierre. That's enough to put him into the top spot. He is followed by Tanner McDaniel. Tanner with some minimal scores so far. He's tried a couple of big maneuvers. First on that big hectic left, and then again on the right-hander, but unable to really stick his maneuvers so far. Hasn't really dialed into it out there yet. He currently sits in the second spot with some minimal scores. Meanwhile, Miguel Ladao in third. Francisco Alvarado in fourth. Again, these guys dealing with some smaller scores, looking to build with something more substantial on their scorecards before all is said and done out in the water right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of it's a tough line to walk in these heats, because as much as you want to be in position for the best waves, it's I find the best way to be in the position for the best waves is to just take waves and just end up where you end up.
And there you can see on screen some Brazilian talent. 6-time world champion Guilherme Tamega, Itacoatiara Charger, and wild card for this event is Zé Otávio. And there, just off to the side, you can see Sergio Luiz. He actually won the trials here in the first year of this event back in 2012. So these guys know how to get some work done out in the water here at Itacoatiara.
Yeah, Sergio actually came third in the event last year too. he was in the semi-finalists, and yeah, he came all the way from the first heat. So he was definitely the one of the main standouts of the event last year. He's definitely a really good rider. But Brazil is just bursting with talent, really. I think per as a country, they're probably one of the strongest bodyweight nations in the world in terms of competitive surfing. It's pretty remarkable to see.
When I first started coming down here to Brazil and spending time in Rio, I actually had people tell me that there's roughly a population of 1 million bodyboarders in the state of Rio de Janeiro. And honestly, from what I see out in the water, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, that's insane. That is remarkable. Can't even fathom that amount of bodyboarders.
Well, I can tell you firsthand, on a really good day at the spot I ride, Posto Cinco, there's probably about 30 to 50 guys out in the water. It's like battling for waves at Pipeline.
Wow.
Just super aggressive paddle battles.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It gets a little heavy.
It's a pretty passionate crew. Pierre having a sniff on that one, but yeah, as you can see, just so much whitewash. And if you kind of look at the bottom of your screen, you'll even see these kind of little gurgles and steps in front of the waves. So I was duck diving. A couple of waves I duck dived out there, like big waves right near the back, and I was just duck diving straight into sand. It's really shallow at the moment because of the high tide. It's just come in so close. So it's you're not only dealing with a lot of water, you're dealing with a lack of water as well.
Shaving your knuckles on the bottom this morning much?
I was. Knuckles are looking real clean at the moment.
Oh, that's hectic. Yeah, you have a good solid, 2 to 2.5 meter wave coming through, maybe a little bigger on set, and just have it unload on you in like inches of water.
Yeah, that's for sure.
So I would imagine that's pretty hectic during a heat. Meanwhile, out in this heat right now, again, quick recap. Pierre-Louis Costas in the lead. He has a 6.0 and a 5.50. He currently holds the lead. Tanner McDaniel in second. Miguel down in third. Francisco Alvarado in fourth. Those three guys looking to put together some better scores if they're going to have a chance of catching PLC. And, Pierre out in the water looking pretty focused and in form. I know yesterday during his free surfs, there were some photos of him busting some pretty big inverts down at Pompul.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, Pierre's been a busy man of late. He just got married to his fiance Ruth and his wife now. And so he's been, he told me he's only surfed, like an hour or so in the last month. In between all the wedding planning and festivities and honeymoon and whatnot. So he was out of Pampa yesterday for a good 4 hours, I think, getting some pre-event surfing, and it definitely didn't look like he'd only surfed an hour in the last month, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, for all of you at home who haven't been following along with the world of bodyboarding news, Pierre recently married his longtime girlfriend, Ruth Pinedo, on the beach in Portugal, and then they were vacationing in Greece afterwards, and now Pierre here in Brazil to compete in the first APB World Tour event of the year. Here he is up and riding on this wave, looking to strengthen his overall combined heat score.
Yeah, he'll definitely better his top score on that one, Steve. It was he opened up with a nice clean back about the bowl on a good size wave, nice left, and backed it up with a spin and a couple of nice length of ride, and definitely going to improve his score on that one.
Now, Pierre just recently was married. You are married to Natasha, have a baby girl together. How much of a transition is it learning to adapt your bodyboarding schedule to family life?
Yeah, it's definitely, I'm lucky to have like a very supportive, family dynamic at home, and it's definitely been a change. I'm not surfing all day every day. I would have when I was a bit younger, but and at the same time, it's actually I actually almost prefer it now. I'm not feeling as burnt out as I did before. Before I'd surf all day and I feel destroyed. Whereas now, I go surfing in the morning, hang out with my family, recharge the batteries, and maybe go for a surf in the evening too. Traveling was hard, being away for so long. But I guess if I had a normal job and would work 9 to 5, I would see them even less than what I saw them now. So
Gotcha.
it's definitely been amazing.
Well, working the beach interviews today, we have Paula Simão. She's actually down on the beach again. We're going to throw things down to her. Take it away, Paula.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with the heat number 4 and the round number 4 as well, with just the World Championship Amarillo event Amaury, how was it inside there? What did you do there to make that point?
I was just trying to find some waves to ride. You know, it's really heavy today and a lot of current, and with the high tide, it's really close to the shore. So I was trying to catch the waves really fast, and before I catch any wave, I had this big set in my head. So I was on the beach, get back out there, and I had a little barrel and another wave with a good roll, and it's really hard to find a good wave now. And I think it's going to get better with the wind now and the low tide, and so now I am in the round 6, and I'm stoked.
You can rest a little bit too. I know that you do a lot of trainings. You are one of the guys that's most focused, I think, from all the guys from the tour. Did you do some training to come to Itacoatiara? Just keep it the same one.
Yeah, I am in the nice routine, a healthy routine. I didn't do too much crazy training before here. I was traveling a lot, surfing a lot. But yeah, I think this kind of condition you really want to be ready physically. So I think you really have to get a good cardio, and because the waves are really strong. And yeah, so I think in this kind of way you really have to be conscious of your physical condition and training for that.
That's it, Amaury. Good luck. You are really good guy. And that's it. I see you in the round number 6. Okay, thank you.
All right, so there you have the winner of that last heat, Amaury Laverne, the two-time defending world champion and 2013 Itacoatiara Pro winner, talking about how heavy the conditions are and looking forward to the conditions cleaning up as the tide drops out. So we'll see how that all comes into play as we progress through the course of our schedule today. Again, looking to run rounds 4, 5, and 6 today. So going from 4-man non-elimination rounds into 3-man elimination priority heats. And then round 6 will be reseeded, and we'll give you an update on that as we get to that point in the day.
Yeah, definitely. I'm definitely pretty excited myself to see what it does in the low tide. I think it could kind of go either way. It could end up being even wilder than what it is now, but I think that it should even out the conditions a bit. I mean, it's pretty good they showed that last set, because for the last few waves up here, I've been kind of thinking, wow, it actually looks like it's kind of calming down a bit. It looks pretty fun. And then I just saw that last shot of a guy scratching under an absolute beast. So it definitely shows you there's still a couple of monsters out there.
And while we were away at interview, that last score from PLC dropped an 8.0. That improves his overall combined heat score to 14.0. And he is pretty much dominating this heat at this point.
Yeah, completely. He's got everyone in combo. And yeah, he's definitely serving a very good heat. Yeah, if you look at his scores in comparison to everyone else, he's got a couple of other guys who got a string of poor scores, where Pierre has got all his scores are in the medium to excellent range. So definitely a great heat surf by Pierre so far.
All right, so again, right now out in the water, PLC in the lead firmly. Tanner McDaniel currently second, Miguel down third, Francisco Alvarado in the 4th spot. All three of those guys in combination situation, as Jared was telling you. Those guys really, just kind of stuck in the mud a little bit, so to speak. Minimal scores and haven't really been able to dial in to the waves they would probably prefer to have. Here we have Tanner McDaniel taking a look at this one and quickly ducks out. It just wasn't lining up to his liking.
Yeah, no, it's it's kind of they say he's not over until it's over, but in this sense, it's with 8 minutes to go, with Pierre in a commanding lead with combination situation. It's going to be pretty much impossible or very difficult for these guys to claw their way out of that situation they're in right now.
Yeah, so a bit of a crapshoot out there. It seems like these guys are coming up snake eyes, or they're rolling a pair of 6s out there.
Yeah.
Not a whole lot of in between today. You either dial in the good score or you're getting throwaway scores.
Yeah, that's what I was saying to Ian before. He said, what do you think? Like, what kind of waves should I look for? I said, well, just take what you can get, because you either get a 1 or a 10. So there's no in between.
So, yeah, that's got to be tough when you're out in the water and you think it looks like it's going to line up for you.
Yeah.
And then you take off on it and it just turns into, like a foamy monster, or sections off, or just dumps right on top of you.
Yeah, the worst is that it just drops out. 2 waves in my heat where just, paddle in thinking, oh, yes, I'm on here. It ends up just bottoming out. There's just nothing, nowhere to go. Just get drowned like a rat.
And there you see Pierre taking a look at that one, and then obviously decided to let that one go unridden.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely a wise choice from Pierre. Looks like he's up on a pretty nice looking right here. Might get a little reverse section down the line. Yep.
Nice air reverse from PLC on that one. But it doesn't look like he's going to be able to ride out on it. Got a little caught up in the wash there.
Yeah, definitely a great effort. I mean, he rode that pretty much perfectly, but, you know, just where you land, it's just too much water converging in the one place. Then we got Miguel Dow. He's up on a pretty nice looking left. You know, thread a quick line through the barrel there, but, yeah, you see, it's just, exactly what happened in there was what I was talking about. There's just these little bumps of water moving back out where he just got caught right on top of that and just pushed through the lip.
Yeah, it's like the roof of the wave just collapses on you, and there's really nowhere you can go or much that you can do.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly that.
So Miguel paddling back out, and there you can see continuing to just blow up on that sandbar here at Itacoatiara today. Just heavy, heavy inside section.
Yeah. Here, look at my friend Ian. He's about to go out for his heat. Ian's from South Africa, so I imagine there's a fair few crew from South Africa tuning in. Luke Kitchen's actually in the next heat, so you know, pretty exciting day for the South Africans at home.
And there's Brody Gleason. He's been cruising around with Luke Kitchen.
Yeah.
A couple of the young South Africans actually had Luke's mom check in to. She saw some photos that were posted online of Luke and Brody at the gate, and she was actually happy to see that, you know, hey, there's visual confirmation of my son.
Yeah, I know. You know, it's just I guess they're just excited to be out of the roost, so to say. So you know, if Luke Kitchen's mom's watching this, well then if Laura's watching this, then you know, I've seen him daily, Laura. So he's definitely alive and well.
I think it goes for all of us when we're younger and we first start traveling and hitting big events. You know, calling home and saying, checking in with mom and dad probably isn't the first thing on your mind.
No, yeah.
It's not intentional. It's not, you know, intentionally blowing people off. It's just you kind of get caught up in the mix.
Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Yeah, we should. Francisco Alvarado taking his last shot there. You know, unfortunately, just not panning out for him whatsoever. So it looks like, you know, not much change there to the standings, and looks like PLC will be the one skipping the round here.
Yep. And we'll give you an update on the next heat to come right after this commercial break.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboard. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as mulheres. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo. Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
And welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. I'm Steve. About what's going on behind the scenes, some family stuff. If there's any questions you have, be sure to send us comments, questions. We'll try and get to them. With family and family checking in here at the event. Actually had some of your mother-in-law checking in, watching from Puerto Rico, and you've got family watching in South Africa.
In South Africa, yeah, in Puerto Rico, South Africa. So the family's definitely pretty excited with the event. Yeah, it's pretty nice to kick back and watch all the events and the surfing and whatnot. So they definitely get pretty amped to see it all go down. And yeah, happy to have them watching.
And kicking back and watching online right now, all you viewers in Webland get to watch Lucas Nogueira in red from Brazil go up against Alan Munoz from Chile in white. Also from Chile, Sasha Damjanic in yellow, and the young South African Luke Kitchen area. You'll be seeing this all day, guys stretching out, using the biocycle, trying to focus and get warmed up to hit the water and go to work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I kind of had a look at the bicycle this morning, but I thought I definitely need the energy in my legs for paddling out there, so I opted not to. But it's yeah, definitely pretty nice thing to have around to get warmed up.
Even I put that thing to use. The first couple days here, I wasn't really getting any exercise, just kind of cruising around in case they needed me, trying to set things up. I would go duck into the competitors area and knock out 5 kilometers on the biocycle just to stretch my legs a little bit.
Yeah, good stuff.
So, it's great to be able to see that kind of stuff down in the competitors area for you guys.
For sure, it's definitely a very important thing to have.
You were saying you use the biocycle. I know they had a medicine ball down there as well. How important is it to have that kind of stuff at your disposal at these events?
Yeah, it's definitely nice to have it at your disposal. It's personally don't do too much in terms of exercise before going out. I mean, yeah, definitely get warmed up and whatnot, but it's amazing to have that stuff around, even for post heat. Kind of come downs, to lie and stretch your back out a bit on the ball. So definitely, yeah, it's a very important thing to have around.
And something else important to have around, Palace Mound down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with the heat number 5 in the round number 4 with the World Championship Pierre Louis. What's happened there inside, Pierre? How is the waves? Is it heavy or the conditions is extreme?
Yeah, it's very difficult. The waves are very big today, and it's very it's messy, so it's very hard to be in the right spot. But with patience and luck, it's possible to catch a couple.
So what's your best maneuver there that everybody start to scream here?
I think my best wave was maybe in the middle of the heat. I had a good left, and I wanted to do a roll, but then the section was very clean, so I went for a backflip, and I was pretty happy to land it because it was very difficult.
Every year to Itacoatiara. What do you think about here? The waves, the people, the atmosphere here. Do you like here?
Yeah, I love Itacoatiara. I think it's my one of my favorite stops on the tour for sure. It's always a pleasure coming back. The waves, the vibes, and the people. It's always a pleasure coming back, and yeah, I'm happy to be here. Sure.
That's it. Congratulations. See you the round number 6. Thanks a lot. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Paolo, once again for bringing us the beach interview, and congratulations again to Pierre on taking the heat win. Meanwhile, out in the water right there, you can see in the red jersey, Lucas Nogueira trying to get on the board with his first wave of the heat. A 3.0 for Luke Kitchen to open things up out in the water again, and waiting for some other scores to drop. I'm pretty sure I saw Alan Munoz riding a wave during the course of that beach interview. So again, some scores filtering in. I will keep you posted on those. And here we have Alan Munoz in white up and riding again. Alan Munoz coming into this event ranked 12th on the APB World Tour. Give me a sec to pull up my rankings for the men's World Tour. Currently sitting in the booth with me, ranked 4th in the world, Jared Houston. And, I was actually looking at Riptide Magazine's odds for World Champion 2015 on the APB World Tour. You're actually 3rd in the odds to claim the world title, right behind Amaury Laverne and Pierre-Louis Costas.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. Definitely always a goal coming into the season to win the world title. Just try and take it one step at a time, one event at a time. So just hoping to get off to a strong start here.
Now, who's that riding the Billy Thiel board I see there? Is that Ian Campbell's board?
Yeah, that's Ian Campbell's board. There's Louis' one. It's Alex Uranga's and Mars. So good look at all the boys' board there. A little close up of Mars's deck stamp. And nice to have a look at the equipment there the guys are riding actually. Most guys, with the bodyboard really, you don't really change the size or much or anything too much with regards to wave size. You kind of can. But most guys onto probably around about 1.8 meters, so they're all kind of riding between a 41 and a 42.
Now, we had Ian in here a couple days ago, and he was talking about his custom shapes from Billy. Billy Thiel, of course, legendary bodyboarder from South Africa. He's been learning to shape and has his own boards out now. He's learning to shape from Jimmy Linville in California. And Ian was talking a little bit about his equipment. Tell us a little bit about your equipment that you're using. You have the new interchangeable stringer systems, and you have the Vulcan fins.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff going on with you and your sponsor, your equipment.
Yeah, Pride's very big into innovation, and it's probably one of the favorite things I love about that brand is that they, has always got something going on, some kind of new idea to put forward. And the Vulcans were a huge revolutionary input into the fin industry. It's pretty incredible fins, very comfortable, light, soft. I think everyone's gonna love them. And the new ISS interchangeable stringer system that are in the Pride boards are they go great. I'm actually very surprised by how functional they are. I always had this perception they're a bit of a gimmick, but after trying them myself, they it's definitely a functional way to use a bodyboard. Being able to change the flex of bodyboard essentially means that you can cut out having to have two boards. You can kind of or three even. You can instead of riding a PP board in warm water and having to buy a Dow board to ride in cold water, you can essentially have the same PP board but just change the density of the stringer. So it's it's really nice. I surf one in Cape Town, which is around about 10-12 degree water, and I used the softest stringer and the board felt like a 1 MPP, which is amazing. That's what you want.
Now, explain a little bit more in depth the difference between the stringers. How many different types of stringers are there, and what is the difference in weight and flexibility?
Yes, I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure when you get a board, they come with 3. So you got the soft flex, medium flex, and stiff and stiff stringer. And in terms of weight, they're all pretty similar. Pretty similar. I couldn't even tell you how much they weigh, but they're very light. So and then depending on wave size or temperature, it's simple as just unscrewing them with a key and putting in the new stringer and screwing it back in and getting out there. And my one didn't let much water in at all. It was pretty watertight.
I thought it was interesting when I first saw the concept of the interchangeable stringer system. It kind of reminded me of back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when guys were actually coring out their boards, putting PVC pipes with lead ball bearings in them to weight the boards and make them more stiff for heavier conditions, and then corking the ends of the boards again, sealing them shut. So bodyboarding has progressed a long way from, doctoring boards with makeshift ideas to actually taking those ideas and making them into advanced board technology.
Exactly. I mean, that's kind of what essentially they've done is they've just simplified the process for you. You know, it's always something I've been interested in is, you know, stringer densities and changing them up and whatnot, because, you know, bodyboard's a pretty basic thing. You know, it's a shaped piece of foam, and there's not really too much that you can advance with it. But you know, these guys from ISS and, you know, Pride, they've really made a pretty much a breakthrough development here. So I'm loving my ISS board. I've actually left it at home to save it for the European leg of the tour. That's definitely my pick of the bunch so far. So I'm looking pretty forward to it.
So you're looking forward to hitting Sintra and Nazare later this year.
Yeah, definitely very excited for Nazare. You know, I mean, it's excited for Sintra too. You know, Sintra's, I love going to Sintra. Always like stay in a great place there. And, you know, last year the waves were pumping, so it's, you know, it's kind of got a bad rap for waves, but, you know, if you get a good swell, you can really score there. And Nazare is amazing, so I can't wait to have the first event there this year.
All right, and we've got scores filtering in. Just to give you a quick update on the scores out in the water right now, it is the Chilean Alan Munoz with a 1.75 and a 4.50. He holds the lead. He is followed by Lucas Nogueira with a 3.75. Luke Kitchen currently in third with a 3.0, and still waiting for Sasha Demjanek to get on the board with his first score of the heat. So a low-scoring affair out there. We were talking about it earlier in the last heat. It's almost an all-or-nothing proposition out in the water right now. And here you can see, you know, Alan Munoz with a couple, you know, a throwaway score and a moderate score with a 4.50. He holds the lead. Everybody else is trying to play catch-up with moderate to minimal scores on their score sheets.
Man, that's exactly how it is. You know, it's I've got Lucas Nogueira, actually a very nice looking wave. He's ridden this pretty well. Let's see if it does anything for him at the end. And there you go, managed to punch a nice roll out there. It's, you know, I think that the single most important thing. Oh, that's pretty heavy.
Alan Munoz pulling in, going for glory on that one.
Yeah, I think the most important thing out there is just to find a wave with a clean face, you know, because otherwise you don't want to be battling that. That's the kind of wave you don't want. But you know, definitely a valiant effort from Alan there, trying to get you know, those are the kind of ones that you could take the risk. If he had come out of that, that would have been a huge score. You know what I mean? But you know, some guys it pays off, some guys it doesn't.
Yeah, just the angle of that wave and the way it was barreling, it didn't. There was no way he was making it.
But sometimes from the water, it's pretty difficult to see what exactly is going to happen to the wave. And from the beach, you get a very nice vantage point from the wave cast.
Here we have Luke Kitchen trying to punch a roll through that heavy closeout section, and just too much lip to drive through on that one. He gets caught up and dumped. So, again, some tough maneuvering, all or nothing. You know, these are kind of make or break waves in the heat.
Yeah, they definitely are. Luke's, you know, he's pretty well seasoned competitively in South Africa. I think he has a national title in his belt. I'm not sure if it was in the boys or in the junior division, but he's you know, he's definitely a very strong rider. One of the better younger guys in South Africa. So it's great to see him over here. We've got another look at Lucas Nogueira's wave. You see how he kind of had to battle the shock, like the foamy a bit there in the beginning. And then he kind of let himself get sucked up high in the face on the foam ball and used that to manage to come out and draw a nice clean line into that roll. So definitely a very well-ridden wave, or he definitely made the most out of that situation.
And score coming in for Lucas Nogueira, a 4.25 on his last wave. That's actually enough to go with his 3.75 to push him to the top spot. So Lucas Nogueira with the heat lead. Meanwhile, a 2.25 for Alan Munoz. 2.25 for his effort, at least, pulling into that big, heavy left and just getting collapsed on.
Yeah, I think I also got I ended up getting a couple of novelty reward scores out there.
You gotta love when you draw the 2.5 or the 3 just for the effort.
Yeah.
You know, not that it really is much consolation when you're thinking, you know, I need a solid scoring wave, but it's just like, all right, we appreciate the effort. We appreciate the fact that you just got crunched out there. So, you know,
exactly.
Some bonus points.
Yeah, they actually started that in Mexico a couple of years. Before that, it was always a contentious thing where, you know, the guys are always saying, what is the point of going for, like, a massive reverse when if you had, and not making it, you know, you're putting all on the line but not making it and getting a 1, whereas if you did a roll of that same section, you get a 4. So what the judges actually did is actually took a step back and said, all right, cool. Well, if you're willing to put it all on the line and really go for it, we will reward you. You know, obviously we can't go too big because it was incomplete, but they'll give you a score that is, at least in line with what you were trying. And they actually put that into play in Mexico. In the first year we had the event there in 2011, where guys were, not making moves, but going for massive reverse or inverts and getting, scores of like up to 4.75, which I think is actually a pretty good advancement in judging.
Yeah, that's where we saw an evolutionary step in competitive bodyboarding, I feel, because you guys started getting rewarded for going for progressive maneuvers in critical sections instead of just drawing sticks, whether it was, a 12-foot air with like a massive air reverse attempt, as opposed to just a blown roll on a small inside wave.
Yeah, no, it's very true. That's what we want to see. It's especially as a consequence.
That can make a break or heat for you guys.
Exactly. And that's where bodyboarding shines. So you want to reward the guys who are really having a dig. And it looks like Sasha Damjanic could very well have had a very good dig there, but unfortunately, not coming through on that one. But that was a absolutely clean putt. His frustration there, not being able to come out.
He was driving in there for a while and not being able to find the exit on that one. I can understand his frustration on that one.
Yeah. Maybe look at Louis there. Always happy, always pumped.
This kid is always animated.
Yeah.
Yeah, him and Tanner cruising around, man. Always entertaining having those kids around.
Yeah, I travel a lot with Louis, and we're pretty good friends. He's also rise for pride, and sometimes he's a blessing and a curse. But when he gets sick and when he's not up to his usual antics, you actually end up missing the annoying, overhyped boy that he is. So we love Louis. We're happy to have him around.
And again, more messages filtering in. It looks like your dad tuning in.
Dad's always tuning in.
A bit bummed with the heat, but looking forward to round 5. Love from us all, Dad.
Yeah.
That's cool being able to get some support online from your family.
Sure. How good is the technology advancements? It's when I first started, but the first time I went to Hawaii, I think it was in 2008 or 9, and Skype was out already, but it was kind of more like it's kind of still an unknown concept. A few people were using it, but it wasn't really big. At least in my circle. I remember going there, and like weeks would pass by before I was able to call my parents. And now it's convenient. You can just you can just call from Skype to a cell phone and just have a conversation. It's so nice. It's completely opened up the a world opportunity.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive the way that the technology has progressed and made it easier to communicate everything from, keeping in touch with your family members to keeping track of swell forecasts.
Exactly, yeah. That's kind of a bit of a blessing and a curse, though.
Yes, it is.
It's ended up making it exponentially more crowded.
Most definitely. So, again, thank you, Angus, for tuning in, giving props and shouts to your boy here.
Yeah, thanks, Dad.
And Alex Leon popping his head into the booth, checking up on us. He's got his hands full running around making sure everything's firing on all cylinders.
Yeah.
Some technical difficulties this morning due to the rain and moisture we've had the last couple of days, but fortunately we got that all sorted out, and we're full steam ahead this morning. And looking to get through the rest of the day, bring you all of the bodyboarding action out in the water live online with the webcast here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro.
Exactly. I know Alex is doing a great job, Steve. He's he kind of got dumped with a lot of catching up to do after the demise of the previous organization of bodyboarding, and so he's the board is assembled and the events that he's got back on tour, and just the team that he's working with right now is it's amazing. It's right up there with some of the best management we've ever had. So big props to Alex Leon and the whole APB board for getting the sport back up and running, and also massive thanks to all the promoters, because without the promoters running these events, we really don't have anything to call a tour. So it's definitely a group effort, and my sincerest thank yous from our position.
And I most certainly have to concur with you, because if you think about it, when the World Tour canceled the second half in 2013 and it looked like the World Tour was going to collapse and there was going to be nothing for 2014, we went from a scenario where the sport was going to have no World Tour whatsoever to actually being able to pull it together. You know, the organizers, Alex, the board, everybody, picked themselves up by the proverbial bootstraps, pulled their act together, and made sure that our sport persevered in a year where there's supposed to be absolutely nothing. So it's like, there was no reason for anybody to complain because we actually had a world tour, instead of just being dead in the water.
Yeah.
And this year is building upon last year, and I really look forward to what this season has to hold, and can't wait to see what the future holds because as it builds year by year, we're going places. The sport is moving forward. It's progressing. You guys are killing it out in the water and taking the sport to new levels. And I can't wait to see what the future holds.
Yeah, no, I'm excited too, man. It's great to have the World Tour back on its feet and getting momentum. Like you said, it's a huge step forward in the right direction. It's great to have something to call a tour, and what we really need now is the support of the other pro riders to come back on tour and make it what it was. So if any of those guys are watching, come on, boys, we're waiting for you here.
All right, now earlier I was touching on the rankings. You're currently ranked 4th in the world. Alan Munoz out in the water comes into this ranked number 12. Just a quick look at the top riders on the World Tour, obviously coming in, defending his world title. Amaury Laverne, we saw him win his first heat of the day. Pierre-Louis Costas ranked 2nd. Ori Valadown, the 2008 world champion, coming into this event ranked 3rd after last season. Alex Uranga 5th. And it was interesting last year because the World Tour came down to Sintra as the tour finale, and there was actually a handful of you guys that were in the running for the world title.
Yeah, the 5 of us, from Alex upward, was all in the running for the world title last year.
Yeah, and then rounding out the top 10 in rankings, Israel Salas and Lucas Nogueira from Brazil. Number 8, the 9-time world champion, Mike Stewart. This man is in his early 50s, and he's still just as viable competitively today as he ever was.
Yeah, no, I mean, to a large extent, I actually even say that Mike is, in some aspects, he's riding better today than he was, when he was in his 20s. It's pretty incredible to see how he has kept progressing with his riding right up until his early 50s.
And then just to finish off the last couple of spots in the top 10, number 9, Eder Luciano. We saw him earlier. He won his first heat of the day. And Jacob Romero ranked 10th. Unfortunately, Mike Stewart, Jacob Romero, not able to procure their travel visas for Brazil, but we will see them at the next event, the Arica Chilean Challenge, which pretty much coming up right on the heels of this event, the South American leg. It's pretty much, back to back to back. We go Itacoatiara, which we are running through here. The contest window runs through the 12th. Obviously, we're going to finish a little early, so it'll give people a little more downtime. But then we'll go to the Arica Chilean Challenge July 17th through July 26th, and the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival July 28th through August 2nd. And just starting off the 2015 season in rapid-fire succession.
Yeah, no, it is. It's good to have all the events back to back. It's been a long time between events, so it's nice to have everything, just ready to run.
All right, and I do believe the horn has sounded out in the water, and it looks like Lucas Nogueira is going to take the heat win and skip around, go to round 6. Meanwhile, Alan Munoz, Luke Kitchen, and Sasha Demjanik will battle it out again in round 5.
Yeah, good stuff. Well done to Lucas. At the end of that heat, Steve, I'm going to jump out. I've got to go and get prepared for my round 5 heat. So wish me luck, and I'll see you a little bit later.
All right, good luck to you, Jared Houston, and we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. We'll be back and get into the next round right after this.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
Welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Right now we are getting into the thick of things here in round 4. Out in the water underway right now in red, 2008 world champion Ori Valadown from Brazil. He is joined by South African Ian Campbell in white. The local wild card, Kalani Latanzi, in yellow. And Socrates Santana, the 16-year-old Super Grom we saw in competition during the Pro Junior heats, went down in the semifinals, now competing and advancing through his first couple of heats here at the Itacoatiara Pro in the men's division. So there you have it. Ori Valadown in red, Ian Campbell in white, Kalani Latanzi in yellow, and Socrates Santana in the blue jersey assignment. They are out in the water right now. And again, just a quick recap of that last heat. It was actually Alan Munoz coming from behind. Minimal Score was able to push him into the top spot for the heat win. So Alan Munoz earns passage, skips round 5 and goes straight to round 6. Meanwhile, Lucas Nogueira finishing second, Luke Kitchen third, Sasha Damjanek in fourth. And they will go on to compete again in round 5. Again, 4-man priority non-elimination heats in round 4. And here up and riding in the blue jersey, Dr. Zinu, Socrates Santana, forward spin, combos it with a roll. Smaller left-hander, trying to put together a solid scoring wave off the beginning. Not a big wave, a lot of foamy face on that one, but still able to get a spin and a roll off of that one before it shut down. So that will get the young Brazilian from Poço Cinco on the board with his first scoring wave. Meanwhile, here in yellow, Kalani Latanzi, nice roll off the right-hander, combos it with another roll. And kind of a strange wave there, a little cross wave coming through, acting as a bit of a mogul. Kalani kicks out on that one, gets a couple of rolls, so a strong start for Kalani Latanzi as well. We've seen a few slow heats with some low scores. It's been all or nothing, either the big scores in the high-end range or minimal scores. And look at this, Ori Valadown dropping in, and it looked like he was going to make it out there for a second. The wave spit out, and it looked like he was going to follow suit, but it looked like he just was not able to make it out of that. But a nice big open face, wide open barrel. He free fell into that one and just didn't have enough speed to carry him through. And look at these waves coming in, reeling off, spitting out. This is what every competitor hopes for, you know, waves with size and power. And you know what? Itacoatiara has delivered the goods this year. Swell filling in yesterday. Here's a look at that wave from Ori. He dropped in, didn't have enough speed, and got shut down, caught in the barrel, but still a nice solid size wave. Good attempt for Ori on the first one. Actually got a 4.25 on his first wave. So we'll wait to see what that last score was and wait for the other scores. Again, just waiting for scores to filter in for Socrates Santana, Kalani Latanzi. There it is, that last wave, 2.75 for the effort on the barrel attempt. Ian Campbell opens up with the 5.75, 4.75 on the last wave for Kalani Latanzi, and a 3.50 for Socrates Santana. So everybody on the board already. Ori Valadown in the early lead. followed by Ian Campbell, Kalani Latanzi, and Socrates Santana. Ian Campbell with the highest scoring wave at the heat so far, opening things up with a 5.75. And there you can see Ian signaling from the water, looking for a situation update. Again, very hard for competitors to hear the beach announcer over the roar of the ocean out there. Here, Ian scrapping into this left-hander, nice open face wave, but it's going to shut down on him, so he ducks out just as quickly. So again, look at the draw on these waves. Meanwhile, up and riding Orivala down on a big right-hander. A lot of foam on the face, a lot of white water to deal with, and he quickly kicks out, and as that wave did not provide a section that really was up to his liking. So again, quick wave exchange out in the water. Everybody on the board with at least one wave. Orivala down already with 3 waves on his score sheet, waiting for that last one to register. Probably won't factor into his top 2 scores, but still looking to build upon a 4.25 and a 2.75 as he works his way through this heat. So again, this is Heat 7, Round 4, non-elimination 4-man priority system in effect. Coming up in the last heat of Round 4, we are going to see Israel Salas, Sergio Luiz, Francerli Ferreira, and David Barbosa, an all-Brazilian battle in the final heat of non-elimination here in Round 4, and then we will go to Round 5, three-man priority heats. Top 2 riders will advance on. Unfortunately, one of those riders will be saying goodbye to competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Again, just waiting for a few scores to fall into place from the judges. I'll give you an update in just a second. Meanwhile, up and riding in white, going for the air reverse on the left. Ian Campbell in the white jersey. Unfortunately, not quite getting the rotation and landing off the back. So Ian will make his way back out to lineup and try and get something to work more to his liking on the next opportunity. But just listening to the beach announcer in the background, there it is falling into the score. A 1.75 for Ian Campbell. That's just enough to move him ahead of Orivala down right now. Ian Campbell currently in the lead here in Heat 7, Round 4. Again, non-elimination round. Top spot skips around, goes straight to Round 6. The other 3 riders will battle it out one more time in Round 5. And Round 5 will be 3-man priority elimination heats. So there will be riders getting put out of the event and heading home in the next round. And here we have Kalani Latanzi up and riding on this right-hander, drops in, drives off the bottom. Nice air roll, good extension. Gets a little caught up, but drops back down and then just gets caught in that convergence of white water there. It'll be interesting to see how the judges score that one. The maneuver itself was clean, but unfortunately was not able to ride out of that 100%. So again, there's a reason why I'm not a judge. I'll leave that to the professionals upstairs. Meanwhile, down here in the commentary booth, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors for the event, Prefeitura Niterói, Esporte e Lazer, o Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA, Águas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Diamante, Minhorino, Nechi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos Cambio e Turismo, Diexi, Whey Suplementos, Saboreando, Kapaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, Ecosurf.com, Canal Off, Itacoatiara Pro Clube, Pirosuco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedras Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Raidet, Tropicus, Albin Movies, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. Thank you again to all of the above, especially the Prefecture de Niteroi, Cultura Niteroi. And we look at this beast reeling down the line before shutting out. No takers on that one, but we've been seeing waves like that roll through all day. And here you can see Red Ori Valadown paddling back through that. Meanwhile, scores falling in, and like I said, solid move on Kalani Latanzi. It was just a matter of whether the judges felt he rode out of that enough to register to score a 7.0 on that last wave. And here he is up and riding again in the yellow jersey, rolling off the section. But it doesn't look like he's riding out of that one, as that just converged and lit him up. So, again, a 7.0 on Kalani's last wave. We'll wait for the score for this most recent wave to drop, but it most likely we will not factor in. He has a 7.0 and a 4.75 as a backup score, looking to replace that 4.75, but he currently holds the lead. Ian Campbell in the second spot. Campbell with a 5.75, looking to replace a 1.75 as a backup score. In the third spot with a 4.25 and a 2.75, the 2008 world champion Ori Valadown. He is looking to build upon his scores. And again, right now in fourth spot, starting things off with a 3.50. Still looking for a backup score, Socrates Santana. So there's a quick rundown of the situation in the heat right now. Again, coming up on deck in the last heat of round 4, non-elimination action, we're going to see Israel Salas, Sergio Luis, Francole Ferreira, and David Barbosa. So an all-Brazilian affair coming up in the last heat of round 4, and then we will go into 3-man priority elimination heats. But again, here out in the water right now, Ori Valadown pulls in, gets spit out of the barrel. That will be a more legitimate score for the former world champion. He finished third in the rankings last year. He was in the mix up until the very last day of competition. So trying to get a solid start to the 2015 campaign. Meanwhile, look at this, pulling in, finds the doggy door, but then gets clipped by that oncoming side section. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that. That was a nice-looking barrel ride right up until the very end. It looked like he was going to find daylight and slip out, and then that little end section, that side wave, just came plowing in like a dump truck and took him out. Here's a look, rider in white, Ian Campbell, almost coming out of that and then just got denied at the end. It's like running into a brick wall out there when that section comes right at you like that. So again, right now, with about 9.5 minutes remaining, it's Kalani Latanzi in the lead, Ian Campbell in second, Ori Valadown in third, and Socrates Santana in fourth. Santana with only one wave on the scorecard, still looking for a backup score. He's been rather quiet out there. Definitely not keeping quiet out there, the current heat leader, Kalani Latanzi. And waiting for situation update as we've got some scores filtering in from the judges. Again, at the moment, Latanzi first, Campbell second, Valadown third, but that situation could very well change And yes, it has 7.75 falling into place for Orivala down. That catapults him up to the top spot, bumps Kalani Latanzi to second, Ian Campbell to third. And situation unchanged for Socrates Santana. He remains in the fourth position. And look at this set rolling in. These guys scrapping for the horizon, duck through the face as this one reels off and spits down the line. So again, some big, heavy beach break conditions. Still some texture out there, a lot of turbulence, especially on the inside there. You can see sand just sucking up off of the bottom. Solid, 2 to 2.5 meters, 6 to 8 foot, bigger on set. It actually seems a little bigger today than yesterday. The forecast originally calling for the swell to peak at about 3 meters yesterday between 9 a.m. and midday. But it seems like it actually has peaked today a little bit as the waves seem a little bigger, a little cleaner. Still some texture and a lot of current, a lot of water moving around to deal with for our competitors out in the water. But again, a 7.75 on that last wave. The barrel for Orivala down. That goes with his 4.25 on his opening wave. That's enough to put him in the lead as we work our way through Heat 7, Round 4. Looking to wrap up the non-elimination round with this heat and the next one. Then we'll go right into men's Round 5 and looking to continue on into Round 6 later today. So stay tuned. Plenty of bodyboarding action on deck for the day. I'm Steve Action Jackson, flying solo in the commentary booth right now, bringing you all the scores and updates for the live action you see on your screen. Thank you for everybody who has been tuning in and sending us messages. Stoked to hear everybody's positive feedback and shout outs. And here, if you look at this, you can see them stacking up on the horizon, sets rolling in. Screen looks like corduroy right now and dropping in yellow. Kalani Latanzi pulls into this barrel, gets spit out. Look at that, and the claim. Deep barrel for Kalani Latanzi on the right-hander there. And we're not done. Look at these sets rolling in. Still more waves coming. That one, a big closeout, sectioning off and dumping on the sandbar. And it looks like Orivala down paddling, ducking through this one. Still another wave or two behind it. And just some pumping sets rolling through. That first wave, Kalani Latanzi getting deep. Comes out, throws the claim. The crowd on the beach, I could hear them here in the booth. Loud roar of applause and cheers on the beach for the wild card, Kalani Latanzi. Kalani, no stranger to charging big barrels. So we're going to wait and see what score he gets for that. And just cheating before it registers on the live score, I can hear the judges announcing it now. A perfect 10 for that barrel from Kalani Latanzi. Unbelievable. Gotta love seeing this at a contest. Big barrels, people getting deep, critical sections. Here's a look at that. Just a wide open drainer, and just before it shuts, he clean exit, ducks out the doggy door, and a little bit of a fist pump to claim it. So a perfect 10 for Kalani Latanzi on that big, deep barrel ride. Wide open right-hander, solid wave for the local from here at Itacoatiara. One of our 4 event wild cards, Kalani, is showing he knows his way around here at Pride to Itacoatiara. And the waves just keep on rolling through today. Here's one more look at that wave from Kalani. Drops in, sets his line, drives through, gets deep, comes out with the claim. Perfect 10. And there you can see Uri Valadown pulling into the barrel on the left-hander, but unable to find the exit. So again, situation change. Kalani to first. Uri Valadown bumped down to second. Ian Campbell currently residing in third, and Socrates Santana still only one wave to his name, sits in the fourth spot. Socrates Santana, only 16 years old, battling with some experienced riders. Obviously, Uri Valadown has been around for quite a few years, former 2008 world champion, was in the title mix until the very last event last year, trying to track down his second world title. Ian Campbell, the South African charger, he knows how to get the job done in waves like this. And Kalani Latanzi, his big wave exploits in Mexico have pushed the sport to a new level already this year, paddling into the biggest waves ever paddled into on a bodyboard. No ski assist, just paddling in and going for it. His escapades in Mexico became news on all the major bodyboarding and even surfing outlets. It's Kalani dialing in the 10-point barrel ride here at Itacoatiara in Heat 7, Round 4, Day 4 of competition. And just taking a quick look ahead, coming up in the first heat of round 5, we will see Antonio Cardoso, Jared Houston, and Alex Uranga. Jared was in here for a couple of heats with us. As always, stoked to have Jared in the booth with us. But again, that's Heat 1, Round 5. Getting a little bit ahead of myself right now. As again, right now we are in Heat 7 on deck. We're going to see Israel Salas, Sergio Luis, Franco Leifajera, and David Barbosa in the last heat of Round 4. They are on deck. They will be coming up shortly. But again, right now, Heat 7 in the water, wrapping things up, winding down. Kalani Latanzi looking to skip straight to Round 6. Playing leapfrog, jumping over and surpassing Round 5. Straight to Round 6 on the strength of that 10-point barrel ride. He has a 10 and a 7 for a combined heat score of 17 and the lead. Meanwhile, Uri Valadown dropping in, pulling in, getting barreled. Going for the big barrel, but that one shut down on him before he could find the daylight. So we're starting to see a recurring theme here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Big waves, some open, reeling barrels. If you can find the exit on one of these things, it's going to score big for you out there. And here, Ian Campbell driving down the line, hits the roll off of the closeout section. That will most likely be the best scoring wave of the heat for Ian, currently in third. We'll see how that falls in. But again, right now, Kalani Latanzi firmly planted in the top spot with that 10, helping pave the way for him to go straight to Round 6. And we will get final results from the officials on that heat and get into the last heat of Round 4 right after this.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
And welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. At the end of that heat, we saw a wave from Ian Campbell in Heat 7. That was enough to bump him up to the second spot. But again, the winner of the heat, Kalani Latanzi, on the strength of a 7 and a 10-point barrel ride, he will go straight to round 6. We will see Ian Campbell, who finished second, along with third-place finisher Ori Valadown and fourth-place finisher Socrates Santana. We will see those 3 riders again in round 5. Right now, out in the water, the last heat of round 4, non-elimination, 4-man priority heat. Israel Salas, Sergio Luiz, Francois Ferreira, and David Barbosa. An all-Brazilian affair out in the water right now. These guys are going to battle it out, see who gets to skip around and who will end up having to ride that extra heat in battling it out in 3-man priority system in round 5. Again, today on day 4, looking to finish up round 4 with this heat. Up and riding in white. That's Sergio Luiz getting things started, going for the air reverse, but unfortunately gets caught up in the white water. A lot of turbulence in there, unable to complete the maneuver. So while we wait for scores to drop from that first wave, we're actually going to throw things down to the beach. Palas with the winner of the last heat.
Back to the beat, Steve. We are here with the round number 4 and the heat number 6. With the winner is Alex Munoz from Chile. Alan Munoz, sorry, because my Spanish is not really good. So Alan, how is the water and how's the waves? I know that you come here 3 times already. You love Brazil. And how is the waves inside there? It's pretty heavy.
Sí, muy fuerte la ola, está un poco irregular también la condición, pero se escapan buenas olas de repente y hay que tratar de hacer un juego a lo seguro primero con rolos, tratar de conectar puntuaciones que te permitan entrar en juego a la batería y bueno, a veces se tiene suerte, como algunos consiguen un 10 o a veces simplemente estar forzando notas para ir puntuando.
Você acha essas condições parecidas com a do Chile, que você treina? Itacoatiara é pesado, o Chile eu sei também que é. E o que você acha?
No, es diferente porque en Chile tienes fondo de piedra, pero hay donde entrenar. Sin embargo, el fuerte de Chile es más fondo de piedra, aunque nada, acá está muy fuerte y creo que es una buena competencia ahora mismo en Itacoatiara.
Bom, o que você acha aqui de Itacoatiara, das pessoas, do lugar?
No, un lugar increíble, sobre todo por la mística del lugar, la geografía, la que tiene la piedra, el elefante. Uno viene acá y no tiene para aburrirse, puede surfear, distraerse, compartir, la gente siempre feliz, entonces es un paraíso muy bueno. Sí.
Congratulations, parabéns para você, and see you te vejo no round 6. Just stay here. He said that like the conditions pretty heavy, it's not similar like Chile, because Chile is a rock and reef break, but he said that love this place, the atmosphere, the landscaping, the people, everything, the vibe is really good. So thanks a lot, Alan. We see you in the round 6.
All right, thank you, Paula. And again, congratulations to Alan Munoz on his Heat 6 win. He skips around and goes straight to round 6. We will see him later this afternoon back out in the water. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, we have in the red jersey, Israel Salas. In white, Sergio Luiz. In yellow, Francois Ferreira. And in blue, David Barbosa. So the Brazilians battling it out here in the final heat of round 4. Again, winner goes to round 6. Second, third, and fourth place finishers will go fight it out one more time in round 5. So steadily working our way through the field, looking to wrap up round 4 here with this heat, and then we will go on to round 5 and into round 6, looking to knock out a big chunk of competition today. Bodyboarding action start to finish all day long today, and then tomorrow, looking to make tomorrow the final day of competition, as the swell is supposed to stick around. And we will look to run round 7, the quarterfinals, semifinals, the Pro Junior final, and then concluding the event with the men's Pro final. But again, right now here today, we're in round 4, pulling into the barrel, getting spit out, and with the claim, Israel Salas. We're starting to see a lot of this, some big, wide-open barrels, and guys taking full advantage. Going for a Sunday drive through the barrel on a Monday morning. So we'll wait to see how that registers with the judges, but we're starting to see this with a more frequent basis, just some big, perfect barrels and guys getting spit out. And I don't know who's more stoked, the guys out in the water or the people on the beach, because every time you see one of these guys make it out of a reeling barrel like that, the crowd on the beach is just going nuts. I've been able to hear them in the booth, in the background, just cheers and applause every time one of these guys makes it out. So hopefully all of you at home watching online the live webcast are enjoying this as much as we are. And here we can see David Barbosa throws into a forward spin, gets a little caught up, drops back down, and then just unable to reestablish a line. He got shut out, so he will paddle back out to the lineup and look for something a little better. All right, and while he paddles back out to lineup and we wait for the next waves, we're going to throw back down to the beach. Paula's with Kalani Latanzi.
Hi, Steve. We are here in the heat number 7, in the round number 4, with that monster, Kalani Latanzi, that just take 70 points in the score that you can make 20. Kalani, what did you do there? I know that's the waves for you. Eu sei que as ondas estão para você hoje, gigante para mim. Mas você tirou um tubaço para a direita e uma nota 7, né? Que fez somando 17 pontos dos possíveis 20. Como é que você achou aquela onda ali? O que foi? Você tá tranquilo? Olha a cara dele.
Pô, marradão, cara. Nunca tinha feito um 10 unânime. Então, pra mim foi uma surpresa. Eu nem achei que eu ia sair daquele tubo. Eu saí no spray, já saí comemorando já. Muito bom, muito bom.
Na verdade, ninguém acreditou também que ele ia sair do tubo. Quando viu, saiu do além, né? E vem aqui, ó. Você acha que essas condições aí te prevalecem? Com certeza, né?
Com certeza, eu rezei pra estar assim, grande. Fiquei vários dias falando, pô, mãe, tem que estar grande. Pô, tem que estar grande pra me dar bem. E tá dando tudo certo, uma bateria super pesada com o Uri, que é um ídolo, competidor nato. O Ian também, o sul-africano, muito casca grossa. O Sócrates também, uma nova geração aí que tá quebrando. Então, subiu aquela pra mim, opa, vai buracar. Eu botei pra dentro e consegui sair.
Você acha que esses treinos que você tem feito no México e treinar Itacoatiara Gigante faz toda a diferença aqui?
Faz, pô, a galera que quer treinar tubo, o México é um pico certo. A Arica também é um pico muito bom para treinar tubo. E aqui em Itacoatiara, com certeza, é a escola. A onda mais pesada do mundo para mim. E a escola, para quem quiser pegar onda de bodyboard, vem aqui pegar a onda grande que vai aprender.
Kalani tinha falado antes que não ia competir o circuito, mas eu tô achando que ele vai se dar bem nesse campeonato e vai começar a correr o tour. O que você acha, Kalani?
Então, como eu falei, se eu me der bem nesse aqui, talvez eu vá para Arica. Ainda não comprei a passagem, que é 4 dias logo aqui quando acaba, eu acho, uma semana. Ainda não comprei minha passagem, mas vamos ver, vamos ver.
Já fechou patrocínio novo, que eu tô sabendo.
Aí ó.
Ei, Kalani, parabéns por tudo, a gente tá torcendo por você, porque afinal também é um big rider local que todo mundo, né, sempre admirou. Thanks, Steve. This is Kalani Latanzi from Big Rider from Itacoatiara. He just take a 10 and another 7 scores. It was really, really great hit. Thanks, Kalani. See you soon.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Kalani Latanzi. And while we were away, holy Christmas, it's turning into a barrel fest out there. Score dropped in an 8.25 for Israel Salas, and then we saw Sergio Luis chasing a barrel, make it out. And then also we saw a ride from Francois Ferreira waiting for scores to filter in from our judges. Meanwhile, Franz Orley taking a look at that one, didn't really like what he saw. Looks like he might get caught on the inside of this set, though, as we have a couple of waves rolling through, stacking up. And, wow. I'm in the booth by myself, and I'm just, like, laughing at these waves. Look at this from Sergio Luis. Sets his line, driving, huge spit, comes out, and there you can see he was stoked, just plays around at the end there. That was just unbelievable. And score coming in for Sergio Luis on that last barrel, 9.75. Not quite a perfect 10, but close enough. 9.75. That's going to move Sergio Luis into the lead. So we're seeing some big scores drop in this heat. An 8.25, the opening wave for Israel Salas. Now Sergio Luis on his second wave, a 9.75. So Franz Orley Fajera and David Barbosa have some work to do if they're going to catch up. Right now, Sergio Luis firmly in the lead on the strength of that barrel ride. So you can see it, you can feel it. The competition is growing in intensity. We're seeing some really big scores drop, and, you know, some massive barrel rides. And, I mean, it's just getting silly out there. Some big sets rolling through. The cleanup sets are a bit monster out there, pushing, you know, maybe 3 meters. And these guys are just going to town out there with these barrels. So a lot of heats this morning, it was, you know, hit or miss. You either got the big score or something minimal. And now we're seeing more and more big scores registering from the judges with our riders. Some really big barrel rides. Looking forward to seeing this continue through the course of the day, and I'm sure all you viewers watching online and at home are enjoying the spectacle out in the water. Here we see some more sets rolling in. That first one rolling in and detonating on the sandbar. Gotta love this. Beach break come to life. And there's another set unloading down at Costown. And more sets stacking up on the outside. And here we have Red taking a look. Israel Salas up and riding, drops in on this left-hander, skipping across the face. Trying to set his line, gets a little foamy, never really gets into the barrel. And it looks like he's going to straighten out, and it's going to catch up with him from behind, get upended as he opted to straighten out instead of pull into the closeout. Looked like he was just going to straighten out and head out so he could run back down the beach. But again, that wave blowing up, catching up behind him, kind of flipping him over backwards. So again, solid sets rolling through today. Seeing more and more gaping barrels rolling through and guys just powering through, driving, coming out with the spit, and we're seeing big scores as a result. We've seen 10s being dropped. We just saw a 9.75 from Sergio Luis. Sergio Luis, again, finished equal third here last year. He's also a former trials winner. Back in 2012, he won the trials here at the inaugural Itacoatiara Pro in some similar heavy surf. So definitely knows how to get the job done here at Itacoatiara. And definitely putting in some work here in this heat. Here he is paddling over, taking a look at this one. But opts to let it roll through unridden. And there you can see Israel Salas. He opted to exit the water, run back down, and now he'll jump back in and make his way back to the lineup. As Jared Houston was alluding to earlier in the commentary booth. Very difficult on that inside. It's really shallow, lots of water moving around, trying to swim through that inside section. You have these solid waves unloading on the sandbar and very little by way of space to duck underneath. Dragging knuckles across the bottom pretty much. Meanwhile, there you can see out in the lineup in the yellow jersey, still on the hunt for something more substantial than what he's got on his first two waves. Francisco Ferreira. We saw him win his round 3 heat yesterday to advance on to the non-elimination round. He's out in the water with David Barbosa. Barbosa, one of the locals coming to us from São Conrado. Very talented young rider here in Brazil. Kid definitely has a bright future. But right now, currently sitting in the 3rd spot with a couple of minimal scores, looking to build upon them. But right now, it's been the more experienced riders, Israel Salas and Sergio Luis in the top 2 spots. Sergio holding on to first at the moment with a 9.75 and a 4.75 on his wave after that. Those are his 2 high scores at the moment. Salas with an 8.25 and a 3.25. And there you can see David Barbosa on that last wave. Barbosa trying to work his way back up the board a little bit here in this heat. Just over 7 minutes remaining in this heat. And again, Sergio Luis in the lead. Here's the look of Barbosa on that last wave. A smaller wave, lots of foam on the face, a bit of turbulence as well, but finishes off strong with the roll on that one. So that should help improve his overall combined score. Whether or not it improves his position, that remains questionable. You can see our riders out in the water. And the man in yellow, Francisco Ferreira, on that right-hander, didn't really like what he saw, so he hit the eject button and bailed. Meanwhile, up and riding once again in white, Sergio Luis. And, ooh, he bailed and got sucked over on that one. Obviously, that will not improve his situation any. He still holds on to the lead. Will not affect his position. Earlier, when Jared Houston was in the booth, we were discussing the men's world rankings. Israel Salas out in the water right now, currently coming into the 2015 season, ranked 6th in the world. Trying to get off to a solid start. Right now, he sits in the 2nd position. And there you can see in the background, hanging out behind the Chilean riders, Louis Finnegan and Tanner McDaniel. Everybody hanging out in the competitors area, trying to stay loose, focus on the action out in the water, and get ready for their next heat. Again, coming up in round 5, the next heat, we're going to go into 3-man priority heats. Top 2 riders will advance on to round 6, which will be reseeded once the field is set. Coming up on deck in Heat 1, Round 5, we're going to see Antonio Cardoso from Portugal, Jared Houston from South Africa, and Alex Uranga from Basque Country. But right now out in the water, a big air roll, legs extended, arms extended. Israel Salas not done doing work. Currently in the second spot in combination situation behind Sergio Luis, trying to scratch his way back in and try and take a shot at Sergio in that top spot so that he can skip round 5 and go straight to round 6. And there you can see people hanging out in the competitors area. Once again, as always, the competitors area and the VIP area here at the event, the spectators area, unbelievable, an amazing setup. This is actually one of the best setups that we've ever had here at Itacoatiara, very professional. You know, they brought in a production company to set it all up. There you can see on the right-hander, Sergio Luis cutting out of that one before it shuts down. And he will make his way in. And last wave of Israel Salas, a 7.50. He remains in second place. Still remains in a combination situation. Sergio Luis dominant in that heat. So a very impressive performance by Sergio Luis again, dialing in a 9.75 for a quite impressive barrel ride. Wasn't quite up to the 10s we have seen from Kalani Latanzi and other riders on the barrel rides, but it was right up there. One of the highest scores of the day, one of the highest scores of the event. So as we count down the closing moments of Heat 8 Round 4 and bring Round 4, the non-elimination heats, to a close, again, it looks like Sergio Luis is going to take that top spot and skip straight to Round 6. 1 minute, 30 seconds remaining on the clock. So if these guys are going to put anything together right now, now's the time to do it. Granted, second, third, and fourth will get another opportunity in round 5. But in these conditions, as big and heavy as it is, I'm sure every single one of these guys would love the opportunity to get an extended breather up in the competition area, get some food, get some water, or whatever they need to do to hydrate and refuel, and get ready to hit the water again, conserving energy. Very important, especially in conditions like this. It could very well be an advantage for the guys that get to skip around. So counting down the last 40 seconds of the heat. And again, it pretty much looks like it's in the bag for Sergio Luis. He's got everybody else comboed. They all need 2 new high-scoring waves to surpass Sergio Luis. But with a 9.75 and an 8.75, he pretty much dominated this heat. He took control with that 9.75 and really didn't look back from that point. So Sergio Luis taking the win. A couple of very impressive scores, including that 9.75. He takes the heat win. He will round out round 6. Well, this will round out round 4. He will go on to round 6, I should say. All right, and the horn has sounded. That's the end of the last heat of round 4. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll get into the first heat of round 5 competition. We'll be right back.
sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboard. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo. Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja.
Just talking like this.
And welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Joining me here in the booth, one of our heat winners from round 4. Gets to skip around, go straight to round 6, so he's decided to cruise in and give a little commentary here in round 5. Frenchman, 2011 world champion, recently married, Pierre-Louis Costas.
Hey, how are you, Steve?
Stoked to have you in the booth, brother.
Thank
so,
you.
Tell us what you've been up to.
Well, I've been quite busy. So I just recently got married to my fiancée, to my wife now. That was a lot of hard work, a lot of organization, as you imagine. And straight after the marriage, we went to honeymoon for a week in Greece. And as soon as I arrived home, I just packed and left for Brazil. So I've been pretty busy.
Yeah, I was curious if you were going to be able to make it from Greece to this event to catch the season opener. But fortunately, you're here.
Yeah.
Looked like you had a pretty solid free surf session yesterday. Saw some photos of you airing it out down at Pompo.
Yeah.
So it must have been stoked to get out in the water and get some free surf time.
Yeah, for sure. I was stoked to finally surf good waves. I mean, I arrived like 2 days ago. The banks were pretty average, and the size of the wave were pretty bad. So yesterday I couldn't resist to spend a lot of hours in the water. I mean, I was pretty stoked. I would try to don't exaggerate to keep my energy for the event. So, but I got a few good ones. It was very tough. Like Itacoatiara is a tough place to surf, and yeah, pretty stoked. And the waves are pumping now.
All right, well, we're getting into the start of round 5. Right now out in the water, we have Antonio Cardoso from Portugal. He is joined by South African Jared Houston and Alex Uranga from Basque Country. 3-man priority system in effect and up and riding.
Oh, how's
Splitting the
that
peak.
one? That's Antonio Cardoso. The local man from Nazaré.
Oh, he got
Oh my
clipped by that
God.
end section.
That was tough.
Now, maybe it's just me, but it looks like he's wearing a helmet and he's got his gaff on.
Yeah, Antonio Cardoso is known to be surfing with a helmet. I think it's due to an ear problem, and so he has to wear a helmet, especially in big conditions. But yeah, it's kind of his thing now. Everyone recognizes Antonio Cardoso by his helmet, and it's kind of a cool, stylish thing, I think.
I don't know if you've ever pulled a session with a gaff on, but I can tell you this, that extra protection, I mean, for me personally, it makes me feel like I can open things up a little bit and, push things a little harder out
Yep.
there, because I know if I'm going to go head first into the bottom, at least I've got the helmet to keep me from getting too hurt.
Yeah, I mean it's a nice invention. I used the gas before, and yeah, you feel more protected. I think the only thing is it's kind of hard to get used to. I mean, the first surf I had, I was like, whoa, so strange. Like
It throws your equilibrium off because it's hard to
Exactly.
hear.
Exactly, and well, I think once you when you start to get used to, I mean, it's such a little thing that could actually save your life, But not many people are using it. It's a bit dumb if you think about it. But
There was a point in time back in the 90s where a lot of bodyboarders could be seen wearing helmets. And even in the early 2000s, one of the most recognizable bodyboarders to use a gaff helmet was South African Alistair Taylor after he suffered a head injury at the 2001
Yeah.
Shark Island Challenge.
Yeah.
He was known to wear a helmet at any heavy reef breaks. And you know what? Even I myself own a Gath helmet still to this day, just in case I'm in some heavier reef conditions, because I grew up with the beach break, so I've never felt 100% comfortable riding reef breaks.
Yeah, I understand. I mean, it's probably the smart thing to do wearing a helmet. I mean, we should all wear a helmet like in the next event in Arica. But no, it's just not the thing. So, but that would be smart.
And there we can see the man in the red jersey.
I think that was Jerry on the
Actually,
one.
I think that. Sorry, he's got the red board white jersey.
Yeah,
that was
pretty
Jared
confusing.
Houston. So
Yeah,
we've seen waves from Antonio Cardoso and Jared Houston. A 1.75 to open things up for Antonio Cardoso. A 1.4 for Alex Aranga. Now Jared on the board. And here he is turning around, taking a look at this. Going for the air Revo off the end
That's
section.
Well, that's going to be a nightmare to land that.
We've seen this from a lot of guys going for that big end maneuver, but there's just that convergence of water. It's almost like two waves colliding.
Yeah,
and if you land in the middle there, it's like getting stuck in oncoming traffic.
Yeah, it's so tough to serve that place. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Like I was watching a couple hits, and I think you can see the locals are really good. I saw Kalani and making big barrels yesterday, landing big rolls. I mean, they're used to this. Like, I mean, you can see by the physical strain and physical body of Jose Otavio, Dudu Pedra, Kalani. I mean, they're like serious athlete. I mean, they're massive and definitely helps here. I mean, it's very important to be ready for this kind of condition.
So there you can see two of our competitors, man in yellow, Alex Uranga from Basque, and Antonio Cardoso from Portugal in the red jersey, out in the lineup waiting for waves to roll through. Probably a good spot to wait. You would know better than I. There's a lot of big sets coming through, and when they come through, it's not just one or two. We're seeing 3-4 sets stacked on one another, and getting caught in the inside is not a friendly place to be today.
No, that's for sure. I mean, it's hard to pick up the right ones. You want to wait for the big one, but at the same time, you want to catch maybe the insiders too, because they're probably more clean, I'd say. It's probably less risky. I mean, I was watching Jerry commentate before with you, and he was saying that today it's either 1 or 10. I mean, that's the thing today. You either wait for the bomb and go for a barrel and you get a 10, or you try and you don't make it and you get a 1. It's hard to get middle score today.
Now, you had a couple of solid waves in your heat. It was enough to win the heat and afford you the opportunity to skip around.
Yeah.
How difficult was it out there during that heat?
It was very, very difficult. It's just hard to catch the right wave. There's so much water moving around, and it creates a current. It creates I don't know. It's a bit very difficult task to catch a good wave today. I was lucky to have a few insiders. I didn't get any bombs like Kalani or who else got a bomb. I think Leighton got a 10 too. I mean, there are bombs out there. They are not easy to get, but let's see if I can get one next hit. I'd love to.
Yeah, we've seen some guys dropping some very big scores on some of those big barrels. You mentioned Leighton Loreto. He had the first 10 of the day.
Yep.
Kalani Latanzi dialed in a 10 of his own
Yep.
on a big barrel. And then the previous heat, we saw Sergio Luis with a 9.75 barrel
Almost,
ride.
10.
So, it's almost like an active attrition out there. You either grovel it out on the smaller, foamy insiders.
Is Jared
or
used to
you
the wave
wait
that
for
we
the big
missed?
bombs. Whoa, big
Big
flip.
flip, yeah. It was a very smart move from Jerry. I mean, as you see, a little insider with a clean wall, and he was able to do a big backflip while the other guy still waiting for the sets. I mean, good move from Jerry.
Well, we saw this last year in the final. You went up against Jared in the final here in 2014. He actually used the flips on the right-handers to clinch the win last year.
Yep.
And going back to the formula that works here in this heat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think everyone have the tactic, but I mean, Jerry is comfortable left and right, so I think he's just at the moment looking for any wave that gives potential. Like that's probably the thing to do today.
Well, just updating the scores out in the water. The previous wave of Jared was a 6.0, currently in the top spot, looking to replace a 2.35 as a backup score.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Antonio Cardoso, Alex Uranga, minimal scores at best right now, looking for secondary scores. But honestly, those first waves, they'll look to replace those sooner rather than later while they're out there in this
Yeah,
heat.
for sure. Yeah, for sure. It's a very interesting hit. I'd say that the person more used to serve this kind of players would be Antonio Cardoso. He's a local from Nazaré, and I mean it's also a big beach break, and he's ripping out there. It's one of the best rider in Portugal, and I'm pretty stoked to see him here. But well, he's facing at the moment, if I'm correct, number 4 and number 5 from last year. So it's gonna be very interesting to see if he can manage to pass that one. That's a tough one for sure.
And right now, got some messages coming in online. Felipe Moira hitting us up saying, cheers, Steve. Can you ask PLC if he's going to continue to live in Portugal for the next years? For me as a Portuguese bodyboarder, it's an honor to share the Portuguese shore with a rider like him. Really amazing. Congrats on the wedding.
Thanks, obrigado, Felipe. Yeah, I'm planning to spend the next years in Portugal. I'm quite having a great time in Portugal. I love your country. It's a perfect place to live, and it's also one of the best places in the world for waves. So no, I'm not seeing myself moving to Portugal so soon.
Now, for everybody who's seen the footage from the Old Country and the Old Country 2, it seems like you've got some pretty good spots dialed in Europe, in Portugal, France.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about the video done for the Old Continent.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Portugal is still pretty. I'd say Portugal is pretty underrated. I mean, we have amazing wave. Like we have crazy wave. It's a bit, I'd say, inconsistent for the best waves. But well, when the conditions are on, there's so many options, and we have best beach break, some of the best beach break in the world, some of the best reef break in the world, and it's cool. Like I mean, it's different from the footage you see all around the world, and filming for the All Continent series was was a cool thing to do. And I can say that I have a new clip coming maybe around September about Portugal that should be pretty good.
And there you can see on screen Alex Udrongo with a quick in and out barrel, throws the spin off the top as he comes out. So a quick wave there for Alex. That'll definitely improve his situation out in the water, currently sitting third. That's his second wave of the heat, and something a little more substantial to put to his name.
Yeah, for sure. That was a quick one. He was probably expecting a bigger barrel, but no, didn't quite happen. So yeah, here's a replay. As you can see, it was a nice looking one. I mean, it's probably gonna be like around a 5-1, right? I'd say.
Yeah, it wasn't super deep in the barrel or in there for a very long time, but still a nice little cover up. Came out, got the spin around clean. So doing his best to work with the conditions and get some decent scores under his belt, and he can wait for those sets to roll in, as we've been seeing those come in almost like clockwork today.
Yeah.
And making life interesting for the riders, because those sets are hit or miss. You're either going to get a really good scoring wave, or you're going to get a big closeout on your head.
Yeah. You can see Antonio Cardoso paddling. Yeah, he's going for it. It was looking pretty nice that wave. Oh, it's actually a big closeout. Well, it's very hard to pick up the right one today. I mean, it's a bit of a lottery.
Yeah, I do not envy you guys today. You have a lot to pay attention to out in the water. How difficult is it to focus on your competitors when you have to worry about big closeout sets, the currents, the texture on the face of the wave? There's a lot of things to occupy your attention with out there.
Yeah, but that's what is so good about the sport of bodyboarding. And I mean, there's so many things to think about in your heat. I mean, you have to think about your own skill, your own technique. Of course, that's a priority. But then there's so many other things to think about. I mean, where to sit, which wave to get. Am I gonna be able to land my moves? I mean, so many variable and yeah.
Now, in that regard, in these conditions, does the priority system help with, okay, there's one less thing I have to occupy with. I know who has priority on the next wave.
Yeah, not really. I mean, I didn't cross my other competitors in my head, so no, the priority system in waves like this, it's not very important, to be honest. But can make the difference for some reason. Like, I mean, when the level is gonna start to be like when the quarterfinals are gonna start and stuff, I think people are probably gonna play the priority for sure.
Yeah, this is something I have to ask. You saw what I used to compete in with the U.S. National Tour. There was no priority. There was a lot of drop-ins as a result. So
yeah, I remember competing without priority, even for the men on men. Like when in 2008 and 9, there were no priority even for the men on men. So. Yee.
We've got Tour Director Alex Leon.
Got a paparazzi here. I think it's Alex.
Popping into the booth to check up on us. So meanwhile, little inaction out in the water. Some downtime, riders waiting for the next waves to roll through. So a quick situation update again. Jared Houston with a 6.0, 2.35. He holds the lead here in this three-man elimination heat, round 5.
Here's Urenga on the right now. Urenga actually got a 6.75 on that wave before, and here they go, massive roll from Urenga. That's probably gonna put him into the lead.
Nice big air roll there. That will definitely replace that 1.40 as a secondary score. We'll see where it ranges in terms of that 6.75 he had previously. So right now, currently in second, but waiting for that last score to register. Meanwhile, in third spot, Antonio Cardoso. He's got some work to do if he's going to pass out of this heat and advance on to the next round. He has a 4.25, looking to replace a 1.75 as a secondary score.
Well, Antonio Cardoso is no stranger to big beach break, like I said before. So it's probably he's definitely able to get an excellent score anytime soon.
Meanwhile, just taking a quick look ahead to the next heat coming up on deck, we're going to see the wild card, six-time world champion Guilherme Tamega. I cannot get used to referring to him as a wild card.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, but times are changing, and
the sport's transitioning. We're seeing more experienced veterans kind of scale back their competition schedule, and we're seeing younger guys filtering into the tour. And now we've got the pro junior division. We're seeing 16, 17-year-old kids competing in the pro junior and trying to give it a shot in the men's division as well.
Yeah, it's a very people our day just are very good at a very early age in any sport, I'd say. So we have a lot of young riders at the moment. It's pretty amazing to see, and I don't know, maybe in 10 years we're going to see 12 and 13 years old battling out there.
So coming up on deck in Heat 2, we'll see Guilherme Tamega go up against Matias Diaz and Leandro Chagas. Meanwhile, out in the water in yellow, Alex Uranga on this wave.
Keep getting busy. That's probably a smart decision. I mean, he's leading at the moment, and Jerry's second at the moment, only needing a 6.41 to take the lead, and Antonio Cardoso still chasing the score to be second. A very small score at the moment, only a 4.11.
Yes, Alex Uranga scoring a 5.65 on his last wave to go with the 6.75. So a couple of mid-range scores have him in the lead right now. Jared Houston with a 6.0 on his last wave needs to replace a 2.35. Meanwhile, Antonio Cardoso with a 4.25 only needs a 4.11 to get back into the mix.
Yeah, that's pretty small score, and but I mean Jerry his backup score is only a 2.35, so I think his plan at the moment is trying to get rid of that. And it's. I mean, some heats turn on, some other are more slow. That's Itacoatiara.
And there you can see one of the right-handers down towards Mayo, and Kushtown just reeling
Oh, here's
off.
Jerry on a big right-hander. Aye. Oh, that could be a sick one. Oh, he lost his ball, unfortunately. Oh my God.
Almost made the exit. It looked like he was going to make a not-so-clean exit from that one, but his board popped out from underneath him.
Yeah, I was pretty unlucky. I mean, he pretty much did the hard job, and then he just got caught. Oh, and you have Antonio Cardozo at the back on a nice-looking one. Let's see if he can get a barrel. Oh, that's a nice barrel.
Cardoso drops in, spits out, comes out.
That's a nice barrel.
Clean. Nice barrel ride, and
Ooh.
tries to throw the roll off of that weird side ledged off inside wave, and then it just blasted him from behind with the main portion of that wave. We've seen a lot of this out there. There's little side waves and ledges and moguls and a little bit of everything coming at you out there.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I mean, that exchange right now is gonna be. Well, Jerry just got a 3-point ride on his last one. And Antonio only needed a 4.76, and well, it's fair to say that he's gonna get it. I'd say.
Sorry for the dead air, folks. Trying to listen in on the beach announcer and hear what he has to say score-wise. Waiting to see how that score, that last wave from Antonio Cardoso. A very nice barrel ride, got spit out, but then wasn't able to finish off that closing maneuver. I almost feel like he would have been better off not going for that last Hail Mary roll at the end.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, he tried to get an extra 0.5, but probably lost a lot of time trying that. Here you go, Jared Houston on that nice-looking right-hander. I'm not sure what he tried to do. I think he tried to do an invert, but probably, yeah, he got caught in that fatal place.
Yeah, it seemed like he got caught in that convergence zone. The oncoming section blew up and prevented him from getting any elevation on that invert and just kind of grabbed him mid-maneuver. I would agree. It looked like he was going up for an invert on that, but that wave just blew up all around him. And
yeah, I mean, Jerry has some of the best bottom turn in the world. Some of the moment, and when he does that bottom turn, you know that if the section cooperates, that we're gonna see something big. And that wasn't the case at the moment, but he's capable of pulling anything huge.
And there it is, score falling into place for Antonio Cardoso, a 7.50. Currently in second spot, still trying to catch up, and here he is up and riding again.
Oh, Antonio Cardoso. Not sure what's going on at the moment. I mean, if I look at the score right now, Jared Houston in third place. He's needing a 5.76. Antonio Cardoso is in second after that 7.5 ride, after that nice barrel. Alex Uranga is still leading. I mean, it's still very close. I mean, there's only 3 points between the third and the first one, so.
Yeah, so right now, just a quick update. Alex Uranga in the lead with a 6.75 and a 5.65. Currently in second, Antonio Cardoso with a 4.25 and a 7.50. And in third, Jared Houston with a 6.0 and a 3.0. Jared needs a 5.76. Definitely attainable for somebody of Jared's abilities. It's just a matter of whether or not he has enough time and if something's going to come his way.
Well, that's the end of the heat.
A bit of a shocker there for Jared Houston.
Yeah, that's a huge upset. I mean, Jared is the defending champion of the Itacoatiara Pro, easily one of the best riders in the world, and it seems like the Antonio Cardoso and Uranga are going to get through that one, which is it's a big upset. But definitely the first one of the contest, for sure.
Yeah, we'll discuss the results of this heat as well as go over the next heat right after this commercial break.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboard is give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
It's okay.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
Welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. I'm Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with 2011 world champion Pierre-Louis Costas. And we just saw a bit of a shocker in that first heat of round 5. Jared Houston, the defending event champion, getting knocked out of competition.
Yeah, I mean, it was the hardest hit of round 5 for sure. I was very excited to watch that one because I know that even though Antonio Cardoso doesn't have a World Tour ranking yet, I know he's capable of doing crazy move, and yeah, he just created a big upset right now, getting that score in the last minute and eliminating Jared Houston. And here we have yellow at the moment. In the next heat, who do we have? So we have
right now out in the water in yellow. That was Leandro Chagas getting things started. Leandro, one of 2 Brazilians out there. He is joined by wild card and 6-time world champion Guilherme Tamega, and also out in the water from Chile in the white jersey, Matias Diaz. And look at this.
God. Yeah, and I think that's. I mean, it's very, very difficult, but in terms of spectacle, I think that's the best condition we had for the Itacoatiara Pro. I mean, Giuliano must be frothing to see to show his spot all around the world with these conditions. Everyone is excited.
Yeah, this is what we hope for year in and year out. And when we came here, there was a lot of expectation, a lot of anticipation for this swell to fill in. And when we came up here yesterday morning, it was pretty much across the board. Everybody was amped. I mean, you could feel the waves thundering, vibrating through the ground under your feet. You could hear it. You know, there was an energy and an electric in the air with this swell coming in, and it stuck around today. It actually seems a little bigger today than it did yesterday. Still a little challenging out there with the texture on the wave face, but you know, this is the kind of thing you hope for when you arrive at a World Tour event. You want to see this in the forecast, and you hope it comes to fruition out in the water.
I agree. I mean, I was pretty surprised this morning when I woke up. I mean, I was expecting smaller condition, and I arrived and I saw huge wave. It's actually bigger than yesterday, and wind's perfect at the moment. And well, it's amazing. I mean, that's what bodyboarding is all about. Big, heavy waves, and I think it's Matias Diaz. Why?
Matias
The
Diaz
Chilean
on the
guy.
left.
That's a very good wave.
Nice big roll.
Yeah.
Then kicks out the back. He had a very impressive performance yesterday. Yesterday, at one point in round 3, he had the highest heat total of the day.
Yep.
That is until the man out in the water with him right now, Guilherme Tamega, showed up and ended up putting together a combined heat score of 17, including the first perfect 10 of the event.
Yeah, fully. I mean, See, Matias Diaz, another young rider. Remember him when he was like 16. I went to Iquique and surfed with him, and well, I have to say I was quite shocked by the level of this kid, and now he's competing on the World Tour, and he's a big threat. I mean, all the young guys are big threat, like Maxime Castillo, Matias Diaz, Miguel Adão, Tanner McDaniel, David Barbosa, Socrates Santana. I mean, yeah, I knew that day was coming, that the young riders were gonna be competing with us, and yeah, and I'm forgetting a big one. Louis Finnegan is also competing this year on the World Tour, and well, I mean the young riders are.
Yeah, just to throw another name out there, another guy I've been impressed with so far is the young South African Luke Kitchen. Always stoked to see some new faces coming into the World Tour. And Luke and his buddy Brody Gleason, they traveled here together, competing in the men's pro division. Unfortunately, Brody didn't have the result he wanted. But, you know, it's so cool to see these younger guys, you know, taking the initiative to get out there and travel and try and compete on the international level.
Yeah, for sure. It's always good to see fresh new faces. And like I said before, I mean, what impressed me the most is the age of the riders at the moment, and it's true. Like a lot of riders didn't come this year, like Jeff Harvard, Ben Player, Dave Winchester, and it's I don't know. It's probably like a sort of a transition. I mean, the young riders are taking their places maybe, and but I'm sure we're going to see all these riders competing when they want. Yeah.
Well, we'll get into that a little bit more in just a minute. Right now, we're going to throw things down to the beach. Paula Simone has our latest beach interview.
Hi, Steve. We are here in the round number 5, in the first heat of this round with Alex Uranga from the Basque country. He's top 5 of the tour. So, Alex, how is it inside there? It's pretty big waves there now.
Yes, it's my second hit of the day, and it was the same. It's really hard out there, and I'm lucky to get the first wave that I did a little barrel, and then I was looking for something like some ramp to make some move, and I got it a big roll, and it's the move that they make me the hit.
That's good. Do you prefer conditions like that or smaller waves?
I prefer like that when there are waves for everyone, because when there is small, it's really hard, and there is a lot of Brazilians, they ride really well in the small waves. For me, it's much better like that.
That's good. Congratulations, Alex. Everybody know that's really good surfer, so see you in the next round. Thank you.
Thank you. I understand how you can be first and fourth, you know. So remember. A lot that I don't remember, but I remember that one.
All right, and we're back here in the booth. Thank you again, Paula, and congratulations again to Alex Uranga on taking the heat win. Meanwhile, Steve Action Jackson here in the booth with Pierre-Louis Costas calling the action out in the water here in the early goings of round 5. Right now out in the water, Guilherme Tamega, Matias Diaz, and Leandro Chagas battling it out to see who will advance on to round 6. And to see who else will be bowing out of competition here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. And look at this, another set rolling in. Another beastly left, a little spit, some foamy face, sections off. And we've just been watching this all day long. Ever since the sun came up, we've just been watching this pumping swell roll through Praia de Itacoatiara here, giving the competitors something to work with.
Yeah, the conditions are really good, and we can consider ourselves very lucky because it's such a fickle wave. 2 days ago, honestly, the waves were breaking in the sand, and I was quite concerned. And the day after, it turned on.
Well, turning it on in his previous heat, Sergio Luis is down on the beach with Paula Simone. Take it away, Paula.
Hi guys, we are here with the last hit for the round number 4 with Sérgio Luis. Sérgio Luis is a carioca. He's from Rio de Janeiro, been training in São Conrado. And in last year, he was the best Brazilian in the Itacoatiara Pro. He's in 3rd place. Sérgio, how was it inside there? Como estavam as ondas ali dentro?
Então, galera, tava meio que complicado, né? Porque Itacoatiara, por mais que a gente possa vir aqui treinar e tal, mas sempre é uma surpresa. E, bom, queria deixar bem claro aqui que se não fosse Deus ali, eu foi muita fé em Deus. Sem ele, nada disso seria possível, cara. Tá complicado, porém tá melhor do que ontem, né? Então tem um quê a mais aí.
Isso aí, tem onda para todo mundo, pelo menos, porque Itacoatiara é assim, né? Ou tá pequeno ou tá muito grande. Vai manter as mesmas estratégias pro próximo round ou pretende se concentrar mais, pegar uma onda boa para fazer uma diferença, de repente menor, intermediária, ou vai tentar arriscar?
Bom, a minha estratégia é confiar em Deus, que seja feita a vontade dele, não a minha. E fazer o que eu venho treinando. Se Deus proporcionar, me dar esse presente, que foi para mim, eu acredito que foi 2 anos animais, que foi um presente de aniversário. E tô amarradão. Muito feliz mesmo.
Seu aniversário foi quando?
Hoje.
Ih, parabéns! Vai passar todas as baterias. Isso aí, Sérgio, parabéns. He just said that believe in God and just give everything to God, and he got really good waves and pretend to do the same in the next hit. Just keep the rip. Congratulations, Sérgio. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Sergio Luis. For those of you who missed it, Sergio dropped a 9.75 in his heat, a nice big barreling right-hander that helped pave the way to his heat win. We'll see him again in round 6 later today. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, we are into round 5, heat 2. Right now, out in the water, Matias Diaz, the Chilean, scoring a 6.0 on his opening wave, has the early advantage. Leandro Chagas with a couple of minimal scores on his score sheet so far. And right now, the man in red, Guilherme Tamega, still out there waiting, watching, hoping for something to roll his way that he can work with.
Yeah, Guilherme Tamega. I think there's no need to do any introduction here. From what I heard, is competing his last event here in Brazil. So I imagine that he must be so fired up to trying to win this event. And you can say about the score he got so far. I think he got a 10 yesterday. Today he got two waves above 8, which he got second this morning with a 16.75. I mean, I won my hit with 14, so let me tell you that he's on fire. The person who's gonna stop him, well.
Yeah, he's looked pretty strong. dropped the first perfect 10 of the event yesterday. This morning in his first heat, dropped a pair of 8s, but amazingly it was not enough to keep pace with an on-fire Elton Loureiro.
Yeah.
But Tamega, one of the first events he ever won as a Grom was here at Itacoatiara. You got to kind of consider him a sentimental favorite to win this event this year. Here he is, hits the roll, combos it with another roll.
Yeah, oh my God, I can't believe he actually landed his
I
roll.
thought he got gobbled up in the whitewater there. How he powered
That
through
is
that,
crazy.
he had to have kicked through as hard as possible to come out in front of that.
Couldn't serve that wave any better. I mean, that second roll is what is Tamega is known for. Like I don't know, it's crazy, the waves and the move that it landed in his life, and he's a machine.
Well, we had Guilherme Tamega here in the booth early yesterday, and I asked him about his retirement announcement, and he said he still plans on competing on some of the IBA Hawaii Pro Tour events now that he's living in Hawaii and they're local and he doesn't really have to travel much. Meanwhile, trying to travel through the barrel on that one, but getting shut down, Leandro Chagas. So quick effort there from Leandro to try and put together something a little more substantial. And there it is, 7.25 for the opening wave of Guilherme Tamega.
As you can see, he waited patiently and paid off. 7.25 first wave in the lead.
And just to finish what I was talking about with Tamega, he said he still plans on competing on some of the IBA Hawaii Pro Tour events since he lives there now. Here's a look at that last wave from Tamega. Hits the roll off of the section on the outside, takes it to the inside, punches the roll through the oncoming closeout section, and manages to ride out in front of it. Again, a 7.25 for his efforts. So also besides, keeping busy with his family and his new board company, and competing in Hawaii, he made it sound like he was only semi-retiring. He's still open to competing at bigger, heavier events.
Yeah,
He
sure.
mentioned Chopu or Fronton. So when and if those events come back on board, which, stay tuned for potential details in the very near future on that. But, we could very well see Tamega coming out of the woodwork to throw down at the heavier venues around the world. Nazare is not entirely out of the realm of possibilities. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you're completely right. I mean, I imagine Tamega, is deciding to retire off the world tour, but what he's actually doing is deciding to stop following the whole tour because it's just stronger than us competitors and bodybuilders. I mean, the the call of surfing, pumping, and heavy waves for a contest is just too strong. Even if we can't maybe if we are retired, I mean, it's gonna be too hard not to go compete in these places, and I think that's it's happening with most of the guys at the moment. I mean, the older generation like Ben Player, Jeff Hubbard, Tamega, Mike Stewart. I think they're just choosing the events they want to do. I mean, they have nothing to prove anymore. They already proven themselves, and that's why you see more young riders at the moment trying to do a good result to please the sponsors and hopefully get a living out of the sport. And yeah, I mean, like you said, I mean, I'm sure that we're going to see Tamega competing again.
Yeah, there's something interesting about bodyboarding. We really haven't seen too many professional champions in our sport get to the point where, they retire and just completely disappear. There's a few instances of guys where they just decide to stop. But, we're so used to seeing these guys out in the water. And we all know how it is. When the waves are up, it's hard to pull us away.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and there's nothing wrong about it. Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Okay, you can stop doing the tour. It's very difficult. It costs a lot of money. And then, I mean, those people who have family lives, I understand they can't, and they're gonna choose the events they want to serve.
True. And you know what? We have another beach interview, so we're gonna cut away and throw down to Paula. Take it away.
Hi guys, we are here with Maxime Cassillo from France. He's gonna go to the water in the heat number 4. What are you feeling? Because the wave is getting big. I don't know if you used to, probably in France, training in places like that.
Yeah, but in France you don't have wave big like that. But yeah, it's pretty big, pretty hard to find the good one. But I'm gonna try to make my better to have the good wave. So yeah, it was good.
You say that's the first time in Brazil. So what are you thinking here about Itacoatiara, the waves, the people, the landscaping, the atmosphere here?
And the place is very good, very beautiful. All the people are very sympathetic, good. But the wave is perfect too for bodyboarding, but just hard to find the good one. But it's pretty solid, big beach break, so it's a good wave to bodyboarding. Today it's pretty big, so yeah, it's a very good place. I love this place.
Yeah, because today is a little bit big and a little bit out of control too. But that's good. This is a show of bodyboard as well. So good luck. I hope to see you in the next round.
All right, thank you, Paula, and good luck, Maxime, in your upcoming heat. Yesterday, we saw him dial in a 9 on a big air reverse during his heat.
Yep.
So we'll see if he can pull off a repeat performance today. Meanwhile, while we're away at interview, hopefully we'll be able to queue up an interview. We were speaking of Tamega, and, speak of the devil, he went to town on his wave in his last wave during that interview. Meanwhile, up and riding now. In yellow, Leandro Chagas.
Landing wasn't completed. Yeah, and Tamega got a 7.4 on that wave. I'd love to see the replay because it seems like he did a spin in a barrel. So that's a very hard move to do, especially here. And yeah, I'd love to see the replay.
Yeah, I would imagine a pocket spin in the barrel, not the easiest thing to pull off today, especially with the texture on the face you guys have been dealing with.
Yeah, it's already hard enough to make a barrel.
So again, right now, Guilherme Tamega, the heat leader, a 7.25 and a 7.40 on his score sheet. Mateus Diaz opened up with a 6.0, still waiting for a backup score. Meanwhile, Leandro Chagas struggling a little bit. He has 4 waves to his name so far, but really hasn't quite been able to put it together so far in this heat. He has minimal scores on his sheet, looking to build from there with the time remaining.
Yeah.
Yep. Meanwhile, coming up on deck, just to take a look ahead, coming in Heat 3, Round 5, we're going to see Zé Otávio, the local wild card, out in the water with the Chilean Super Grom 17-year-old Joshua Toledo, the U18 World Bodyboarding Champion back in December in Iquique, Chile.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
And rounding out the field will be veteran Brazilian competitor Alberto Bruno. So those guys are on deck. But right now, at hand, and Guilherme Tamega, Mateus Diaz, and Leandro Chagas out in the water, battling it out, and it is Guilherme Tamega with the current advantage. Again, a combined heat score, 14.65, has him sitting in the lead.
Yeah, yeah, interesting hit. Joshua Toledo also managed to get a 10 yesterday, and like you said, he's the first Chilean rider to win a gold medal at the ISE. So I think he must be like a celebrity in this country, and Chile is actually supporting sport in general a lot, and we have 2 events in Chile this year, which is amazing. I mean, it's hard to organize one, so 2 is yeah. I want to thanks everyone in Chile to organize 2 events there, and I'm sure Chile is really stoked at the moment with the win 2 days ago of the Copa. So I think everyone's going to be pretty excited when we're going to arrive there. I think everyone's going to be in a very happy mood.
And while you were talking about Chile, Mateus Diaz from Chile, up and riding on that last wave, got a couple of nice rolls off of it, took it all the way to the beach.
Yep.
And just waiting for his score to filter
another
in.
One of Tamega. This is drop. It's huge. The waves are like big today. Oh my god.
And that one just got mutant on the 6-time world champion. And then look at this.
How good is to see bodyboarding in conditions like this? It's a completely different sport. I mean, people are actually battling with the ocean.
All right, and a 5.0 falling into place for Mateus Diaz to go with his 6.0.
Nice.
He remains in the second position, but creates some extra distance between himself and Leandro Chagas. Chagas in third. He needs an 8.50 if he's going to move into that second spot and advance out of the 5th round into the 6th.
Yeah.
So some work for Leandro to do. Time, not exactly his friend right now as we're counting down the closing minutes of this heat.
Yeah.
I just heard the beach announcer say 1:20 left on the clock. So time ticking away, window of opportunity narrowing for Leandro Chagas. He looked very strong yesterday, but hasn't quite been able to put it together in this heat. Meanwhile, Guilherme Tamega already leaving the water. He's pretty much got this heat wrapped up.
Yeah, exactly. Very good performance from Guilherme again. Honestly, the most consistent rider so far. I mean, not everyone. He's already did 3 hits, and he almost always had like 2 good scores. So it's very hard. I mean, it's just showing why he won so many hits in his life.
Yes, Tamega, one of the most consistent bodyboarders on the world tour for the past 20 years, 25 years? About 25 years now.
When I started bodyboarding, he was winning maybe 3rd or 4th world title also. I don't know, it's been there for a while. Oh, has Mateus Diaz a nice roll. And another nice roll.
Confident with the second roll there at the end. Smaller wave, a lot of foam on the face of the wave. Here's last-ditch effort from Leandro Chagas going for the air roll spin. Gets caught up in the whitewater. He will ride out, but that's not going to be enough. He needed an 8.50. He needed something explosive out there. That wasn't quite enough. We'll get into the next heat and set things up for you right after this.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you know, you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
EPB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And there you can see the winner of that last heat, Guilherme Tamega, doing some interviews on the beach. Meanwhile, getting things started out in the water right now.
Oh, that's a nice section here.
Big looping roll off of that closeout section. And that is Alberto Bruno, the Brazilian vet in yellow. He's joined by Zé Otávio, the wild card in red, and the young Chilean, Joshua Toledo. And here's Zay up and riding on the right, setting a high line, drops down, looking for some speed, comes off the bottom, hits the invert.
Yeah, not an easy section to do an invert, but yeah, it's cool.
And a little air off the end section there.
And Roberto's wave before was pretty excellent. I'd say it was a very, very tough move to do, and landed so perfectly. So it's gonna be a decent score for sure.
Yeah, stand by as we wait for scores to filter in from the judges' booth. But that was a nice wave. Here's a look at it again on replay.
Yeah, I mean, such a nice bottom turn here in the heavy part, and such a nice roll. Landed perfectly.
So clean maneuver, critical section. Meanwhile, there you can see 2008 world champion Ori Valadown getting ready for his heat. Here we have a rider in white.
Joshua Toledo, not able to come out of that barrel.
And again, just look at these waves rolling in. Seeing these waves for this contest just puts a smile on my face from ear to ear.
Yeah, fully. Me too. I'm stoked to see all the best rider in the world competing in such perfect condition. That was the goal for sure of the organizer of Giuliano to have waves like this and show the world. And yeah, there you go. I mean, and what is amazing, I think there were a lot of 10-point ride, and we were talking about it with the other competitors. I think I'm pretty sure the judges this year decided to give 10s because last year a lot of waves should have been 10 in my opinion, and they were not. And actually, in the end, it wouldn't make a difference. Just people talk more about 10-point ride than maybe any other thing, and it's good for the sport having 10 points. And I mean, I was watching the Fiji event not so long ago of surfing, and some waves maybe were not 10, but in the end it doesn't make a difference if it's a 9.75 or 10. So I mean, I'm stoked that the judges this year attribute 10 to riders, and yeah, I would love to get one.
All right, so we have some scores filtering in. That first wave from Alberto Bruno is 6.25 to open things up. Zé Otávio with the 4.75 on his ride, and Joshua Toledo with a 2.25 to open up his campaign here in Heat 3, Round 5. So all riders on the board right now. Now, we're talking about how excited everybody is to be here and have waves for this contest. You know, how excited were you to finally get the 2015 season underway? I mean, it was a long break from the season finale last September in Sintra to this first event here in July the following year. You know, almost an 8-month break.
Yeah, it was a huge one. I mean, not having the pipe event was a bit of a bummer. And after that, it was long. I mean, the last time I wore jersey on the World Tour scene was in Sintra, and doesn't have the best memory about it. Had a bit of a shocker, and couldn't wait to. The best way to clear a bad result is to have a good one. So I had to wait 8 months to have another opportunity. So I'm pretty excited, pretty amped, and starting really great. Pumping waves for the first event, for sure.
So getting the 2015 World Tour underway. Just taking a quick look at the events lined up for this year. After this event, we go to Chile for 2 back-to-back events.
Yeah, that's cool.
We have the Arica Chilean Challenge, July 17th through July 26th. That is followed immediately by the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, July 28th through August 2nd. Also on schedule this year, we have specialty events, Enel Challenge, with a window of July 1st to October 31st.
Yeah.
You're no stranger to that event. You're actually the defending champion of Enel. No,
I'm
this
not.
past year?
It's actually the French bodybuilder Jeremy Arnoux.
That's right, Jeremy Arnault.
Won the last 2 editions.
Kinda...
Last year was the first time I've competed there. It's not easy because I'm always on the move, and they just make the call like 2 days before. And last year I was capable of going. Had a great event. Waves were pumping. The organization was epic, considering where the wave is. I mean, you guys should see how motivated and how great the people are there.
My apologies to Jeremy for mixing that up. I know all you guys were there. You guys had some really heavy waves for that contest. I know one of the guys competing actually got pushed into the reef and had to go to the hospital.
Yeah, I remember. That was in my heat. We had also Alex Uranga competing. He managed to get second. It was a great event. The waves were good, and I'm happy that the event is back on this year because of the success of last year. The sponsor was so keen to participate again, and he's going to run it again. It wasn't the original plan, but there you go.
Yeah, if you haven't checked it out, be sure to visit Enel Challenge on Facebook and look at the photos and video clips from last year. Some absolutely epic footage coming from that event. Yeah. Also, coming up, another specialty event this year, the Shark Island Invitational, with a window of August 10th through September 18th. Yeah. And then main event on the World Tour, we have a doubleheader confirmed for Portugal in September, the 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Pro, September 22nd through September 27th. That'll be followed by the first ever running of the Nazaré Pro in Praia de Norte, September 29th through October 4th.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that event. Nazaré is when it's on, could be the best beach break in the world. I'm making the call, but it's difficult. It's very, very, very difficult. It's probably easier than the conditions today, but I'm very excited for that event. If the banks are on like it was last year, well, we're gonna have a crazy. Let me tell you that we're gonna have an epic event.
And then just taking a further look at the schedule, I've been told that within the next couple of weeks it will be 100% confirmed. We will have our season finale at the Itacoatiara Pro in Puerto Rico, so we will be returning to middles.
Yeah,
You've
nice.
had some good success in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. I mean, my first Grand Slam victory was in Puerto Rico, and at that stage, I jumped into second in the rankings, and that was pretty much the turning point in order to win my world title, the next event. So I have a very good memory of Puerto Rico, and I can't wait to compete again at middles.
And here is Zé Otavio riding, spins
Yeah,
off the
nice
top,
wave.
combos it with
Very
the
nice
roll.
wave.
Now, the great thing about Puerto Rico this year, not only are we returning after a year off,
Yep.
but we'll also be at middles, from what I understand, which is where the event was originally held. Some
Yeah.
really good waves at middles. Also, we will be using that season finale to crown the men's, the women's, the drop knee, and the new Pro Junior division. So everybody will be getting a taste of Isla Encanto.
Yeah, that's cool. Puerto Rico is a nice place to finish. Conditions in 2011 and 12 were good, and I remember the ceremony and how's this left? Sorry. That was crazy.
That thing just really spit.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very well organized event, and the gala pretty much it's pretty good after every event. So it's a very good place to finish off the tour and attribute the world titles to everyone.
Yeah, so a nice solid barrel section on that wave. We caught the end of it, called the end of it there, but a solid wave there for Zay, and he gets a 7.75. So Zay Otavio currently in first.
Yeah, Jose
Alberto
Otavio.
Bruno second. Joshua Toledo in the third spot.
Jose Otavio is I'm watching at the moment on the social media a couple clips called "The Return of Jose Otavio." So he's coming to Chile after this event, which is a bummer for us because he's a impressive rider. For me, he's one of the most underrated rider in the world. I remember watching a section of him a couple years ago. I forgot the name of the Brazilian movie, but it was actually the first 720 ever caught on tape, and the rest of the section is mind-blowing, completely mind-blowing. He was very above his time at that stage, and I don't know. Not everyone knows Jose Otavio, but let me tell you that he rips, and he's definitely one of the best Brazilian in the water.
And while he's out in the water, currently in the lead, there you can see sets rolling
Oh my
in.
God.
The other two riders, Joshua
Look
and
this
Alberto, they got caught on the inside, had to duck under that bad boy. These are
Oh
some
my
heavy
God.
waves that have to duck under.
Holy.
Oh, caught on the inside. No bueno.
It's meant to be smaller during the
No
day.
bon. No matter what language you say it in, that's just not good.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, look at this set. I mean, today was meant to be smaller than yesterday.
Yeah,
And
yesterday it was supposed to peak between 9 a.m. and 12
It's not happening.
midday. If I recall correctly, it
And
was
someone
saying
lost his board.
3.2 meters at 11 seconds.
Two board lost. That's a first. I never saw that.
Oof, so two riders caught inside there. You see both the boards washing in. Synchronized losing of the boards. That's
I'm laughing
definitely not a
because
good
of the.
thing.
I'm laughing because of the image because it's a pretty. Yeah, it's not very cool things to happen. I mean, if it was me, I'll probably be like, "Oh my God, no."
Yeah, if you're the guy out in the water right now whose leash just snapped and lost your board, you're not a happy camper.
He has a companion because the other one lost his board too.
Yeah, and there you can see snapped leash.
I don't know if they actually took the board off or snapped the leash. Be interesting because that wave was so big. I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
That was heavy.
Obviously not the diver ball, so maybe they just like threw away the board and thought about the safety first. because it's definitely easier to.
And you can see the current. He's just getting dragged sideways. He's trying to come in to get his board, and he's just getting sucked down the beach.
Like at the moment, what's happening to these guys? I mean, being out there, receiving that set on the head, losing the board, swimming back to the beach. They're gonna swim back in the lineup. All this with the stress of making the heat. Well, that's probably it's hard to understand behind our screen how physical is all this. It's like a 90-minute soccer game what they are doing at the moment in 25 minutes. It's very, very, very demanding, all this.
And there you can see they were getting ready to launch the rescue sled.
Yeah, I mean, yellow rider Roberto Bruno is it's still in a middle zone, which is the worst one because you have to catch. Obviously, you have to catch waves. Like, nice body surfing here.
Getting barreled, body surfing in to get his board. Here you can see the lifeguards rushing over. And you know what? These guys aren't, newbies out in the water. These guys have some serious experience. And to see this happening to these guys, I mean, this is a serious situation. To see sets like that come in, I mean, those were some massive cleanup sets. And to see both those guys lose their boards and just get sucked down the beach into that cauldron over there at Castown, to warrant the lifeguards running down the beach and getting the rescue sled. I mean, these are critical conditions right now out in the water.
Yeah, I know. I couldn't think of something worse than losing a board there.
So, I mean, that was hectic.
And two competitors. I mean, this is very rare.
Yeah, so, I mean, that basically leaves the Heat leader out there by himself while the other guys are in the process of coming in to get their boards and or being rescued by the lifeguards. There's the ski out there. And honestly, the way that inside is, man, I don't even know if the ski is the best option.
Yeah,
right
driving
now.
the ski it would be a nightmare.
I mean, look at that. You just got a wall of whitewater. This guy's got to weave and bob and keep from getting flipped over.
Exactly. Oh, my God. Yeah, you're right. But, yeah, you can see that the security is here. If something happened, we know that we can count on the security, which is very important because people are actually putting their life at risk at the moment with these conditions, and you never know what can happen. So, heads up.
I give a lot of credit to the lifeguards for jumping into action and trying to get out there and help these guys. But it's really difficult in these conditions because you try and get out there to help somebody. Chances are you could very well put yourself in harm's way, and the situation could escalate, in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, well, that's their jobs, though. I mean, I think the lifeguards here in Itacoatiara must be some of the best lifeguards in the world. I saw their training. It's crazy. It's just crazy. They go swim without fins when it's huge, when it's maybe bigger than today, and they swim. They just swim around, come back to the shore, so they are ready. It's impressive. I mean, they're probably the best lifeguard in the world. I mean, I don't see a worse place to be rescuing someone.
Well, while the lifeguards take care of the situation out in the water and our competitors try to regather themselves, we're going to throw things down to the beach real quick. Paula is with Guilherme Tamega.
Hi, Steve. Round 5, heat number 2 with the World Championship, Guilherme Tamega. Guilherme, tell me, eu vou falar, gonna speak Portuguese. Guilherme, você estava falando para mim que das condições do mar que estão aqui, você tem que fazer uma estratégia de escolher 2 boas ondas, de repente intermediária, para garantir, né? Porque não está dando para gastar energia pegando qualquer bomba dessa e sendo varrido como essa série que acabou de entrar, né?
Aqui Itacoatiara é complicado. Se você se afobar muito, você pode estar pegando onda ruim, perdendo energia. Você pode ficar preso ali na arrebentação e você não quer isso. Então eu tentei esperar a onda, pegar a onda perfeita mesmo. Eu só quero 2 ondas, entendeu? Sem tentar passar a bateria para depois visando já a terceira, porque eu vou cair pela terceira vez hoje. Então o corpo berra, né? Então tem que manter a estratégia, tem que ser esperto nessas horas e manter a calma, né? A onda, confiar que a onda vai vir e quando vier, bota para baixo.
Guilherme, eu acho que como eu e como todo mundo, a gente está confiando em você e estou achando que você não vai se aposentar se você ganhar esse campeonato.
Eu deixo na mão de Deus, é tudo na mão de Deus, gente.
Isso aí, Gui. Obrigada. Parabéns mais uma vez. Congratulations, Guilherme Tâmega. 6 times World Championship.
Improvise is horrible. I just have to watch and guess and do the math.
All right, and we're back, and there you can see the lifeguards making their way back in with the ski. Walls of white water just exploding up off of that sandbar. I think we've got everything situated out there finally. Again, for those of you just tuning in to day 4 of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro, we had an interesting escalation of situation out in the water, out of nowhere. Some massive bomb sets rolled through and cleaned up 2 of the 3 competitors out of the water. And these guys aren't, unknowledgeable guys just getting out there for the first time. We've got, Chilean Super Grom Joshua Toledo and experienced veteran competitor from Brazil, Alberto Bruno. And these guys got caught on the inside. Both their boards washed all the way into the beach. And then when they tried coming in, they caught in the current on the inside and were getting dragged down the beach. The lifeguards had to rush into action, and they jumped on the ski, got out there, and took care of the situation. But that got really, really heavy, really quick.
Yeah, it was a tough moment for Roberto Bruno and Joshua Toledo. I'm not sure if they if someone helped them, like in terms of giving a new board or a new leash, but yeah, we must be approaching the end of the heat and very slow. Jose Otavio is still leading with a 7.75 and a 4.75. In second place is Roberto Bruno with a 6.25. Only one wave, and Joshua Toledo only needs a 4.01, but it's harder.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a little crazy out there, but it's almost like when those cleanup sets came in, Zé Otavio, managed to get out of the way of the incoming sets. The other 2 guys weren't so lucky, so Zé, scrambling for, I hate to say it because it sounds almost exaggerated, but it's really not, scrambling for his competitive life out there, whereas these guys lost a huge amount of time losing their boards, fighting the sets, taking them on the head, and then having to deal with that massive rip on the inside.
Yeah, it's the worst about it is the time you lose when you break your leash. Only happened to me once. Was a pipe in 2012 in my semi-final, and it was like 7 minutes remaining, and I couldn't paddle back out there. Or 2013, I think.
So now, how hard is it to regain composure when you have something like that? I mean, are you rushing, or are you trying to keep calm, or what's it like?
Well, in my case, I swam. By the time I swam back to the shore, the heat was over, and luckily, I made it. It's okay. Ok.
All right, so...
A turma quer vir aqui? Aqui? Tá bem.
All good. All right, so
Jose Otavio
Latanzi popping his head into the booth. Meanwhile, popping through that barrel and hitting a roll off the end there.
Jose is just dominating that hit. Local knowledge for sure, and 2 good barrels. Another one's probably in the 7-point range, so yeah, we have our hit winner.
All right, so again, a little slow going score-wise because we had a lot of extracurriculars going on out in the water with the riders losing their boards. Joshua Toledo and Umberto Bruno.
How's this one? How's this scoop?
Here's a replay of that last wave.
Fighting the shock.
So again, 2 waves ridden. That was actually the 3rd wave ridden for Zé Otavio. Joshua Toledo with 1 wave, Alberto Bruno with 1 wave. But of course, they had to contend with copping closeout sets on the head and losing their boards, getting caught in the inside current. So they had to take some time to regather themselves regather their boards too. So we're down to the last minute of the heat. And right now it looks like Zé Otávio is going to take the win and move on. Roberto Bruno currently in second, Joshua Toledo in third.
Yeah, it was one wave. It's crazy.
Both of these guys, just another wave could change everything. They could secure things for Roberto Bruno. It could move Joshua Toledo into advancing position. Again, counting down. And, just like that, we're down to the last 20 seconds.
Yeah.
And it looks like Joshua Toledo is just going to be a victim of bad luck out there.
Yeah, I know. I mean, so as far as I know, they're not even back out there. Yeah,
I haven't even seen them come back out there yet. So they lost that entire heat after getting caught on the inside and losing their boards.
They lost half the heat with that situation, so it's a bit of a bummer. But that's the risk of going competing out there today. And next heat is gonna be a very interesting one. We have the only representative of Australia, Louis Finnegan, who has been on fire lately. Maxime Castillo, the Frenchman, who also has been on fire, posted a 9-point run yesterday and got second last year on the Euro Tour. He's ready to compete this year. It's gonna be a big threat. Big condition, and can't wait to see that one.
Yeah, so those guys coming up next, we'll get into that heat right after this.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em ter uma equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
And welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. I'm Steve Action Jackson, joined here in the booth by 2011 world champion from France, currently residing in Portugal, Pierre Louis Costas.
Yeah, stoked to be commentating back.
Yes, this is event number 1 on the 2015 APB World
There's
Tour.
Louis Finnegan on a nice looking left, nice bottom turn. Oh, that's a beautiful roll from Louis Finnegan. Very, very nice roll.
So nice opening wave there from the young Australian. The only Australian in competition here at Itacoatiara, the season opener for the World Tour. It's kind of bizarre seeing, just one Aussie cruising around here in Itacoatiara.
Yeah, it's strange. I mean, we are used to see a bunch of Australians, like a massive group of them, coming to compete at every stop and actually probably being the favorite every time. And, Louis is representing his whole country. And, he's capable of winning this event for sure, considering his level and his ability to ride beach break.
There you can see the lifeguards bringing the jet ski in after getting it out in the water to assist in that last heat.
Yeah. So we have Frenchman Max Castillo. I think we missed one of his first wave.
So Maxime getting on the board.
Yeah.
In this heat, getting his campaign started. Opens up with a nice roll on that left-hander. Yesterday we saw him break out one of the high scores of the day at 9. Here's a look at that last wave from Louis Finnegan. Nice clean roll.
Yeah, it was a nice wave.
Unfortunately, trying to get that second roll at the end there, and he got caught in that convergence zone we've been calling it. We see that on the left and on the right, where it's just two sections almost in a V shape. colliding. It's like running into a wall out there.
Oh, it's so difficult. I think it's definitely the hardest part of that wave is actually to complete your move, because the leap is actually very strong. So you're probably gonna get boosted, but to land your move is another story.
Yeah, with today's conditions, it looks like you really need to drive off the bottom if you're going to have any opportunity to punch through on these pitching lips on the inside, because everything's just so thick and heavy out there.
Yeah, it's you're right, Steve. It's very heavy, and it's difficult to land your move. It's difficult to come out of the barrel. It's difficult to paddle around. It's very difficult condition, and I think the riders are doing an excellent job.
There you can see Luke Kitchen, the young South African, checking in for his jersey assignment. Meanwhile, out in the water in red,
João Zic. It was a nice roll.
So I think João getting his first score on the scorecard.
Very similar waves from all the riders. One single move, one roll. I'm not sure who's going to get the best exchange, but I'd say Louis' roll was the cleanest. And probably followed by João Zic's one, and but it's gonna be very close. Everyone have one wave, and Maxime actually got two. Yeah.
Louis up and riding, has the advantage of 6.0 on his first wave, pulls into the barrel.
Yeah, that was a nice barrel. Small wave, but he managed to find a little cover up, and yeah, short, but a good wave to. That's probably going to be his backup score.
So right now, out in the water, waiting for the second score to register from our judges for Louis Finnegan. He had a 6.0 to open things up. He's followed currently in the second spot by Maxime Castillo, who has a 4.0, looking to replace a 1 as a secondary score, and waiting for that first wave of João Zic to register as well.
Yep.
So... And just a quick look ahead on deck in the next heat. We already saw Luke Kitchen checking in for his jersey assignment. He will be joined out in the water by Tanner McDaniel and Francisco Alvarado. So we have the Hawaiian, the Safa, and the Chileno hitting the water next.
Different people.
But right now, again, out in the water, João Zic in red representing Brazil, Maxime Castillo from France in white, and Louis Finnegan in yellow, representing Australia.
Yeah, a pretty international heat right here. France, Australia, and Brazil.
This is what we like to see, a solid international mix of talent out in the water, throwing down against each other.
Yeah, the next one you have Hawaii, South Africa, and Chile. So three other different countries. So it's a pretty international world that bodyboarding is.
Yeah, and even looking a little further ahead to Heat 6, we're going to see Lucas Nogueira from Brazil, Miguel Adão from Portugal, and Sasha Demjanek from Chile. Yeah. So continuing with the mixing of internationals here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Now, we've kind of been wrapped up in going through scores and the rescue in the last heat. And while we're waiting for the next waves to be ridden, I wanted to ask you about your equipment. We had Jared Houston in here telling us a little bit about the equipment he's using and the new ISS stringers, the Vulcan fins. What's your feedback? And I know you've been involved with the process with bringing these to the market.
Yeah. The ISS system is working fine. It's probably a revolution in bodyboarding. The fact that now when you're gonna have your favorite board and it's gonna get a bit old, all you're gonna have to do is probably change the stringer and keep the board that you love so much. So that's something pretty cool. And the fins that we helped created with the riders and the Pride Lab are coming on the market very soon. Great fins, some of the best fins I ever wore, and I can't wait for you to try them, and I hope you like them as much as I do.
All right, and I think the booth is getting ready to queue up a replay, so let's check that out.
Yeah, cool. João Zic with wow, that's huge, that roll. João Zic, another local from Itacoatiara, was two move combo. Pretty cool.
So just like that, he went from needing to get on the board to having a 5.50 and a 6.50. That moves João to the top spot.
Yeah. And Louis Finnegan just scored a 5.0 on that short barrel. Joao Zig is now on the lead after that last wave. Very close hit so far. And then Maxime Castillo is chasing a 7.25 to jump into second.
Yes, right now he has a 3.75 and a 1.0. He's probably going to want to replace both of those if he's going to move into the top spot and have any kind of peace of mind out in the water.
Yeah, for sure. At the moment, he probably has first priority and is gonna wait for a good one. He knows how to surf. Yesterday, he managed to get a 9-point ride, so I'm not very worried for Maxime. I'm sure that what he's looking for right now is the right wave.
Well, we'll see if he can put it together. Right after this, we're going to throw it back down to the beach. Paula's with the winner of that last heat, Zé Otávio.
Hi, Steve. Round 5, heat number 3, with the monster big ride and local guy, Zé Otávio, that survived from this heat now, that come at I think the biggest seat for the day. Otávio, o que aconteceu aqui naquela hora ali que veio a série gigantesca? Você foi o único sobrevivente, né? Porque os meninos perderam as pranchas, o outro eu acho que passou um pouco mal.
Eu já tinha pego 2 ondas e estava querendo trocar a onda. De repente todo mundo começou a assoviar na areia, gritando. E eu vi que estava vindo uma série, só que estava mais longe de mim, estava mais perto deles. Eu comecei a remar um pouco tranquilo para não gastar energia. Quando eu vi, a série já estava em cima de mim, todo mundo tomando. Aí eu tomei a primeira, acho que eles tomaram a segunda, né? A primeira eu tomei, já fui parar perto da areia, tomei a segunda, já espuma. Aí não vi nada, o que aconteceu? Aí eu fui pelo costão, pela correnteza e entrei de novo. Quando eu cheguei lá dentro, não tinha mais ninguém na água. Cadê o resto? Aí o Zic me contou que eles tinham saído, perdido prancha, maior confusão. O Joshua estava passando mal porque tomou sem prancha. Aí eu fiquei sabendo o que aconteceu.
Zé Otávio é conhecido também por ser um cara super, né? Cai em mares gigantes, tem um estilo plástico único que todo mundo adora e tem essa personalidade super calma. Às vezes o mar tá gigantesco e ele fica assim. Zé, você faz algum treino em paralelo? Como é que você se sente super confiante nesse mar? Porque você olha a cara dele, tá super normal.
O psicológico ajuda muito, né? Mas preparo físico, tenho feito treinamento desde o início do ano, desde que antes de receber o convite, já estava me preparando, sabendo da possibilidade de ser convidado ou não, mas me preparando para o campeonato e preparação cardiovascular muito boa, treinamento intenso na areia, essas coisas assim, acho que ajuda muito a ficar mais tranquilo dentro da água. Você treina nas ondas, treina fora e tá com a mente tranquila ajuda bastante. Eu acho que isso aí me deixou tranquilo ali nesse momento.
Com certeza faz a diferença. E o Zé é um dos grandes candidatos a levar o título, porque além de estar em casa, ele adora esse tipo de condições. Como ele é maluco, todo mundo sabe disso. Mas parabéns, Zé. Surfa muito e congratulations. We are here with Zé Otávio. He just got the big set on the hit, but he still keep going to the rest of the event. I hope that you stay here. See you in the next round.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations again to Zé Otávio, not only for winning that heat, but for surviving it, because that was one of the heaviest heats in terms of cleanup sets rolling through and just working everybody.
Yeah, but Jose probably cut so many sets on his head out here before, so probably just another day at the office for him.
That's where your lungs start burning after ducking under wave after wave like that.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, while we were away at interview, as you were starting to go into Louis Finnegan, here's a replay of this last wave. Talk us through this.
Yeah, here we go. Another good wave for Louis Finnegan. A nice barrel. A very short cover up, but on a decent wave with a good size. So we already have the score as a 6.9. So.
That 6.9 goes along with his opening wave of 6.0. That moves him to the top spot.
Yeah.
Bumps João Zeke to second and currently in the third spot. Trying to chase down an 8.25. Maxim Castillo has some ground to make up.
Yeah, but it's what he's looking for is actually a first good wave. His best wave at the moment is a 3.75, so he's gonna try to clear that up before catching another one.
Well, as we saw yesterday, he broke out a 9-point ride on a big air reverse.
Yeah.
So we know this kid's capable of breaking out the big score and changing the complexion of a heat with one wave.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's capable of getting that 8-point ride in one wave. But
oh, look at this rolling through.
It has a nice looking left.
Some more nasties rolling through here at Itacoatiara.
A bit fast.
Brasileiro, já venceu diversas etapas e simplesmente ele tomou essa série gigantesca que entrou na bateria dele, do Otávio e do chileno. Roberto, você está vivo aqui, conta pra gente como é que foi essa experiência.
Foi uma série que veio grande, veio bem lá de fora, a galera já estava subiando aqui da areia, eu pensei que vinha uma série boa, então eu fiquei ali posicionado porque eu estava com a prioridade. A galera continua subiando, berrando muito e a gente realmente não percebeu que era uma série que vinha para varrer todo mundo. Quando ela estava bem próxima, a gente não tinha o que fazer, tomei junto com o chileno, larguei o strap, fui bem fundo, mergulhei bem fundo para tentar passar ela, demorei pra caramba para subir. Tomei a segunda, na segunda eu já não vi mais o chileno, não sei onde ele estava. E depois só vi o jet ski chegando, a galera juntando aqui na areia, vi que a coisa estava bem difícil. Demorei para sair porque eu tive que sair de body surf. E infelizmente o atleta do Chile estava na areia, acho que ele estava desmaiado. Pedi a Deus para que ele estivesse bem, né? E aproveitar e agradecer que não aconteceu nada comigo e que eu passei a bateria e tô classificado para o próximo round.
Isso aí, galera. Mais um brasileiro dentro do evento ainda. Parabéns, Roberto Bruno. Você é excelente atleta. Itacoatiara não é brincadeira, né?
Não é brincadeira. É uma onda muito temida. Todo mundo respeita muito essa onda, não só os brasileiros, mas também os gringos, né? Não é à toa que os atletas locais daqui são realmente heróis, porque surfam o Itacoatiara em qualquer condição, estão acostumados, eles têm essa vantagem, mas a gente não pode tirar nunca o mérito deles de botarem para baixo em qualquer bomba que vier aí.
Isso aí. Parabéns, te vejo no próximo round.
Congratulations to Alberto Bruno for surviving that heat. He was actually able to hold on and advance out in the second position. There in that interview, he was discussing how difficult it was out there, about how he lost his board and the whole ordeal with those sets coming through, talking about how he saw the jet ski coming in, but then he was able to body surf in. The thing that I thought was humorous and actually laughed about when he said it is he was basically saying that the waves here at Itacoatiara are no joke.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. When there is that size and those conditions, it's no joke. You have to be ready.
Yeah, so for those of you just tuning in who missed it in that previous heat, we had two
Maxim
riders
Castillo
lose their boards when they got caught inside on closeout sets. And then got caught in the rip.
Yeah, the wave kind of pinched it a little bit in the end. It was a nice looking wave. It's a bit of a bummer I couldn't come out of that one, but he's still in the middle zone, so he's gonna be back on the lineup very fast.
So, you know what? We just saw what many would consider a worst case scenario during a heat. You get caught on the inside, you end up copping 10-foot sets on the head, you lose your board, you snap your leash, and then you get caught in a rip and have to be helped out of the water. What's the worst case scenario you've ever found yourself in out in the water during a contest?
I think probably the Nazare Special Edition in 2007. A very similar thing happened to me. I got caught inside and lost my board, and the conditions were huge. I mean, I think the waves were like close to 20 foot, and I was stuck in a zone where the jet ski couldn't get me because the set just couldn't stop. So I'll stay out there in the same spot for like
so long. It felt like an eternity, and yeah, that was pretty stressful. I was only 17 years old at the time, and I was just expecting jet ski to come. They just couldn't get me, so that was pretty stressful.
You really made the rounds of the world at age 17, didn't you?
Yeah.
I mean, the first time I ever met this guy, he was a 17-year-old Grom visiting the United States. I think he would just come from Australia.
Yeah, maybe saw something like that. Yeah, I remember coming to compete in a USA tour at the age of 16, actually, and yeah, it was a cool experience. That's something that I try to do in my career was compete in every national tour. I went to Australia when I was 15, and I tried out the USA, and then the Euro tour. I mean, it's cool. Like, and then yeah, obviously the World Tour has this one of Joao's mental wave, and it's not over yet. Is he looking for a section? Oh, it's
That one got bumpy there at the
barrel.
end, but still a very nice barrel ride for Joan Zeke.
Yeah, it was just the wave that you're looking for today. Perfect. Not easy, but easier than some of the waves that came through, and yeah, that was sick.
So we'll wait for that
Best
score
way
to
to hit
register
the
from Zoan. Currently sitting in the second spot. Needed a 6.41. We'll see how that filters in from the judges. Again, right now, situation out in the water. Louis Finnegan in the lead with a 6.0 and a 6.9. Joan with a 5.5 and a 6.5. Meanwhile, Maxime Castillo still sitting on a 3.75 and a 1.80 on his last wave. Improved his backup score marginally. Still looking for something more substantial.
Yeah, of course. I mean, and the time is running out, and Maxim definitely needs a good wave urgently, because Joao is at last wave. He's probably gonna jump into the lead, and Maxim is gonna look for a bigger score than an 8.25. So I really hope that can manage to get that one as fast as possible in order to have time to get a second one.
All right, so time counting down in this heat. That's the situation out in the water. Real quick, while I have the opportunity, I'd like to thank our sponsors for this event. Prefeitura Niterói Esporte e Lazer. Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA. I'll get back to that in a sec as we have the replay
of Joao
Zeke pulling in, getting deep, gets spit out. Nice wave there. He was looking for something a little more, but unfortunately got bumpy on him, and he just decided to call it a wave.
As we hear the score, 9-point right for Joao Zeke. So,
so Joao to the lead, 9.0 for the barrel ride. So we've seen 10s, we've seen 9s, we've seen 9.75s. Finding that big open barrel has been the magic ticket for passage through your heat today. To pick up where I left off with our quick rundown of sponsors. Aguas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Giamanchi, Mineirinho, Neci, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos, Cambio e Turismo, DXI, Way Suplementos, Saboreando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, Ecosurf.com, Canal Off, Itacoatiara Pro Clube. There again, a replay.
Yeah, that was Louis. We missed that wave. We just saw the replay of him not able to find the exit of that barrel on a nice size wave. So that's not going to change anything on the scoreboard.
So we've been saying it all day pretty much. It's kind of an all or nothing day out there. You know, if you make the big barrel, 9, 10. If you don't, you still get rewarded for your effort, but a 2.50 just is not going to cut it.
No, exactly. Well, you never know, but if he came out of that barrel, that would have been another 9-point ride, and that's what the riders are looking for. Huge score to get. I mean, today, honestly, anything can happen. You can be out there with after 2 5-point ride, and then out of the blue, someone just get a 10. You know, it's hard to be feeling comfortable out there.
Yeah, it's really luck of the draw out there today. Meanwhile, just to wrap up this rundown of sponsors, again, we'd like to thank Itacoatiara Pro Clube, Puro Suco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedros Brancos, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Hydrat Magazine, Tropicus, Albin Immobilize, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. Also, thank you to Prefeitura Niterói and Cultura Niterói, Fundação de Arte e Culturas. Thank you all for
Nice,
helping to make this event possible.
So many people helping. So many people helping that we have to give shout out, and it's a long list. So well done, and I know it's not easy to say all these sponsors.
Pierre's laughing at me because the gringo from the United States is over here trying to read Portuguese names and sponsors.
So many to say.
So, fortunately, getting a little better with my Portuguese with each passing day living here in Brazil.
Of course.
So I think although his wife is going to show up here and probably be laughing at how bad my Portuguese is.
Nah, it's all good.
So, anyway, again, a situation out in the water right now as we get into the closing portion of this heat. João Zeke in the lead on the strength of a 6.50 and a 9.0. Louis Finnegan currently sits in second with a 6.0 and a 6.9. Maxime Cosillo currently in third. He's a 9.15. Louis up and riding.
Oh, my God.
He just got pile driven by the lip on that one.
Louis just got hammered on that one.
I think he might have just eaten a little sand on that one.
Yeah.
Oof.
And so Maxime is looking for 9.15. Is he gonna catch that wave? No. Yeah, I think time is the enemy right now. I mean, Maxime is capable of having that score, but with 10 seconds remaining now, it's gonna be difficult. Yeah, that's it for the heat number 4 of round number 5. We have Louis Finnegan and João Zeke advancing to round 6, which is gonna probably happen later, considering that the conditions are still really good. So I'm gonna go have lunch and get ready for my next hit.
All right, so while Pierre ducks out, we're gonna throw to a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. Sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
Welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Right now we are getting into heat number 5, round 5 of the men's. Out in the water right now in red, Hawaiian Super Grom Tanner McDaniel. In white, the South African young gun, Luke Kitchen, and they are joined by Francisco Alvarado from Chile in the yellow jersey assignment. So again, quick rundown: Tanner McDaniel in red, Luke Kitchen in white, Francisco Alvarado in yellow. And there you can see Alvarado getting on the board with his first wave of the heat. So again, 3-man priority heats. Top two riders will advance on. Here's Tanner McDaniel with his first effort. Pulls into the barrel and gets... Looks like he got shut down, but then he was able to punch through the whitewater. Not a clean exit, but still manages to finagle a barrel ride there and squirts through at the end. So again, working our way through the men's division today. We already wrapped up round 4, the non-elimination rounds. Now into 3-man priority elimination heats in round 5, top 2 advance. Third man is the odd man out. He will be calling it a competition and heading home. Meanwhile, the other 2 will go on to round 6, which we are looking to hold later on today. Try and wrap up round 6. Keep in mind, round 6 will be reseeded following the conclusion of round 5. But then we will reseed and run round 6 so that tomorrow we can try and make tomorrow the final day of competition with round 7, quarterfinals and semifinals, the Pro Junior final, and finally the men's final, so that we can crown our 2015 champions in the Pro Junior and the men's division. So lots of action today, plenty of action still on store for tomorrow. Tomorrow looking like it will be the final day, according to APB Tour Director Alex Leon. Meanwhile, out in the water, getting on the board, Luke Kitchen opened things up with a 5.0. Tanner McDaniel followed with a 5.50. I accidentally said Francisco Alvarado. Again, Tanner McDaniel in red, Luke Kitchen in yellow, Francisco Alvarado in blue. So I apologize, I read the wrong colors, as the colors listed on the results page and the heat draw are different than the colors we're actually using. We're using red, yellow, and blue to create a visual separation to make life easier on the judges. You know, it's sometimes a little difficult to discern white from yellow out in the water from a distance. Going with red, yellow, and blue definitely makes things a little more easy for the line of sight visual. So again, out in the water, Alvarado blue, Kitchen yellow, McDaniel red. It is McDaniel with the early lead of 5.75. Luke Kitchen with a 5.0, and Alvarado yet to get on the board. And there you can see a big, frothy little monster dumping on the inside there. It's definitely a little dodgy out there. You've got that heavy inside section with a lot of current. You get caught on the inside. It's very easy to get ripped down the beach towards the left corner to Castown. And the way it works here, the current tends to drag down the beach, and then it'll turn and pull out to sea. So if you're not careful, you can get dragged quite a long distance out in the water if you get caught on the inside, something that we saw in the heat with Joshua Toledo and Roberto Bruno. Heat 3, round 5, we saw them both get caught on the inside of some massive set waves, and both of them lost their boards, suffered snapped leashes, took a couple of set waves on the head, got washed in, and then got caught in that current. Fortunately, Roberto Bruno was able to body surf in, but the Chilean rider actually got caught in the rip and was getting sucked down the beach. The lifeguards had to jump out in the water with the ski for the assist. So some harrowing moments today here on day 4 of competition. with some big conditions and definitely difficult for all of our competitors. As we were saying, the swell was supposed to peak yesterday. It seemed like it decided to peak today. Some solid 3-meter waves coming through, roughly about 10 foot. And they tend to pop up out of nowhere and just clean people up. We've seen a lot of guys scrambling for the horizon, trying to duck through faces as the waves start to break over. And unfortunately, in a few situations, including that one heat where 2 riders lost their boards at the same time, you know, guys getting caught on the inside, and that is just not where you want to be. It's kind of like the old Point Break quote from Turtle: when the wave breaks here, don't be there or you're going to get drilled. So we've seen that quite a few times today. Guys getting drilled, hammered, dredged, dragged, you name it. It's been tough going for our riders out there. Some big, powerful waves, some nasty cleanup sets rolling through to make everybody's life a little more interesting. And you got to give credit to these guys. These guys are going out there. They're getting the job done. You know, and the guys that are advancing on, they're the ones that are finding the right waves and capitalizing on the opportunities. And right now, trying to capitalize on this wave, Luke Kitchen up and riding, hits the roll, completes the maneuver, and then that wave got a little funky on him, so he's going to turn around and paddle back out. So again, Luke Kitchen on that one. He opened things up with a 5.0. Just dialed in a backup score on that one. So again, a lot to contend with here on day 4. Big, powerful surf, some nasty 10-foot closeout sets and cleanup sets rolling through on occasion that you have to keep your eyes peeled for. And then, you know, you've got texture on the face of the wave, and if you're trying to scrap together some smaller waves just to get some scores under your belt, you have to deal with some foamy faces, a lot of turbulence, you know, some nasty rips and currents on the inside, swirling dead zones. You know, these guys all have their hands full, and then you throw into the mix that they're out there in competition. You have to worry about the other guys and what they're doing out in the water, and it can definitely be a little mentally taxing out there for all of these guys. So, you know, world of respect for all of our competitors, including these guys out in the water, Tanner McDaniel, Luke Kitchen, and Francis Alvarado, as it is now their turn to deal with these conditions in Heat 5 of Round 5. 3-man priority heat. 2 riders will move on. Third place is odd man out. Once again, big shout out to everybody who's been hitting me up online, sending positive feedback and comments, and shout outs to everybody. We've had a lot of people checking in today, sending messages through my personal Facebook page. I've actually been using it to communicate with a lot of people. The most recent message coming through from Laura Way, the mother of currently out in the water. Laura saying thank you for mentioning the boys. No problem, Laura. Always stoked to support the riders, especially the young guys that are venturing out and getting their feet wet, so to speak, on the world tour. So good to see Luke and Brody cruising around and entering the fray here at the Itacoatiara Pro. Meanwhile, out in the water, quick update, a 2.25 on that last wave for Luke Kitchen. That gives him 2 scoring waves. He maintains the lead right now. He'll look to replace that 2.25 eventually during the course of this heat. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel with a 5.75 opening wave, looking for a secondary score still. And we have yet to see Francisco Alvarado get on the board with his first wave. There you can see Tanner scanning the horizon, cruising the lineup, hoping to get something on the board. And here he is up and riding. Tanner McDaniel driving down the line, looking for a section. Not lining up as that was going to section off and shut down in front of him, so he ducks out the back. Meanwhile, there you can see the rider in yellow, Luke Kitchen, out in the water, the current heat leader. The South African young gun, as I've been calling him. You know, one of the new faces cruising out and hitting up the 2015 World Tour this year. Making an appearance at the Itacoatiara Pro. He's out in the lineup waiting for his next scoring opportunity. Meanwhile, Tanner McDaniel up and riding on this wave. This will be his third wave. That one not lining up either. A smaller wave, lots of foam on the face. He decides to kick out, so a couple of quick up and down rides for Tanner McDaniel, a 1.10 for his previous effort. Again, looking to back up his opening score of a 5.75 to see if he can challenge Luke Kitchen, the current heat leader. Meanwhile, Kitchen looking to replace a 2.25 as a backup score and build upon his overall heat total. All right, and we've got Billy Thiel, another one of the Safas, tuning in and say, how's it? So always stoked to have Billy Thiel tuning in, giving shouts. So we definitely have the South African contingent covered in terms of viewership for this event. Also, Billy is sending out support for the other South Africans here. Unfortunately, we saw a bit of a shocker with Jared Houston going down in his round 5 heat. But fortunately, still alive in competition. We've got Luke Kitchen out in the water right now as we speak. And we still have Ian Campbell coming up in Heat 7. So a couple of South Africans still alive in competition. Meanwhile, out in the water, Tanner McDaniel trying to dial something in to improve upon his opening score. And he's going to have to duck under this. Fortunately, he gets in underneath the lip. Does not get caught on the inside, as we've seen some unpleasant experiences today with riders getting caught on the inside and having to scramble for it. I think Joshua Toledo and Alberto Bruno had enough for everybody earlier today when they got caught inside and snapped their leashes and lost their boards. And the lifeguards had to become involved in getting them. That was a very touchy situation out there. And before that, we had seen guys scrambling and having to duck under sets and getting pounded on a little bit. But, I mean, that was a whole other level of dangerous out there with those big cleanup sets coming through and just really creating havoc out in the lineup. So, you know, it's kind of become a theme today. I touched on it a little bit yesterday, and it was even mentioned in yesterday's APB press release that a lot of guys spend a lot of time out in the water preoccupied with dodging those cleanup sets, and it's been just as much so, if not more so, today. So while we wait for the latest scores to drop and the next waves to be ridden, we're going to throw things down to the beach. Pala's with João Zeke.
We are here with the heat number 4, the round 5 with the João Zeke, that's the local and big rider guy that everybody knows about that and got really beautiful style. So Zeke, how is in the water there? Como é que tá o mar ali?
O mar subiu bastante nessa noite, bastante não, de ontem ele ganhou uma força, o swell chegou ontem com bastante força. Hoje a gente esperou que o mar fosse baixar um pouquinho mais, mas ainda ganhou um pouco mais de pressão, na minha opinião. E alucinante, Itacoatiara mostrando o verdadeiro potencial, as ondas fortes, uma galera aí passando um veneno. Minha bateria, duas ondas intermediárias ali, que me deram uma segurança até o meio da bateria. Eu fiquei esperando uma melhor e essa melhor veio. Consegui pegar um tubão alucinante que me deu uma nota de 9 pontos. Eu tô amarradão, essa energia local, essa galera local me passando essa positividade toda. Eu acho que é o primordial para me manter ativo nessa competição aí. E eu só tenho a agradecer. Essa manhã foi complicada. Passei minha primeira bateria ali e tinha que estar no trabalho. Saí daqui nas pressas, trabalhei 1 hora daqui da praia. Cheguei lá, falei com o meu chefe, disse que estava ativo no campeonato ainda. Ele conseguiu me liberar a tempo. E cheguei 10 minutos antes da minha bateria e deu tudo certo. Quando é para ser, é para ser.
Você tinha comentado disso, realmente, que não ia poder competir porque ele tinha trabalho. Só que aí você conseguiu a dispensa. E você, acho que foi até melhor você, de repente, 10 minutos não ver o mar, né? Porque antes tinha rolado uma série gigantesca. Mas que também é local, tá mais que acostumado com esse mar. Fala a verdade, você prefere mar assim, né?
A gente conhece um pouco melhor esse mar já por ser nascido e criado aqui. Então eu torço para estar nas condições mais difíceis, mais perigosas para a gente mostrar nosso potencial do conhecimento local. Estou amarradão de ter esse round aí, aqui para representar Itacoatiara, representar toda a minha galera aqui no local, nativa. E é isso, só tenho a agradecer a todo mundo pela força que me dado.
Isso aí, galera. João Zic é mais um local junto com Calani e Zé Otávio, que tá indo para o round 7, né? Zic, parabéns, querido. Foi bem bom. Adorei também esse resultado. Guys, we are here with João Zic. He just won that heat. He's going to the round number 7. So see you soon. Congratulations.
All right, thank you again, Paula, and congratulations, Joan Zeke, for taking the heat win. And while we were away at interview, we had a situation change out in the water. Tanner McDaniel with a 2.25 on his last score. That's enough to move him into the top spot. That bumps Luke Kitchen down to second. Meanwhile, no waves on the score sheet for Francisco Alvarado. Not quite sure what's going on at this point, whether or not he's out in the water or if it's just these two out in the lineup. But again, right now it's pretty much Tanner McDaniel and Luke Kitchen, and we haven't yet heard from Francisco Alvarado. Tanner McDaniel with the lead. Luke Kitchen looking for a 3.01 or better to move back into the top spot. Here he is up and riding, driving down the line on the right, eyeing up the section. Throws the air reverse, comes down, and rides out a nice, solid maneuver from the South African. Luke Kitchen busting out the air reverse on that last wave. We'll see how that scores with the judges, but that should definitely be enough to move him back into the heat lead. We'll wait for that score to come in from upstairs. Hopefully we can queue up a replay. Take a look at that wave from Luke Kitchen one more time. Meanwhile, there you can see Tanner out the back. Here's the replay, queuing it up. Luke Kitchen drops in, driving down the line, lots of speed, hits the air revo. Meanwhile, taking off, pulling in. Tanner McDaniel kind of gets caught up inside the barrel, doesn't really ride out clean, and there you can see finally the turbulence gets the best of him, his board, and then Tanner himself pop up. So quick wave exchange there, and it looks like the South African getting the better of it. A 5.15, didn't get the biggest of elevation. It was more of a mid-face turn instead of driving off the bottom. That cost him some points there, but still 5.15, enough to move Luke Kitchen back into the lead. Tanner McDaniel bumped down to second, and it's really just been a battle of these two for position, as I don't even think Francisco Alvarado is out in the water at the moment. And here you can see waves just continuing to roll in and reel off here at Itacoatiara. We had all been anxiously awaiting this swell to fill in. Yesterday it hit, and it's sticking around today. If anything, it seems like it increased from yesterday. Some slightly improved conditions, but still very difficult. Texture on the face. You know, lots of current, lots of water moving around, as we've heard a lot of guys talking about. Everybody from PLC to Jared Houston talking about the amount of water moving around out in the lineup, out in the competitors area. So lots for these guys to contend with. All right, so scores dropping in and priority announced. Tanner with priority, Luke with second priority. Tanner at 2.25 on his last wave. Waiting for the waiting for another score to drop, I do believe. So I'll give you an update on that in just a second. Meanwhile, Luke Kitchen up and riding, drops into this right-hander. Big, heavy closeout. That thing was about to dump on top of him. He straightens out, and probably best that he straightened out. He still got, you know, discombobulated in the whitewater, a lot of turbulence in there, but I think straightening out was the best choice on that one, as if he had pulled into that one, that was just thick and heavy. And check this out, South Africans Brody Gleason, Ian Campbell hanging out with Australian Louis Finnegan. How's that for a gallery of characters? Those guys have been cruising around, having a good time here in Brazil. It's good to see them here at the event, hanging out in the competitors area right now, watching the battle out in the water, a little back and forth action between Tanner McDaniel and Luke Kitchen. So Hawaiian Super Grom against South African Young Gun. And we've seen some back and forth with the scores and the heat lead. Currently at the moment it is Luke Kitchen with the advantage. But Tanner still within striking distance, only needs a 4.40. So Luke definitely cannot let his guard down as time ticks down. We have about 1 minute left in this heat. And again, right now it looks like Luke Kitchen doing his best to hold on to the top spot. Tanner McDaniel playing a little bit of catch up if he wants to get that top spot. I mean, both of these guys looking to advance on, but you know both of them want to take the heat win. Unfortunately, there can only be one heat winner. And a 3.0 falls into place for Tanner McDaniel on his last wave. He still needs a 4.40 to jump ahead of Luke Kitchen. Meanwhile, Luke, a throwaway score on that last wave, as that wave just shut down on him, and he opted to straighten out instead of pull in and get beaten. That inside section somewhat unforgiving, just dumping slabs, and we count down the final 10 seconds. Here we have Tanner McDaniel up and riding for one more wave. Nice big roll, still going. Little check turn set up this next section. He's just going to straighten out and come in. So was that a 4.40? Was that enough to jump ahead of Luke Kitchen at the closing second? We'll get back to that right after this commercial break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you know, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
And welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro, presented by Toyota SGA. Again, still waiting for that last score to drop for Tanner McDaniel. Meanwhile, Bear with me, cheating a little bit, listening to the beach announcer trying to get the score for you before it drops. All right, and just listening to the beach announcer, that last wave from Tanner McDaniel was not enough. So Tanner will settle for second and advance on to the next round, but winning that heat. South African Luke Kitchen holds on. He takes the heat win. He advances on to the next round. So, again, congratulations to Luke Kitchen. We'll have the beach interview coming up with him in just a little bit. Meanwhile, underway out in the water right now, Heat 6, Round 5. We have Lucas Nogueira from Brazil, Miguel Adao from Portugal, and Sasa Damjanic from Chile. And look at this, waves still rolling in. And as far as I understand, the swell is supposed to hold for tomorrow, so we're going to finish strong here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro presented by Toyota SGA. So you definitely want to stay tuned for the rest of the heats today. Again, we're going to go into round 6, and then tomorrow we're going to try and wrap up competition, make tomorrow the final day, go through round 7, quarters, semis, Pro Junior final, and the men's final. And tie everything up nice and neat with a pretty little bow on top and call it an event here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. That'll give everybody a few extra days with the remaining contest window time to cruise around, do some sightseeing in Rio, and enjoy Brazil a little bit more before we all head off for event number 2 on the World Tour, the Arica Chilean Challenge. Again, the Arica Chilean Challenge scheduled for July 17th through July 26th. That'll be followed by the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival in Chile, July 28th through August 2nd. So lots of cruising around, traveling, planes, trains, and automobiles for all parties involved, chasing after the 3-event South American leg. And you know what? We'll start to get into this next heat right after this. Paula's down on the beach with the winner of the last heat.
Round 5, heat 5 as well. We are here with Daniel Tanner McDaniel, sorry, from Hawaii. He's a sponsor for Mike Stewart. So he's really good surfer. He just got 16 years old. Tell me, I know this is similar like Hawaii. Not similar because it's a beach break, but probably you like big waves because I saw you surfing Hawaii too. Really good.
Yeah, well, it was pretty heavy out there. There's some bombs that came in my heat. So, yeah, it was pretty crazy. It was probably one of the most pumped I've ever been during a heat. Like, just caught on the inside, just getting smoked. So, yeah, it was good. I was stoked I got first.
What did you do there to make the difference?
My last wave, like, right on the buzzer, I just got like a set left and just did a big roll and yeah. And just kind of got through on that.
Did you make some trainings before here or just Mike Stewart give some class to you to come to Itacoatiara or just training Hawaii all the season?
I just train in Hawaii. Yeah, I just surf all the time.
That's good. What?
That's just how I do it, yeah.
So what do you think about Itacoatiara? Because you came here last year as well. Yeah. So what do you think about here? The people, the waves, the atmosphere?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Cool place. The people are really nice and the wave is just so intense, especially when it's big like it is now. It's pretty crazy. And yeah, it's pretty sick.
That's it. Congratulations. See you in the round 6. Yeah, thanks. Okay. Thanks so much, Terry.
Thank you, Paula. And there you have it. Tanner McDaniel was actually the winner. He was able to pull down the score in the closing seconds. I apologize. I'm still trying to get some result updates and the final heat score on that. But it turns out it was Tanner McDaniel in the closing seconds able to pull out the heat win over Luke Kitchen. Both of them will advance on to the next round nonetheless. So My apologies for the mix-up on the result there. Again, Tanner McDaniel winning that last heat. It was Tanner McDaniel and Luke Kitchen moving on to the next round. Meanwhile, again, out in the water right now, we have Lucas Noguera, Miguel Adown, and Sasha Damjanic getting down to business here in Heat 6, Round 5, here on Day 4 of the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. There you can see some of the spectators hanging out down in the VIP area, enjoying a few drinks, hanging out by the merch table. If you haven't checked it out and you're somewhere in the local vicinity, be sure to check out the Itacoatiara Pro merchandise that's been made up for this year. There you can see one of our competitors. I do believe that is Miguel Adown, running back down the beach, looking to jump back into the water and get out into the lineup. But while we wait for some more waves to roll through and be ridden, as I was saying, available here at the event site exclusively, the Itacoatiara Pro has merchandise available for sale. Everything from replicas of the Champions Trophy to, shirts, hats, long sleeve shirts, hooded sweatshirts, 3-button polos, the rash guards. They've got all kinds of really cool stuff that they made up merchandise-wise that's available exclusively here at the contest site. So if you're in the general area on the beach watching, or cruising the scene, swing by the merchandise table and be sure to pick up, a nice little souvenir from the event. They also have coffee mugs. I made sure to buy one of those the other day. I've been drinking my green tea and my coffee out of my brand new Itacoatiara Pro coffee mug. So be sure to grab yours today if you're in the general area or here at the event watching on your smartphone. Meanwhile, out in the water, all riders on the board. Minimal scores coming in so far right now. Lucas Noguera with the slight edge. Sasha Damjanic in second. Miguel Adown in third. So still in the early goings of Heat 6. Wait for some waves to roll through and be ridden. Shake things up a little bit. Get some more solid scores on the board. And there you see some more waves rolling through, blowing up on that inside sandbar. Meanwhile, more messages coming in. And David Atkins tuning in, saying, shout out to our Safa boy, Luke Kitchen, for dominating. So definitely a bit of a fan club tuning in and cheering on their fellow South African, Luke Kitchen, who was in that last heat. We'll see Luke out in the water in round 6. So the young South African continuing on in competition, following Tanner McDaniel out of that last heat. So we'll see both of those guys stay alive in competition for at least one more appearance. We'll see how they do in round 6, see if they can keep it going, keep moving forward. Meanwhile, there's that rip I was telling about down at Kustown. The rip on the inside will pull you down to the left corner at Kustown, and then that channel there can pull you out into the lineup, but if you don't turn off soon enough, you'll get pulled out to sea in that current. So you have to be real careful with negotiating the currents and the rips around here. Very easy to get sucked out or just get sucked all the way across the beach, and this is a pretty lengthy beach. So again, a little bit slow going here in this heat. Each rider with one wave ridden. Minimal scores on the board so far. Lucas Nogueira, a.k.a. Brazilian 50 Cent, currently in the lead. And here we have red up and riding. Speak of the devil, Lucas Nogueira on this one. Nice wave for Lucas Nogueira. So Lucas getting his second score on the board. That'll help build on what he's got so far. Still plenty of time left in this heat, though. Lucas Nogueira, Miguel Ladown, Sasha Damjanic, all within striking distance of each other. And here we have Damjanic up and riding, drops down into this pretty sizable left, and it's going to section off on him, so he just hits the eject button, bails the board, and ducks under. He'll head back out to the lineup and look for something a little better the next go around. Meanwhile, out in the water, as I mentioned, the current heat leader, Lucas Nogueira, coming into this event, ranked 7th on the APB World Tour to start off 2015. Looking to open up the season with a solid result. All right, some scores starting to filter in from the judges. It sounds like Lucas Nogueira is going to do a pretty good job of strengthening his score. His second score will be his best. Looking to replace a 1.50 on his score sheet. And there it is, a 6.0 on that last wave for Lucas Nogueira. So again, looking to replace a 1.50, his opening wave. Needs to replace that as a secondary score with something a little more solid. Miguel down on the board with a 1.0. A couple of minimal scores for Sasa Damjanic gives him the advantage, holding on to the second and advancing spot. So Miguel down, looking for a backup wave. He only needs a 1.50. All he really needs to do is ride a wave, and he will improve his situation. But again, you know how these guys are. They're all competitors. They want to dial in some better scores. They don't want to battle for small scores and just barely squeak through their heat. They're looking for scores that are a little more firm, something they can stand behind. So trying to get some work done with the time left in this heat. And right now, Lucas Nogueira, the first one to dial into a solid score, a 6.0 on his last effort. So again, just a recap for those of you just tuning in today. We have worked our way through round 4, and we are more than halfway through round 5, looking to get into round 6 of competition today so that we can claim tomorrow as the final day, run round 7, quarters, semis, and then the Pro Junior final and the men's final to crown our event champions in both divisions. But again, today working through rounds 4, 5, and 6. I'm Steve Action Jackson here in the commentary booth, holding things down, giving you the wave-by-wave action out in the water, calling out some scores and results for you, and occasionally getting some people to cruise in and provide a little guest commentary. Also bringing you some news from the world of bodyboarding. And there you can see Lucas Nogueira going to work again. That'll be his third wave of the heat, trying to build upon a 6.0 and replace that 1.50 he opened up with as a secondary score. Currently in the lead, trying to take the top spot and advance on. Man priority heats. Top 2 advance on. Third place finisher will call it a contest and head home. Here's a replay of Lucas. A roll on the outside. And then it got a little small on him, so he kicks out. But this should definitely improve that 1.50 as a backup score. Meanwhile here, Miguel Down taking a look at this. And he's going to let it roll on by as it looks like this thing's just going to wall up and shut down. Not a whole lot to work with there. He was probably the wiser to let that roll on through. So as I was saying, looking to work our way through rounds 4, 5, and 6 today here on day 4 of competition at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. This event is sponsored by Prefeitura de Niterói, Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA. Also, this event is sponsored by Águas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Giamanchi, Minarinho, Nechi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos Cambio e Turismo, DXI, Way Suplementos, Saboreando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, Ecosurf.com, Canal Off. Also, thank you for your support. Itacoatiara Pampu Clube, Puro Suco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa, Posada Pages Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Hydit, Tropicus, Albion Immobilies, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. Thank you again to all of those aforementioned sponsors for making this year's event possible. And here you can see some more waves rolling in. We'll see if we get any takers out in the field of competition. Miguel Down taking a peek at that one. Didn't quite like what he saw. And here's another one, Miguel taking a look. So some sets rolling through. Miguel down and not really seeing anything he likes. So he will wait for another wave to come his way. Again, right now out in the water, Lucas Nogueira in the lead. He had a 6.0 for a high score. Back that up with a 4.0. That's enough to hold the lead right now. Meanwhile, Sasha Damjanek, a couple of minimal scores on his scoreboard. And Miguel down with only one wave, a minimal score. Looking for a second wave altogether. let alone an opportunity to improve his position and advance out of the heat. Miguel Down, the young gun from Portugal. We saw him break out some big moves yesterday, including a massive air forward 360 in one of his heats. So far here in round 5, though, he seems to be struggling a little bit. Meanwhile, Sasha Damjanic up and riding, finds this left-hander, gets a little small on him, and gets a little angled, but still rolls off the end section. So Sasha Damjanic trying to create a little distance between himself and Miguel Adão, hold on to that second advancing position. Meanwhile, online, more people checking in. Antonio Alex hitting us up, sending shout out to the Postal Cinco crew, P5. Meanwhile, up and riding, Lucas Nogueira drops into this left-hander, pulls into the barrel, and that thing just blows up all around him. He ducks out the back and will head back to the lineup. So thanks again to Alex for tuning in and watching the live webcast. Stoked to have him watching. He actually mentioned you're going very well in your Portuguese classes. Well, you know what? After almost 3 years of living in Brazil, I hope my Portuguese is improving a little bit. It's long overdue. So thanks for the compliment, Alex, and definitely thank you for tuning in. Stoked to hear from you, brother. And shout out to all the guys from Postal Cinco here at the event. And that last wave coming in for Sasha Damjanic, a 2.0. Again, a minimal score, but it's enough to lengthen his lead, extend things a little bit between himself and Miguel Adão. Miguel still looking for a secondary score. Only needs a 2.35 to catch Sasha. But again, struggling right now out in the water. He has one wave to his name, and he's taken a peek at a few sets rolling through, but nothing has really lined up the way he has felt comfortable with. So he's let them roll on by. He's still looking for a backup score. Meanwhile, Lucas Nogueira, again, with a 6.0, 4.0 as his top two scores. That's enough to hold the lead right now as we count down the closing minutes of this heat. And just a quick look ahead. Taking a look at Heat 7 coming up on deck. We're going to see Ian Campbell from South Africa go up against a couple of the young Brazilian guys. David Barbosa from São Conrado, Socrates Santana from Postal Cinco. These guys are on deck. So stay tuned as we work through the tail end of round 5 and launch into round 6 of competition. Again, remember, we will be reseeding round 6, so there will probably be a brief break after the last heat of round 5. And it looks like bodyboarder Begonia Martinez checking in with me. Thanks for tuning in and watching the live broadcast. So again, Begonia Martinez, currently residing in Iquique, Chile, tuning in. Keeping an eye on the action out in the water here at Itacoatiara. Hopefully, with any luck, we'll see Begonia competing at the Eureka Chilean Challenge, which does feature a women's division this year. So again, some changes, some progress being made with the APB World Tour in year 2. The Eureka Chilean Challenge, which will be event number 2 on the World Tour this year. We'll be going from here to Eureka. We'll feature a men's pro and a women's pro. And then from there we go to Antofagasta, which will feature men's, women's, and the Pro Junior. And there you have it. The horn has sounded, and it looks like it's going to be Lucas Noguera advancing out with the win, and also moving on to the next round following Lucas out will be Sasha Damjanek, and unfortunately it looks like Miguel Adown is going to come up a little short in this heat. He will call it a competition, but we will see him again in Arica as the 18-year-old Portuguese rider will be following the Men's World Tour in his rookie season this year. But we will talk more about that and the upcoming heat right after this commercial break. All right, and we are underway with the next heat. For those of you just tuning in, welcome to the fourth day of competition here at the APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Right now, out in the water, we have Heat 7, Round 5, Ian Campbell from South Africa, David Barbosa and Socrates Santana from Brazil. So the Safa going up against the young ones from Brazil out in the water. Again, Barbosa coming to us from São Conrado. I guess you could consider him one of the young guns. He's, not quite under 18 anymore, but still, like 18, 19 years old. Somewhere in between working on gathering that experience, but not quite a super grom anymore. Meanwhile, Socrates Santana coming to us from Posto Cinco, only 16 years old. They will join the South African Ian Campbell. Ian having another pleasant experience here in Itacoatiara yesterday during his free surf, boosting some huge air reverses, just like he did last year. You can actually see some pictures on the APB and Itacoatiara Pro Facebook pages. Some of the free surf sessions this guy has had here at Itacoatiara are mind-blowing. The elevation he gets on his aerial maneuvers, it looks like he's towing out, but it's completely all him. So we'll see if he gets some of those sections and gets the boost big here in Heat 7. Meanwhile, on deck, just to give you a quick peek ahead, coming up in the last heat of round 5, we'll see Israel Salas, Ori Valadown, and Francois Ferreira in an all-Brazilian throwdown. Two of these guys will be advancing on. One of them will be finished with the competition. But again, right now, out in the water, Ian Campbell in red, David Barbosa in yellow, Socrates Santana in blue, and it's Barbosa first on the board with a 2.75. A minimal score, but it gets him on the board first. He can build from there. And here we have Ian Campbell up and riding. Definitely some bump on the face. Skipping along like a stone there, and finally decides to duck out as it's not lining up. Really hard to maintain any kind of speed or set your line when you're skipping across the face of a foamy little insider like that. So Ian opting to duck out. He'll head back to the lineup and wait for his next opportunity. And also hitting me up online, Manny Vargas checking in, our good buddy Manny Vargas in California, working full-time at U-Riding these days. Mr. Manny Vargas has become the e-sports manager over at U-Riding, taking care of the U-Riding League. So thank you, Manny, for tuning in and following along. Always good to get a little advice online from Manny, if not in person. Hopefully you enjoyed your Baja Weekender, cruising around northern Baja with Dave Hubbard. I'm sure that was an adventure. I wish I could have been there with you guys. Never a dull time in northern Baja, cruising for waves and cruising for food. Maybe have a few cold beverages at the end of the day around a fire pit. It's all good. And here it looks like Miguel Down making his way in from that last heat. Miguel with a little bit of a shocker yesterday, breaking out some big moves, had the big air forward in one of his heats, one of the top scoring waves of the day. Meanwhile, trying to look for a top scoring wave here, Socrates Santana, the 16-year-old Brazilian Super Grom, grabs a right-hander, hits the roll off the end. Meanwhile, here we have the Sound Canhado young gun from Rocinha, David Barbosa, trying to get around this wave, this whitewater section, but that wave just did not cooperate with him whatsoever, so he'll duck out and head back to the lineup. Meanwhile, there you can see cruising the lineup, eyes on the horizon, waiting for something to roll in. Ian Campbell, the South African. I have to admit, I've come to enjoy traveling with Ian Campbell at the World Tour events. Here we have a quick replay of Dr. Zinho, as they call him, Socrates Santana, the little doctor, hitting a roll off of the end section. Socrates Santana, the 16-year-old protege of six-time world champion Guilherme Tamega. You know, you hear a lot of talk about him and Tanner McDaniel being the future of the sport, Super Groms, etc. But you know what? These kids have the talent to back it up. And look at this. Ian Campbell flipping out, going big. He unfortunately gets caught up. But, you know, this is what you got to love about this guy. He has no qualms about going big, you know, and just putting it all on the line. So Ian Campbell flipping out, unfortunately got caught up in the whitewater. But, you know, just boosting that one. Got to love watching this kind of stuff. And here we have David Barbosa up and riding on this right-hander. Sets his line, driving. Does he come out? Yes, he does. There you can see the claim from the young Brazilian, getting a solid barrel in what could possibly be one of the best scoring waves of the heat so far. So David Barbosa getting deep and coming out, finding daylight. So we have ourselves a heat. Ian Campbell looks like he has no qualms about pulling out the major artillery in this heat. David Barbosa driving deep on that barrel. And Socrates Santana, you know, adding to the mix. We'll see how this heat shakes out, but it already looks pretty interesting. Here's a look at that last wave from David Barbosa. All right, and there it is, 6.50. So not as clean as the judges would like, but still a solid scoring wave for the heat so far. 6.50 has David Barbosa in the lead. Socrates Santana with a 4.0 falling into place on his first wave score. Now needs a backup score. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell with a 1.0, 2.50. Minimal scores, but again, 2.50 for his effort on that big flip. We'll see if he can improve upon that. Here he is, drops in, driving off the bottom, sets his line, punches a roll through the lip, and still manages to get elevation, still going. And now he's going to duck out as that oncoming closeout section and wasn't looking too inviting. So this wave will definitely get Ian Campbell back into the mix. Some powerful riding there. It takes a lot of speed and power to be able to punch through these lips here at Itacoatiara. And he not only punched through, but he got a nice arcing roll as he came out of it. It was a very nice maneuver from Ian Campbell, the South African. So all of our riders mixing things up out there. Everybody with at least one wave. Socrates Santana looking for a backup. David Barbosa with the 6.50, and now the biggest score of the heat so far. 7.50 comes in for Ian Campbell. That moves him to the top spot. We'll get back into this heat in just a moment. We're going to throw things down to the beach. Paula, take it away.
Hi guys, round 5, heat number 6 with the Brazilian from Espírito Santo, Lucas Nogueira, that won this contest, this heat now. He said that's really strong over there, like too much current, is really dangerous as well. So Lucas, como é que tá ali dentro? Você falou que tá um pouco até perigoso, né? Muito pesado, se tomar uma ali pode ser fatal, né?
O mar tá bem balançado, muita vala, né, de muita corrente para fora, então realmente você se coloca em situações perigosas para conseguir pegar onda, porque você tem que vir bastante para baixo, e numa dessas você pode ganhar uma série, mas graças a Deus aí eu consegui pegar 2 ondas e passar a bateria para o próximo round. Tô feliz, tô cansado, mas tô feliz por ter conseguido fazer esse round aí, dar a glória a Deus, que a glória é toda dele, e agradecer a todos os meus patrocinadores, ao pessoal que está torcendo por mim.
Isso aí, Lucas. E para a próxima bateria, porque vocês precisam guardar energia agora, porque vocês vão entrar na água novamente, né? Para a próxima bateria, vai fazer alguma estratégia? Vai tentar pegar as menores para segurar 2 ondas, garantir? Ou vai tentar arriscar uma manobra do jeito que você faz, voadora?
A estratégia é difícil você manter uma estratégia no mar assim. Acho que você falou tudo aí. A estratégia é tentar entrar e pegar logo 2 ondas. Mas a estratégia maior é você sair agora, se alimentar bem, comer e descansar, porque realmente as condições lá fora estão bem difíceis.
Obrigada, Lucas. Parabéns. Guys, Lucas said that the conditions there is really hard, and he's gonna try to do the same that we did, like take 2 waves to guarantee, like to have a good waves to the next round. Okay, see you to the next round, and the heat number 7 now.
All right, so there you have it. Lucas Nogueira, the winner of that last heat. Backing up what everybody else has been saying throughout the course of the day, some very difficult, challenging conditions, a lot of power out there. Actually, some very dangerous beach break out there. You know, there might be some people out there in the world, you know, sitting, scratching their head and thinking, what the heck is he talking about? Dangerous beach break. Well, the waves are big, heavy. There's lots of currents and rips, some texture on the wave face. So these guys have all kinds of obstacles to take into consideration while they're out there. And, you know, you're battling the elements. You don't want to mess against Mother Nature, because if you're not careful, Mother Nature's going to slap you back down into place. And we've seen a lot of guys copping waves on the head. And like I said, during one heat previously, we saw Joshua Toledo and one of the top-ranked riders on the APB Tour, Alberto Bruno, coming in ranked in the top 20. You know, these guys both snapped their leashes because they got caught inside, lost their boards, had to swim for it, got caught in the rip, and the lifeguards had to actually jump in and lend the assist. So you have to be really careful out there. Also, we've seen a lot of guys, you know, go lobster diving head first out there. You know, just some major wipeouts. We even saw Antonio Cardoso from Portugal rocking the Gath helmet during his heat. Again, wearing the helmet more because of an ear condition, but still, on a day like today, a little protection for your noggin, not a bad idea. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, looking for a little extra protection for his second place advancing spot, and trying to add to his score, David Barbosa. But meanwhile here, Ian Campbell pulling in. You can see him streaking down the line trying to find the doggy door, but no exit for the South African on that one. Currently with a 2.50, 7.5, looking to replace the 2.5 as a backup score. So again, right now, quick recap of Heat 7. Here's a look at David Barbosa dropping into this one, pulls into the barrel, gets spit out. Oh my Lord! This kid, the young gun from São Conrado, pulling barrel time on that one. And that thing just completely blew out. So much spit there. I mean, it was ridiculous. And then after it completely blew out comes David Barbosa. So Barbosa already sitting on a 6.5. I said he was looking to replace a 2.75 and increase his lead. He may very well have dialed in a substantial score on that. We'll wait to see what comes from the judges, but wow. Just waiting for that score to filter in. Here's the replay. Pulls in, sets his line. That thing completely blows out. That wave turned inside out. And there he comes, throwing a little clean, waving his hand up like, come on, let's hear it. And you know what? That wave definitely worth a claim. David Barbosa. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell improved his overall combined score. Here's one more look at Barbosa coming out of that one. And score coming in from the judges as I cheat a little bit and listen to them announce it before the score drops online, giving you guys a little bit of a heads up. That's going to be a 9.50 barrel ride for David Barbosa. And there it is, Barbosa to the top spot on the strength of a 9.5 barrel ride. So the Brazilian young gun doing some work out there, making things happen. And you know what? You can tell he's feeling it out there. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell holding on to that second spot, a 7.50, needs to replace a 2.90 to strengthen his lead. Meanwhile, Socrates Santana with a 4.0, still looking for a second score. He's been unusually quiet out there. We hear a lot about the skills of this young 16-year-old. But so far, a 4.0, he's been a bit quiet. He's made it as far as he did last year. Last year, he turned a lot of heads by making it to round 5. There is a bit more expectation on the kid this year. Here he is in round 5, currently in the third spot on the outside looking in. We'll see if he can put anything together in the closing minutes. But right now, the main story of the heat, David Barbosa dropping a 9.5, laying it down out there with a solid barrel ride. That was just intense. That thing, I can't emphasize it enough. That thing just completely turned inside out and blew out like I haven't seen all day. And he managed to slide out of that, rewarded accordingly from the judges. So again, David Barbosa first, Ian Campbell currently in second, and Socrates Santana in the third spot. And again, just taking a quick look ahead, the last heat of round 5, we're going to see Israel Salas, Uri Valadown, the 2008 world champion, and Francois Ferreira battle it out in an all-Brazilian affair. That will wrap up round 5. Then we will reseed and launch into round 6 of men's competition as we just keep on keeping on here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro presented by Toyota SGA. Here we can see another wave rolling through, and it is just as heavy now as it's been yesterday and all morning. Now getting into the afternoon hours here at Praia de Itacoatiara in the Prefeitura de Niterói in the state of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And the swell definitely not showing any signs of letting up. Still heavy, still some big sets rolling through on the outside. I mean, we've seen some massive cleanup sets in the 3 meter just about 10-foot range, rolling through and making life a bit of an adventure for the competitors out in the water. And everybody has pretty much chimed in and said the same thing. It is very difficult out there. You know, these guys are burning a lot of energy and just, you know, fighting for competitive survival out there. And here we have a few more waves rolling through, a big closeout blowing up on the inside sandbar. Here's a set rolling through, red taking a look, but opts not to go. Ian Campbell. Ian Campbell currently in the second spot, trying to fend off Socrates Santana, who has only one wave to his name, a 4.0, in need of a 6.4, actually 6.41. So Socrates Santana a bit quiet out in the water. He's got some work to do if he's going to have any chance of advancing out. Right now it's the South African Ian Campbell holding onto that second advancing spot, and David Barbosa holding pretty firmly onto the lead on the strength of that 9.50 barrel ride. So getting down to the tail end of this heat, getting ready to go into Heat 7, the final heat of Round 5. And then again, we will be reseeding and launching into Round 6 of competition here on Day 4 of the Itacoatiara Pro. And while we're waiting for the next waves to be ridden, be sure to stay tuned to apbtour.com as well as Itacoatiarapro.com for all of the latest news, updates, highlights, press releases, and live webcast coverage. Also, heat results will be available on Itacoatiarapro.com. I know two-time world champion from South Africa, Andre Botha, hit me up this morning asking where he could see the results from all the previous heats. Those are available on the official Itacoatiara Pro website. Again, Itacoatiarapro.com. Also, don't forget to hit up all the social media, APB Tour and Itacoatiara Pro on Facebook, and all the other social media outlets, APB Tour on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and the new APB Tour Snapchat. And if you're going to be throwing up some hashtags, remember hashtag APB Tour, hashtag Itacoatiara Pro, hashtag the elephant is rising. There you can see out in the lineup waiting for another wave to roll his way, Ian Campbell looking to advance on to Round 6. Time counting down. Again, looking to replace a 2.90. There you can see the Itacoatiara Pro official event car, courtesy of Toyota SGA, our presenting sponsor. The event organizer, Giuliano Lara, has been driving this car around promoting the event. And a really nice car there from Toyota, four-door hatchback with the event graphics on it. I'd kind of like to grab the keys and take that thing for a drive tonight. Unfortunately, Giuliano's the only one allowed to drive that bad boy. Still, a gringo can hope. And there you can see that wave just completely unloading. And there we have another quick shot of the Itacoatiara Pro Toyota. Counting down the last 30 seconds. And here, closing seconds, 5 seconds left, up and riding Ian Campbell Drops into the right, comes off the bottom, punches the roll through the lip, comes down. Will he ride out? That thing blew up on the sandbar. And it looks like he's not going to be able to ride out of that. So one last-ditch effort from the South African. He was in the second spot. And I'm curious to see what happened to Socrates Santana. He had one wave at the very beginning of that heat and then literally disappeared from the heat for the remainder. So David Barbosa will win the heat. Ian Campbell will move on in second place. The final horn has sounded. It is official. Heat 7 is done. Barbosa and Campbell advancing on. We'll get into the final heat of round 5 right after this.
It gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to explore little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboard. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em ter uma equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
And welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. We are already underway out in the water with heat number 8, round 5. In the water right now, Israel Salas in red, Orivala down in yellow, and Francois Fajera in blue. Israel Salas coming into this event, one of the top-ranked riders on the World Tour. He was in the running for the world title last year. He comes into the event ranked 6th on the APB World Tour to start off 2015, looking to get this year's campaign off to a strong start. He is out in the water right now. Again, he is joined by Francois Fajera in blue, who is out in the water with Ori Valadown, the 2008 world champion as well. So again, an all-Brazilian affair out in the water. Francois Fajera coming to us from Posto Cinco. Ori Valadown from Bahia, joining Israel Salas. So again, the final heat of round 8. After this, we will reseed and launch into round 6 and try and drive through one more round today. Make tomorrow the final day with round 7, quarterfinals, semifinals, then the Pro Junior final, and concluding with the men's final as we crown our Pro Junior and men's champions for 2015 here at the Itacoatiara Pro. There you can see rider in red out in the water is Real Salas. Meanwhile, there down on the beach, Kalani Latanzi, we saw him advance through earlier today. Kalani dialing in some big scores earlier. He was able to win his round 4 heat, skip round 5, and go straight to round 6 earlier today. So we've seen some major scores come down the pipe today. Kalani Latanzi adding to that mix. A lot of 10s, 9s, 9.75s, you name it, everything in the 9 to 10 range. Some really excellent scores. These guys pulling some big barrels, some big maneuvers. And it's definitely been an interesting day. Itacoatiara has definitely delivered the goods for a second straight day. You know, again, all the riders talking about how difficult the conditions are. But it's a risk-reward situation out there, all or nothing, kind of a crapshoot, I guess you could say. You're either going to roll snake eyes, as I said earlier, or you're going to roll 6s. So, you know, you either come up big or you deal with some minimal scores. The guys who have been able to come up big out in the water are the guys who have been advancing through competition. All right, and Manny Vargas hitting me up again, just letting me know that the U-Riding mobile bodyboard game is now available at uriding.com. I don't know if I'm supposed to be giving you plugs on air, but I just did. So good to hear from our good friend Manny Vargas, my good friend Manny Vargas. I keep trying to figure out a way where I can finagle a trip to California and then as part of that down to northern Baja for a couple of days, maybe a little weekend disappearing act. So we'll see if we can make that happen in 2015, Manny. Meanwhile, trying to make things happen out in the water. Rider in the yellow jersey, Uri Valadown, the former 2008 world champion. Comes into 2015 ranked 3rd on the World Tour. He was one of a handful of guys in the mix for the world title at the end of last season. We'll talk more about him in a bit right after this.
Hi, Steve. Round 5, heat 7 with Davi Barbosa. His guys from São Conrado, Brasilia. He's really really strong, just 70 years old. So, Davi, as condições agora estão, pelo que a gente vê aqui, estão extremas. O terral está batendo o dia inteiro, mas o mar também não abaixou. Cada vez com a variação de maré está subindo e mantendo. Como é que tá ali dentro?
Então, tá muito estranho, tá difícil demais para achar ondas boas, mas graças a Deus, com a minha fé que eu tenho em Deus, eu consegui achar 2 tubos bons e tô amarradão. Consegui passar em primeiro, tô muito feliz. Muito obrigado.
Isso aí. Mesmo treinando em São Conrado, Itacoatiara, com esse tamanho aí, é difícil, né?
Com certeza. São Conrado a gente tem um swellzinho lá, mas nada comparado aqui em Itacoatiara, que é uma onda forte, mas ao mesmo tempo muito boa. E, pô, tô amarradão de ter passado. A onda daqui é muito boa, me amarro muito em surfar aqui sempre. E é isso aí.
Isso aí, parabéns, Davi. A gente te vê no round, no 7º round já, né? Isso aí. Guys, Davi just go straight to the round 6, sorry. So he said that the condition is really extreme. He surfed São Conrado, that's one wave similar here, but he said that we can compare because here is strange, strong, everything, but really perfect. He loves here. Thanks a lot, Davi.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations. Parabéns, David. David Barbosa taking the heat win, scoring a 9.25 barrel ride along the way. So we will see the 17-year-old Brazilian coming up again in round 6. Meanwhile, out in the water right now, underway. Israel Salas in red out in the water, looking to get on the board. At the moment, Francois Fajera with a 7.50 leads the heat. Ori Valadown with a 3.50 and a 2.25. It sits in the second spot. And again, Israel Salas still looking to get on the scoreboard. There you can see the man in yellow, Ori Valadown, taking a peek. As I was saying before we went to the beach interview, at the end of last season, going into the final event of the year in Sintra, we actually had 5 riders in the running for the world title. Alex Uranga from Basque, Jared Houston from South Africa, Pierre-Louis Costas from France, and Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island. Ori Valadown was one of those riders as well. Ori ended up finishing 3rd in the rankings. Of course, Amaury Laverne went on to win the world title. All right, so just listening to the beach announcer, we will be taking a short break at the end of this heat so that they can reseed for round 6. So again, stay tuned. Be sure to stick around. Short recess after the end of heat 8, and then we will go into round 6 of men's competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro, presented by Toyota SGA. Oof, there's another one of those foamy monsters on the inside. Meanwhile, a set behind it. You can see Ori Valadown scrapping to get through this one. Another one right behind it. This is what I've been talking about all day. We saw this yesterday. We've seen it time and time again today. You know, these cleanup sets, they come through, they pop up out of nowhere, and it's a mad scramble to get past them, because if you get caught inside, you're going to get worked. So waves still rolling in. Wave all down to the outside. Meanwhile, there you can see our rider in red, Israel Salas, on the hunt for his first wave still. Meanwhile, Francois Fajera in the blue jersey started things off at the 7.50. He's still looking for a backup score. So Israel Salas cruising the lineup. Again, still nothing on the board from him as of yet. And we have about 11 and a half minutes remaining in the heat. So we've actually gotten pretty deep into this heat, and Israel Salas still on the hunt, looking to get his first wave under his belt out in this heat, the final heat of round 5. Meanwhile, there you can see Ori Valadown currently in the second spot. He has a 3.50, 2.25. Still his top 2 scores so far. He sits in second behind the current heat leader, Francois Fajera, who is up and riding on his second wave, finds a little left-hander, goes up, hits the roll off the end section. Will he be able to come out? That's a lot of water churning around in there. And no, the turbulence shakes him from his board there. You see him pop up behind the wave. And back-to-back action, Ori Valadown up and riding, drives off the bottom, punches the roll through the roof. And again, just too much power and turbulence. Ori Valadown comes up behind the wave. So a couple of no makes for first Francois Fajera and Ori Valadown. Meanwhile, that man in red, Israel Salas, we saw him paddling in, trying to reposition himself. Has that drone hovering overhead, not far from him. Now that will fly off screen, and there you can see Israel Salas waiting for waves to roll his way to get on the board. So time counting down, situation out in the water, under 10 minutes left. 7.50, 1.5 for Francois Fajera. He remains in the lead. Meanwhile, this man, Ori Valadown, up and riding. There's the replay of him punching the roll through the lip on that right-hander, but just too much turbulence, too much water exploding around him. He got caught up and shook from his board. That was an incomplete. He's still sitting on a 3.50 and a 2.25 as his high scores, sitting in the second spot. Meanwhile, the man in red, Israel Salas, still waiting to get on the board with his first wave. I guess he's just waiting for one of the bigger sets to come through with him, try and maximize the scoring potential on a single wave. But you know how it goes. You do not want to wait too long, or time will become your enemy. Here he is, finally up and riding on his first wave, driving down the line. Big invert, tweaks it out, but unfortunately comes down in the white water, blowing up all around him, and he will not be able to complete the maneuver. A big attempt, but no complete as an end result, unfortunately. So I believe he is going to receive a 3.0 from the judges for the effort on that one. That would have been a big scoring maneuver if he had been able to land it. Unfortunately, coming unstuck in the turbulent landing. We have about 7 minutes remaining in the heat. And again, Francois Fajera in the lead right now. He has a 7.50, looking to erase a 1.50 as his backup score. Meanwhile, Ori Valadown again still sitting on a 3.5 and a 2.25. Minimal scores for the former world champion. You know he would like to add to those, build upon them, and maybe drive the point home that he means business in advancing out of this heat. Right now, Israel Salas with a 3.0 for his opening effort. Only needs a minimal score of 2.76 to catch the former world champion. But there you can see Israel on the inside trying to work his way back out, and that's a lot of moving water to try and work your way through. We've seen a lot of guys burn tons of energy on that inside section, and Israel Salas doing battle with the currents at the moment, trying to head back out to the lineup and take another shot, try and move out of the third spot and advance out of this heat. And there you see a shot down on the beach. Legendary beach marshal Vina Lisboa on the right hand of your screen. Vina, an absolute legend here in the world of Brazilian bodyboarding. He's been around for a long time. He's seen a lot, and he has a lot of respect from the Brazilian riders. Good to see him here once again for the Itacoatiara Pro. Year in and year out, that guy is a constant here in Brazil. And here we have Francisco Ferreira taking a look at that one, decides to let it roll on by. As this thing unloads on the inside, just turns into a big frothy monster unloading on the sandbar. Meanwhile, waves continue to roll in. Nice little screenshot of the Kimono Surf Shop hat. Kimono Surf Shop, one of the sponsors for this event. Thank you for your support, Kimono. Meanwhile, there you can see Israel Salas still working his way outside, actually making his way over to, I guess you could call it a channel at Castellan. That's where the current starts to pull out to the lineup. Meanwhile, plenty of people gathering, watching the action up by the event site, down on the beach. Plenty of people cruising throughout the course of this event, both here and at some of our sponsor locations. Saboreando an amazing kilogram of. I ate there yesterday with my wife, dove into some salmon and salad and beans and rice, good stuff. Here you can see Ori Valadown dropping in, driving down the line, trying to eye up a section, and here he takes to the air, big invert, and he lands it, and trying to push through, and he does come through at the end. Got a little caught up in the whitewater section, but he does make it. Meanwhile, right behind him, the current heat leader, Francisco Ferreira, punches the roll through the lip on the closeout section. So quick wave exchange there. Again, Ori Valadown taking to the air with a big invert. Francisco Ferreira trying to hold on to the heat lead, back up his 7.50 with a roll through the closeout section. That should definitely help his cause out in the water. Meanwhile, there you can see Ori making his way back out. We're waiting for scores to filter in from the judges. We'll give you a situation update on that in just a moment. Here's a replay of that wave. Ori on the right-hander, skipping down the face, finally sets his line, driving, looking for a section, hits it, tweaks it. And there you can see he lands it and stays with it, just gets a little lost in the whitewater, but does eventually ride out in front of it. So a solid wave there from the former 2008 world champion. And there's a shot of a few of the locals hanging out in the VIP area. So does courtesy of our sponsor, Mineirinho. Mineirinho, specific to the Niterói area. Long-running soft drink company, has been in business since the 1940s. So again, just waiting for some scores to come in. Meanwhile, up and riding, wasting no time getting back to it. Francisco Ferreira on the left-hander, drawing his line, trying to set this wave up, looking for a section. Hits the invert, comes down in the whitewater section. You can see his board pops up tail first. A no-make on that attempt from the current heat leader. Again, just waiting for wave scores to register from upstairs. I'll give you an update on that in just a moment. Counting down to the 1 minute mark, and there you have it, a 7.50 for Ori Valadown, but Francisco Ferreira with a 4.25 on his previous wave. That's enough to hold on to the lead. Ori Valadown remains in second. Israel Salas in a third spot has a 3.0 on his scorecard, still looking for a backup. He needs an 8.0, and there you can see he's spent almost half this heat battling the currents over there. So Israel Salas having a little bit of trouble battling the conditions out there. Resides in the third spot. He needs an 8.0. He needs to get back out into the lineup ASAP but time is working against him right now. So about 30 seconds remaining, and Ori Valadown's not done. He drops into this left-hander, sets his line, trying to get around this whitewater section as it collapses around him. Sets it up, goes up, big flip, and unfortunately as he was coming around, he dug his nose. So one last-ditch effort, Ori Valadown. You can never go to sleep on this guy. Never done out there until the final horn, which is coming up in about 20 seconds. So right now, counting down the final 5 seconds. And it looks like Francois Ferreira is going to take the win. Ori Valadown will advance out in second. And unfortunately, Israel Salas, his run is done here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. We'll be back right after a short break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
Welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Right now we are taking a brief recess while round 6 is reseeded, and then we will call the first heat of round 6 and continue on with competition. Approaching the 2 o'clock hour here in Itacoatiara in the Prefeitura de Niterói, the state of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. So full slate of action today. We're not done yet. Again, just a brief recess while we reseed and get ready to call the next heat. I'm going to duck out of the booth for a couple of minutes. I'll be right back. Again, stay tuned. We'll get set to go in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll get underway with round 6, heat 1. Stay tuned.
think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, and I'm back in the booth. Steve Action Jackson coming at you with the fourth day of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. My apologies for the downtime. Again, taking a brief recess to reseed and call the riders for round 6. That will be coming up in just a moment. I will give you a rundown of the heats as soon as they have finalized the reseeding process and hand off the heat draw to me. And in the meantime, I used that for a quick respite. I guess you could say I had to run out of the booth for a couple of minutes. My apologies for the extended dead air. Nobody likes dead air, especially me. So back in the booth, there you can see down in the competitors area, a lot of people cruising around, hanging out, watching the event on the flat screens they have down there. Some people, the usual playing around with smartphones, cruising around, enjoying some free refreshments courtesy of Minarinho. Also, Red Bull. They have their tent down on the beach and Red Bull in the coolers. So plenty of refreshments to go around down in the spectators area as well as the competitors area. Also the competitors being treated to some fresh fruits to keep them going throughout the course of the day. They got it all down there. Apples, oranges, pineapples, it's all good. Also the training equipment down there being put to good use while people keep warmed up. And we are just a few minutes away from launching into round 6 for the day as we set ourselves up for the final day tomorrow. Tomorrow, again, we are looking at running round 7 of men's, then going into quarters, semis, transitioning into the Junior Pro Final, where we will see young Hawaiian Super Grom Tanner McDaniel go up against Brazilian Mateus Bastos from Posto Cinco. So the Pro Junior is set. That will run tomorrow right before the Men's Pro Final. And we will be able to crown our junior champion and our men's champion for 2015 here at Itacoatiara tomorrow on the final day of competition. Fortunately, swell forecast looking pretty good. This swell that we had yesterday and today looks to stick around for tomorrow. So some more heavy beach break surf action out in the water for all of our competitors. Again, as we work our way and gear up towards the final day of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro. And there you can see Louis Finnegan, the Australian, hanging out with the South Africans. And it looks like a over-caffeinated Tanner McDaniel bouncing around on that medicine ball down there. So there you can see Brody Gleason, Luke Kitchen, Tanner McDaniel, Louis Finnegan, and Alex Udranga and Ian Campbell getting in the mix. So, all the guys hanging out, cruising around together. It's been a good time here during the competition. When we're not here at the beach running heats, we're usually cruising up the street, hitting Puro Suco for some acai and pastels or Italiano rolls. And it's like a full-on scene around here. You come up here, you get the consistent surf. You know, this place is a swell magnet. It picks up swell so easily and magnifies it. And then when you're not out in the water, you can literally cruise down the street. You've got Puro Suku, you've got Mixi Sushi right next to it. Mixi Sushi was provider of our sushi platters at the launch party at the Toyota dealership earlier in the event competition window. So, you know, thanks to them also, because that was some delicious sushi. Let me tell you, I mean, everybody just dove in face first and devoured 3 large boats. I mean, when I say large boats of sushi, they were the size of the table I'm using here in the commentary booth. I mean, those things were massive, and people got their feet on for good on that night. It was just unreal. But again, you know, just one of many sponsors making this event happen this year. You know, while we have some downtime waiting for round 6 to get reseeded and launch into that, let me thank our sponsors. Prefeitura de Niterói, Esporte e Lazer, o Governo de Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude. Presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA. Also, this event is sponsored by Águas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Diamante, Minarino, Nechi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos Cambio e Turismo, DXI, Way Suplementos, Saboreando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, RicoSurf.com, Canal Off, Itacoatiara Pampo Clube, Puro Suco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedra Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Hidet, Tropicus, Albin Imóveis, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. All right, so again, those of you just tuning in, we have been taking a brief recess so that we can reseed the field for round 6 of competition and call the first heat. We will be getting into that in just a moment. In the meantime, I'd like to take this moment to recap what we've seen so far in this event today. We worked our way through round 4, and we have just completed moments ago round 5. I'll give you a quick rundown. Advancing out of Heat 1, round 5 was Alex Uranga, the Heat winner. Also joining him in the next round, Antonio Cardoso from Portugal. In Heat 2, it was 6-time world champion and wild card entry Guilherme Tamega winning the Heat, and Matias Diaz advancing out in the second spot. In Heat 3, Zé Octavio, the local wild card, took the Heat win, and holding on after a bit of a harrowing experience in that heat where he got caught on the inside and lost his board, snapped his leash. Alberto Bruno held on for second spot. He moves on to round 6. In Heat 4, we saw João Zeke, a regular here at Itacoatiara, win the Heat. Following him out was the young Australian Louis Finnegan, the lone Australian, carrying on into the next round. In Heat 5, we saw the young Hawaiian Tanner McDaniel win the Heat, with Luke Kitchen from South Africa moving on to the next round. There you can see Alex Uranga and Ian Campbell in the competitors area getting ready. Lucas Nogueira as well. These guys, you know, they're ready to hit the water for round 6 and keep on moving forward in this event. To continue on with the remainder of the heats in round 5 action. Heat 6, Lucas Nogueira and Sasha Demjanek moving on. Nogueira winning the heat. And in Heat 7, it was David Barbosa, the young 17-year-old Super Grom from São Conrado, winning the heat on the strength of a 9.25 barrel ride. He won the heat to move on. Also advancing on to round 6 was Ian Campbell from South Africa. And rounding out round 5 the winner of Heat 8, Francole Ferreira from Posto Cinco, one of the local competitors coming to us from the other side of the Niederroy Bridge, and he advanced out with 2008 world champion, currently ranked number 3 in the world, Ore Valadown. So there you have a quick recap of round 5. All of the 16 riders that we will see coming up in round 6. So again, taking a short recess so that the round can be reseeded and the first heat can be called. I'll give you a rundown of the heat progression for round 6 as soon as they finish reseeding upstairs. And I will pass that information on to you as quickly as possible, as again, getting ready to roll into the reseeded round 6 of men's. 8 more heats to go today before we wrap things up, and then we will pick things up again tomorrow for day 5 of competition. Tomorrow, the final day. Looking to wrap things up here at the Itacoatiara Pro while the swell sticks around for us. And then again, we will be heading off to Chile for the second and third events of the year to wrap up the South American leg. The Eureka Chilean Challenge coming up next week, running July 17th through July 26th. Following right after that, we will be off to Antofagasta for the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival, July 28th through August 7th. And just taking a quick look ahead at the other events on tour this year. I had mentioned earlier the 2 specialty events, the Enel Challenge in Brittany, France, scheduled for July 1st through October 31st, a pretty large window. They're looking for 1 solid day to run that invitational event. Also confirmed the Shark Island Invitational in Australia with a waiting period of August 10th through September 18th. Andrew Lester, the defending champion of that event. And then back on the World Tour itself, confirmed for September, we will be in Portugal for the 20th anniversary running of the Sintra Pro. That will run September 22nd through September 27th. And then it's off to Praia de Norte for the Nazaré Pro, the first ever Nazaré Pro on the World Tour, September 29th through October 4th. And the season finale, about 2 weeks away from being 100% confirmed, we will be returning to Puerto Rico to battle it out in the season finale at Middles, the Encanto Pro Puerto Rico. That is scheduled for November 4th through November 15th. Again, that's about 2 weeks away from being officially confirmed, but I've been told that will happen. Also, there's a couple other events on the horizon being confirmed for September and October, women's events and men's events. So we'll see how that all falls together. I'm not going to say anything further. I don't want to jinx it. But if this one men's event falls into place like it looks like it's going to, it's going to have everybody frothing. All right, so right now we're going to throw things down to the beach real quick. We have Paula Simone with the winner of the last heat of round 5. Take it away, Paula.
We are here with the last heat of the round 5 with Francisley Ferreira, the Brazilian that comes from Copacabana. He just won this really heavy heat. How is over there, Francisley? Como é que tá ali dentro?
Hoje uma tá muito difícil e as ondas ficaram maior, com mais força. Tá bastante difícil achar uma onda boa e se posicionar bem. Ainda tá com correnteza também, ficou um pouco mais difícil, porém ainda tem onda boa, dá para achar uma ou outra.
Você que é acostumado com Copacabana, dá para comparar o Copacabana com esse mar de hoje, meio storm, meio estranho, grande, bom?
O drop da onda é um pouco parecido, porém não tem essa constância não é constante de ter essas ondas grandes, mas o drop é muito parecido, mas aqui a onda tem muito mais força, acredito. E lá é muito mais raso, ou seja, pouca diferença, diferente detalhes, acredito.
Isso aí, então tá. Obrigada, Francesley. Parabéns. Te vejo no próximo round. Boa sorte para você e para todos os brasileiros aqui.
Cinco. And thank you again, Paula, for bringing us the beach interviews all day today, the heat winners from each heat. She's been doing a solid job down there. She also joined me for the APB morning show to start things off. There you can see waves still rolling through. Thank you, Alex Leon, making a quick in and out delivery. Alex running like a madman right now. I have in hand the heat draw for round 6. And it looks like the first heat will be Lucas Nogueira, Ian Campbell, and Zé Ottavio. That will be followed by Heat 2, Round 6, Alex Uranga, Tanner McDaniel, and Kalani Latanzi. Heat 3, Round 6 will be Alan Munoz, Sergio Luis, and Luke Kitchen. And in Heat 4 action, we will see Amaury Laverne, Matias Diaz, and João Zeke. Heat 5 will feature Pierre-Louis Costas, David Barbosa, and Francois Ferreira. And then in Heat 6, Round 6, Alberto Bruno, Diego Cabrera, and Antonio Cardoso. Filling in the spots for Heat 7, Round 6, Ori Valadown, Louis Finnegan, and Guilherme Tamega. And then in the final heat of Round 6, which will be the last heat of the day today, Eder Luciano, Elton Loureiro, and Sasha Damjanek. So there's a quick rundown of Round 6 again coming up. The first heat of Round 6 will be hitting the water shortly. Lucas Nogueira from Brazil, Ian Campbell from South Africa, and Zé Ottavio from Brazil. Nogueira will be in red, Campbell will be in yellow, and Ottavio will be in the blue jersey assignment. So again, they will be hitting the water shortly. All right, and before we get into anything else, we're going to throw back down to the beach with Paula, and she has a beach interview for us.
We are here with Joshua Toledo. He's from Chile. He usually trains in the heavy waves, but today he got the biggest set, I think the biggest set on the day in his head, and he feel a little bit sad, bad. I don't know, they went to the ambulance to check it out, everything, because it was really heavy. Tell me about your experience. ¿Cómo es que fue ali dentro?
Bueno, primero que nada quiero mandarle un saludo a mis auspiciadores, bueno, y a mi novia que están todos preocupados ahí en Chile. Bueno, mi experiencia en el agua fue muy fuerte, nunca había vivido esto. Ahora estoy un poco más tranquilo. En el momento tuve 2 minutos, 3 minutos inconsciente. Bueno, no pude respirar bien, tragué mucha arena, mucha agua. Cuando llegué al hospital recién pude despertar, abrir los ojos, moverme un poco. Y ahora estoy aquí, volví de nuevo con todo, pero tranquilo. Bueno, quiero mandar un saludo a todos los chilenos, amigos, y especialmente a mi novia que están todos viéndonos. Y vamos que Chile va a salir campeón.
Vamos que ainda tem chileno na água, né? E se você não tivesse acontecido isso, tivesse passado, você acha que entraria de novo numa boa? Ou você acha que o mar está muito perigoso para continuar o campeonato?
Bueno, creo que la ola está demasiado grande. Las olas que me pillaron fueron a cerca de 4 metros, 4 metros y medio, muy grande, y 1 metro de agua, o sea, no es nada. Bueno, si hubiera pasado mi manga, yo creo que me hubiera esforzado mucho más de lo que tuve en mi manga anterior. Y nada, nunca había visto esta experiencia, primera vez, y muy bonita, yo creo que algo me ha servido de algo.
Por um lado, você você tá mais forte agora, né? Tá mais consciente que aqui também, aqui é assim, gente. A gente não imagina que o mar é assim, mas é perigoso, é grande, é seco. Mas é isso, ainda bem que tá tudo bem. Manda um alô pra você, a gente vai continuar aqui no campeonato. Back to you, Steve.
And right into the action out in the water. That was Ian Campbell starting things off in Heat 1, Round 6. And right behind him in the red jersey, Lucas Nogueira pulls in deep, gets spit out of the barrel. So, wasting no time getting down to it out in the water here in Round 6. Ian Campbell with a long wave, punched the roll through a heavy section at the end. Looked like he was going to get lost in the whitewater, but somehow held on and rode out in front of that. Meanwhile, Lucas Nogueira following suit, grabbing a left-hander, getting barreled and spit out. So quick wave exchange to start off the beginning of Heat 1, Round 6. Again, out in the water. Lucas Nogueira in red, Ian Campbell in yellow, Zé Octavio in blue. We are underway with Round 6 of men's competition. This will be the last round of the day. We've got 8 heats left of bodyboarding action here at Praia de Itacoatiara. Again, solid waves rolling through today. In the interview leading into Round 6, that was Joshua Toledo. Him and basically the entire field, Zé Otavio, Joshua Toledo, and Alberto Bruno got cleaned up, caught on the inside of some cleanup sets. And, they were pushing 3 meters, good 10 feet. Here you can see the replay of the barrel for Lucas Nogueira. Now, as I was saying, Joshua Toledo telling about his experience out there. He lost his board. Roberto Bruno lost his board. And that basically ended the heat for them. Their leashes snapped, the boards washed in. They took a bunch of waves on the head. And then Joshua, caught in current, ended up having to be rescued by the lifeguards and checked out by the paramedics. Meanwhile, putting together some work on this smaller wave, Lucas Nogueira looking to add a couple of scores to his card right off the bat, getting 2 waves under his belt and getting things started in good fashion out here in Heat 1. And there you can see a 9.0 to start this heat off for Lucas Nogueira, 4.75 for Ian Campbell from South Africa. Zé Otavio waiting to get on the board with his first wave, and now waiting for that second wave of Lucas Nogueira to register. There you can see the lifeguards down at the edge of the beach with the jet ski. We didn't think we'd have to break that out, but they did actually have to use that earlier in Round 5. And here's Zay pulling into a closeout bomb and just getting lit up like the 4th of July out there. So Zay, there you see popping up through the white water. A lot of water moving around out there. And here's the secondary score falling in to our live scores on the live webcast page. A 3.50. So a 9.0, 3.50. Lucas Nogueira out to a solid opening lead. Combined score of 12.50 right off the bat. Ian Campbell with the 4.75, 2.25 for the first wave of Zé Otavio. So that's the situation out in the water here in the early going of Heat 1, Round 6. Nogueira first, Campbell second, Otavio in the third spot. And there you can see Zay paddling back out. Meanwhile, check this out. Tanner McDaniel standing and bouncing on a medicine ball. And there, Kalani Latanzi running over and grabbing him from behind. So Tanner McDaniel having some fun with the exercise equipment available in the competitors area. And Kalani Latanzi goofing on him a little bit. It's good to see these guys, It's all business out in the water during a heat, but when they're on the beach in the competitors area, not riding, there you can see it. Everybody trying to keep loose, smiling. There you can see Antonio Cardoso. We will see Antonio at the back half of this round. He will be coming up in round 6. So he's hanging out for now, right now, watching the action out in the water, but he will go to work soon enough. All right, so again, for those of you just tuning in, we are underway with round 6 of men's competition here on day 4 of the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. We've already worked our way through rounds 4 and 5, reseeded round 6, took a brief intermission, and now we're right back to it, plowing through the last 8 heats of the day, and working our way to setting up the final day of competition tomorrow. Up and riding. Ian Campbell pulls into the barrel. That one spits, but unfortunately, Ian cannot find the exit on that one. He'll get a little cut up. There he is, popping up in the whitewater and getting dragged across. Like we said, we've been saying it all day. A lot of current on the inside. That'll drag you right down the beach if you're not careful. Meanwhile, on the outside, look at this mammoth beast rolling in. Zé Otávio paddling. He already got caught in round 5 in front of one of these. Paddling out, looking to get ahead of this thing, and there's another one right before it. Does this one just unloads and closes out? So we've seen a lot of sets rolling through. You know, it hasn't been pretty when guys have been getting caught inside because there's really not much you can do. Just, you know, take the beating like a man and hold your breath. And there you can see plenty of people gathered around. We've got people all over the place watching this event. It doesn't look like there's a lot of people, but you've got packs of people on the beach, packs of people in the front there looking over the cactus and foliage, watching through gaps there. And you've got people watching on the monitors in the guest area. We've got a monitor set up in the competitors area where the competitors are watching. And we really have a solid crowd gathered here at Itacoatiara. Also, again, I have to say thank you to Saboreando. Not only do they have amazing food, but they have this event running on their flat screen in the restaurant all day yesterday. And then when the event was over, they actually had it on a loop. So it was playing throughout the course of the day so customers could watch and listen in to the event that they are sponsoring. And all of the employees there at the event wearing the official shirts, wearing the official hats. And it's really, really cool to see local businesses like that supporting events like this. So, again, a big thank you to Saboreando. Muito obrigado por todo apoio, Saboreando. Saboreando, desculpa. Pronunciação. My pronunciation gets a little mixed up when I try and rush things. So I have to keep it calm and even keel when I speak Portuguese, or else I just start butchering the language, and it's just bad, you know, full-on gringo speak. So as a matter of fact, most of our staff right now taking a quick little afternoon lunch break to dive into some food delivered by Saboreando. I can't wait to dive into mine. I got some fish today, so it's all good. Meanwhile, trying to make it all good out in the water are riders. And there you can see in the competition area, riders waxing up, getting ready. And here we have Lucas Nogueira pulling another barrel, getting spit out. A little check turn there. Still going. And it hits the roll. And Lucas Nogueira taking care of business out there right now. Currently has a 9.0, looking to replace a 3.50. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that will definitely replace the 3.5 as his backup score. Meanwhile, there you can see Alex Odango preparing for heat number 2, round 6. He's going to go up against Tanner McDaniel and Kalani Latanzi. And it sounds like a big score coming down the pipe for Lucas Nogueira. This is not only going to replace that 3.5 as a backup score, this is going to drop in as a new high score for him. If I'm hearing the judge correctly, the beach announcer correctly upstairs, sounds like the judges had just dropped in a 9.50 for Lucas Nogueira on that last barrel ride. So Nogueira, utilizing the barrel time to his fullest advantage out there right now. There it is, 9.25. So a 9.25, a 9.0. He now has a combined heat score of 18.25. He is in control without question out in the water right now. Meanwhile, Ian Campbell with a 4.75 looking to replace a 2.0 as his second wave. Zé Octavio, only one wave written so far, looking for a secondary score. All right, and it looks like Alex Leon cruising into the booth, so we'll get the APB tour director into the hot seat, get him mic'd up, and we'll see what's going on. Welcome to the booth, Alex. How's it going out there?
Check, voice check.
Check.
All good?
You're good.
Yeah, it's good. I just spoke to Joshua at Toledo. He's back from the hospital now, so we got the all clear. Doctor's x-rayed his back and neck, and he seems to be okay. I think he's just a little shaken up, but he's in good spirits, and he's back watching the event.
Yeah, I saw him down there giving the beach interview with Paula. I didn't realize he had actually gone to the hospital. I knew he had been checked out by the paramedics, but again, we can't emphasize enough how heavy it's been out there today. Again, Joshua Toledo getting caught on the inside during his round 5 heat, and to say he took a beating would be putting it lightly.
Oh yeah, he got caught in that first one, and then he sort of struggled to fight and get back out against the sets, where he should have just gone floppy and just let the first one wash him in and then redo the paddle. But it's obviously probably couldn't see behind that first one because it was about 12 feet tall. So there was I think that was a 5 or 6 wave set in that, and it's probably the biggest set we've seen this week.
Yeah, those guys took a lot of waves on the head. Not only him, but also Alberto Bruno and Zé Otavio, who is out in the water right now. I mean, that was a brutal heat. That was just violent out there.
Yeah, heavy. Probably one of the scariest situations he's been in, and you know what? It just adds to the event. He's okay, which is good, and it just gives that little adds that that critical, dangerous edge to this contest. And
well, this is where you kind of teeter on the edge of big, heavy waves for a contest, and waves kind of transitioning into waves of consequence. I mean, there's definitely some breakneck sets coming in out there today.
Yeah, definitely. It's probably the biggest we've. I know 2012 we had one day probably a little bit bigger, but it was breaking further out. Where this is all holding up along the sands close to shore, and it's just a lot heavier. I think this is probably the heaviest day we've had in 4 years of this contest.
I would agree with you. I mean, you referred to 2012 during the trials and round 1. We saw some really heavy surf and some guys, really taking some beatings out there. But nothing quite like this, not where it's super shallow on the inside and big sets stacked up one after the other like this.
Unbelievable. Look at it. I mean, it reminds me of Porto. This is exactly like Mexico. It's
just bombing out there when the sets start rolling in.
Just Mexico obviously breaks further out. Puerto Escondido breaks, further on. The sandbars are outside more. It goes from 12 feet, 10 to 12 feet, just to, 1 foot of whitewash within a space of about 30 meters.
Yeah, throughout the course of the day, our viewers watching online have seen guys trying to paddle out, and you get in that inside section, that impact zone, it's really shallow, and there's a lot of current pulling everything down towards Castown. I mean, we saw it when Joshua Toledo got caught on the inside. Then when he got washed to the inside, he just started getting dragged to the beach. The lifeguards literally had to sprint to keep pace with how fast he was getting dragged down the beach in the current.
Yeah, that's right. It was moving very quickly, and the rest of the crew just started running down because he was waving his hand, and immediately I was a bit concerned. But as soon as he's waving his hand, I knew he's obviously a little frightened there. He's gonna.
Now, people always talk about reef breaks being more dangerous than beach breaks, but beach breaks have their own dangers inherently when the waves are bigger like this. I mean, you have to be concerned about head and neck injuries in waves like this, conditions like this, especially when it's really shallow on the inside.
Oh yeah, and like you said with beach breaks, I think it's more dangerous because the currents and the rips. You know, you don't have reef breaks; they're normally divided by channels. It's beside obviously pipe's a bit scarier, but here we see Jose Otavio in blue, the local wild card.
Zay driving down the line, punches the roll through the section, resets, and gets caught in the closeout section there. He just gets eaten up in there, you know, into the jaws of the beast on that inside section.
Look at that, cappuccino. The shampoo, it's everywhere, all over the beach.
Yeah, a lot of moving water, a lot of foamy water on the inside, and not very deep. I believe it was Israel Salas we saw on the inside in his heat. He was actually trying to paddle back out and duck under, and there was nowhere to duck. You know, he literally went knuckles first into the sand, something Jared Houston was talking about earlier this morning, and basically just shaving your knuckles on the bottom.
Yeah, it is. It's quite shallow, especially where they're surfing too. That sandbar is probably the shallowest on the whole beach. You can see, you'll see, you know, after they get a wave, the gurgle and, you know, there's double suck-ups in the waves and everything. But, I mean, look at this heat scores. Lucas Noguera, he started out with a 9, an absolute banger. Nice big left barrel. And I missed the 9.25. I was walking into the commentary booth.
Yeah, the 9.0 was his opening wave. He had a nice right-hand barrel. He backed it up with a 9.25 on the barreling left. So dropping a couple of strong high-range scores there. Meanwhile, out in the water, Zay Otavio with a 2.25, currently in a 6.0, holds the advancing position over Ian Campbell. Campbell with the 4.75 and 2.0. He's on the hunt for a minimal score, a 3.51. But as we've been saying all day today, it's an all-or-nothing scenario out there. It's either you get the big scoring wave that you survive, or you get gobbled up in the attempt. So, you know, luck of the draw out there, I guess it is. You're seeing the guys capitalize on the opportunities when they open up for them. But the guys that have been getting the lower scores and not advancing, things haven't really gone their way out there. It's really been hard to pick and choose today.
Yeah, definitely. It has improved, I think, since this morning. Though the conditions, it's worked itself out. It's cleaned itself up a bit more with the nor'east wind that's come through the mountains, and it's you know, I think it's shaping up for a good day tomorrow. I believe that we could have one of our best days yet tomorrow. So I didn't expect the swell to be this big still today. I thought today was going to be the perfect size, but it's still too big, obviously. I mean, it makes for great media, though. We've had a story to tell today. It's pretty historic. But tomorrow, I think it's I think we could be in for an incredible day of surfing tomorrow.
So you're talking about tomorrow. What is the plan schedule-wise? We've already worked through rounds 4 and 5, and we're into round 6 to finish off the day today. What's tomorrow's schedule looking like?
Yeah, so today we're going to try and finish off. I think we'll probably get to around heat 6 or 7 in the of this round. We're going to try and run till dark, and then we're going to come back tomorrow morning, and we're going to finish off the 2 or 3 heats that we don't get through today. And we're going to go straight into man-on-man round 7, the quarters, the semi-finals. Then we're going to run the consolation final, which is a new addition this year to the APB, where we're basically having a surf-off for 3rd position. So the 2 second place finishes in the semis will surf again, going for that 3rd position to finish 3rd in the rankings of this event.
Oh, wow, this is the first time I'm hearing this. That's actually a really cool idea.
Yeah, so it's a consolation. So we're going to, we'll have our top 4 be 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th by the end of the event. And after that consolation final, or before that, we're going to run the Pro Junior final. So that's going to be a hell of a day. You don't want to miss it. And then, we'll finish with the final, and then we'll crown the champion tomorrow afternoon. I'd say it's probably scheduled to be around 3 or 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Once we get through the rest of round 6, round 7 and the quarters. We see Ian Campbell, nice spin there and throwing a roll, and he's coming in for a third roll there. So Ian Campbell is just trying to link up the manoeuvres and get on the board. A nice backup score to his 4.75. You see there, it's pretty hard to beat to the amount of time on the clock now to try and catch Lucas in first. He's sitting comfortably 18.25 points there, and Ian's, I guess, his rival now is Jose. They're vying for that second position.
All right, so we've been going over the schedule for tomorrow, keeping tabs on this heat here, and I believe from what event organizer Juliano Lara was just telling me off to the side, we're going to get Joshua Toledo in here to talk a little bit more about his ordeal earlier today in round 5. Again, for those of you who missed it during his round 5 heat, he got caught on the inside along with Alberto Bruno. They both lost their boards when their leashes snapped, and they took a bunch of massive sets on the head. And then Joshua came up injured on the inside, got caught on the rip, and was getting dragged down the beach. We had to call the lifeguards into action. They brought the ski out to assist him and Alberto Bruno, and Joshua Toledo actually had to be taken to the hospital to have x-rays to make sure that he did not have any severe injuries to his back or neck. He spoke a little bit about it with Paola before down on the beach, and we'll get him in to talk more. Meanwhile, up and riding, Zé Otávio pulling into the left-hander and not really opening up for him, so he's going to duck out on that one. He's currently sitting in the third spot. A situation change out in the water, 4.75 for Ian Campbell on his last wave was enough to move ahead of Zay into that second and advancing position. Meanwhile, there you can see Alan Munoz coming up.
Yeah, in the next heat, we've got Alan Munoz in the red, Sergio Luis will be in yellow, and Luke Kitchen from South Africa in the blue, who's come all the way from round 1, which is it's pretty remarkable for a South African to come over here, travel this far, and do really well. There's a couple of the boys that came over to compete, and it's good to see that Luke's made it into round 6. It's he's up there with the big boys, so it's good.
Yeah, it's interesting, especially considering that a defending event champion and fellow South African Jared Houston had a bit of a shocker today and was eliminated from the field of competition. But the South African young gun, Luke Kitchen, is still alive here in round 6. Meanwhile, still alive in competition, trying to keep it that way. Zé Otávio on the left-hander, rolling through that critical section and just gets lost in the wash there. There you see him pop up in the whitewater. And it's almost like if you come down in that whitewater explosion, it's very, very difficult to make it out. We've seen it time and time again. I've only seen a couple of guys make it through that whitewater explosion coming down. If you don't land just right, you're going to get gobbled up in there.
Oh, yeah, it's extremely hard to make moves in these conditions. Biggest explosions, bouncing back off the sandbar. Even on the 2-3 foot days, it's hard. I can't imagine now it's sets at 8-10 foot. Just crazy out there. I just want to give a quick shout out to a fellow bodyboarder who was the latest shark attack victim in Australia. Fellow bodyboarder up in Ballina, Matthew Lee. He's got a support page too on Facebook. He's actually going through a pretty traumatic time at the moment after being severely attacked by a shark in Ballina. So there's a support page for him on Facebook, and get on there and like it and have a look and support him. He's a good bodyboarder from Australia, so I just want to throw my support out there for him, Matthew Lee.
Well, so there you have it. Be sure to check that out on Facebook, and while we wait for the next waves to roll through, we're going to take a quick commercial break.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
All right, so right now the horn has sounded and we are underway with Heat 3, Round 6 out in the water. Alan Munoz from Chile in red, Sergio Luis from Brazil in yellow, and Luke Kitchen in blue from South Africa. And right off the horn, up and riding, Luke Kitchen on this right-hander, trying to set up a section, waiting for it to stand up. He's going to throw the reverse off the end section, but comes unglued at the end there. So Luke Kitchen getting things started, the young South African, the first one with the wave to his name out in the water here in Heat 3, Round 6. Again, going up against Sergio Luis in yellow, Alan Munoz in red, and there you can see running up the beach, Tanner McDaniel, the winner of that last heat. So again, we are underway with Heat 3, Round 6 here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. There's a nice pan back shot of the beach here at Itacoatiara. Still a lot of people hanging out, sticking around. Meanwhile, up and riding, trying to stick a good score in red. Alan Munoz throws the roll. Nice air roll for the Chilean. Combos with another roll off of the end section. So a nice opening wave for Alan Munoz. Now just waiting for Sergio Luis to get on the board. Now you can see people congratulating Kalani. He will move on to the final day of competition. We'll see him tomorrow in round 7. Meanwhile, a rider in yellow, Sergio Luis, taking a peek at that one. Not quite up to par for his liking, so he's going to wait for something bigger. It looks like we might have some sets rolling in on the horizon. Like I was saying, still plenty of people gathered here on the beach watching the action out in the water. As we draw to the end of the day today, looking to run a few more heats before we wind down, and then we will pick up again tomorrow for the final day of competition. Tomorrow we will be crowning our Pro Junior champion and our men's champion. Meanwhile, scores filtering in. A 6.75 for Alan Munoz on his opening wave. Luke Kitchen a 1.75. Waiting for Sergio Luis to get on the board. So Munoz with the early lead. Luke Kitchen currently in second. Sergio Luis on the board in third currently, waiting to get his first wave to improve his situation out there. Here in the early going of Heat 3. And we're going to throw things down real quick to Paula once again. She's with the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Paula.
Hi guys, round 6, heat 2 with Tannen McDaniel from Hawaii. How was there? I know that's pretty big now.
Yeah, it's still really solid out the back. Super stoked I got first in this heat. Yeah, I just kind of got two good ones, and I was just waiting for so long, and then I was in priority for a really good one, and I kind of had to go to block Alex from going, and it was a really sick wave, but I just didn't make it and got pretty smoked on it. So yeah, stoked to get through, stoked to get first.
So just you're gonna surf just tomorrow now. What are you gonna do today? Just relax and wait, and maybe tomorrow the swell gonna drop off a little bit. What do you think? Gonna be better for you guys, or do you prefer like this?
No, tomorrow should be really good. Swell forecast is looking like hopefully it's gonna drop, and yeah, it should be a good day. Hopefully I can progress further through the men's division. I'm in the junior pro finals tomorrow also, so I'm gonna hopefully be surfing a lot tomorrow.
Good. Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
All right, and Steve Action Jackson back in the booth. Sorry for the delay, folks. Had to step into the broadcast booth transmission room for a moment. But back after that interview on the beach. Thank you again, Paula, and congratulations again to Tanner McDaniel. And Tanner making the rounds, doing the media dance down there from one interview to another. So that kid getting a lot of exposure here in Brazil. I love the media exposure in this country. I mean, there's bodyboarding programs on multiple channels. It gets in the newspapers. You know, it gets major network coverage during major events like this. So, you know, no shortage of reporters and cameras and film crews floating around doing interviews with all of the riders. So it's really cool to see. I would love to see more of this in the United States. Meanwhile, just to touch base again, 6.75, 1.75 on the board for Alan Munoz and Luke Kitchen, respectively. Sergio Luis up and riding on this left-hander. Driving down the line, tweaks the invert off the end. And here he's going to ride out in front of this. So Sergio Luis on the board. There you see him running back up the beach. He's going to jump into that current at Castown, the channel, so to speak, make his way back out to the lineup. And there you can see the current heat leader, Alan Munoz, kicking into this left-hander. Nice, clean, open face. Gets foamy real quick, drives off the bottom, and he's going to kick out, as that section did not stand up for him as he was coming off the bottom like he would have preferred. So he will make his way back out. Meanwhile, out the back, Luke Kitchen currently in second, looking for a secondary score and something to build upon his 1.75 he opened up with. He's out the back. And there you can see more waves rolling through. And there you have David Barbosa, among many others, hanging out watching the action from the competitors area. David Barbosa will be coming up in Heat 5 of round 6. So we could very well see him coming up before the day is done. There you see Luke paddling back out. A 1.0 on the board for Alan Munoz. A 7.25 for Sergio Luis. He sits in second place, but he has the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. He just needs to back it up with a secondary score. Meanwhile, Luke Kitchen, a 1.75 at the moment. He needs a 5.25 or better to move into the second position. And here Alan Munoz up and riding on this right-hander, trying to get around the section and just not quite able to get there, and that's going to break down the line before he can get into position, so he'll duck out. There you see he pops up. He'll make his way back to the lineup and give it a better go the next time around. So again, right now, Alan Munoz currently in first, still looking for a secondary score. Sergio Luis in second with a 7.25. Luke Kitchen with a 1.75. There you can see him sitting in the lineup waiting for the next wave to roll his way so he can try and get some work done. Move his way out of the third position into one of the top 2 advancing spots. And there you can see on the outside some lines starting to form up, some sets coming in. So Luke may very well have his opportunity come sooner rather than later as waves start to stand up. There you can see one of the competitors with some medical tape on the back of his neck. Meanwhile, back out in the water, waves rolling in, no takers. Looked like Alan Munoz on the inside, ducking under that last wave. Luke Kitchen out in the water, waiting for something to roll his way. I do believe he has priority at the moment. So waiting patiently, looking to use his priority wisely. The young South African has had a very impressive run here in the event. He started off in round 1. Now here he is in round 6. He's worked his way through the field of competition. Regardless of how he does from here, this will bode well for the young South African. Will definitely work in his favor moving forward into the rest of the 2015 APB World Tour season. Hopefully we'll see this kid at the Arica Chilean Challenge coming up after Itacoatiara, event number 2. The Arica Chilean Challenge scheduled July 17th through July 26th. That will be followed by the Antofagasta Bodyboard Festival July 28th through August 2nd. All right, so 1.50 on the last wave for Alan Munoz. Meanwhile, pulling into this closeout, Luke Kitchen dropping in, bouncing across the face. A quick little skip, sets his line, and then drives into a closeout. That thing just sectioned off and shut down on him. So that'll give him a second scoring wave. It will not improve his situation any. Still in third position, needs a 5.25. The current heat leader, Alan Munoz, sitting on a 6.75, looking to replace a 1.50. Meanwhile, Sergio Luis with a 7.25. All he really needs to do is ride a second wave, and he will take the lead. There he is in the yellow jersey, being shadowed by the current heat leader, Alan Munoz. You can see Sergio Luis signaling for an update from the beach announcer. Actually, now I stand corrected. Luke Kitchen needs a 5.51 to improve his position. Meanwhile, again, Sergio Luis, a 7.25, the highest scoring wave of the heat so far. Here he is looking for his second wave to steal a Terry McKenna quote, quoting Teza. Took a sniff, didn't like what he smelled, so he's going to back off of that one. So, you know, I actually kind of miss working with Teza McKenna. Hopefully I'll get to work with him sometime during the course of this season. We'll see what unfolds as we get deeper into the year. But Teza, if you're out there watching, miss you, brother. So I know Teza's been busy working in Australia, working surfing and bodyboarding events, working pretty hard on the APB National Tour, or the ABA National Tour, I mean. Sorry, losing my train of thought as I've got food in front of me, my coffee mug with coffee, and speaking of my coffee mug, you can see on screen the Itacoatiara Pro merchandise. They've got mugs, sweatshirts, t-shirts, 3-button polos, rash guards, replicas of the Champions Trophy, exclusively available at this event for now. Stay tuned for news of that in the near future. But nice line of products they've got for this event. Also, a couple of different styles of hats. You know, some really cool stuff. I could very easily blow a ton of money in the merch booth if I had it. But I did go and buy a coffee mug. If there's one thing I need, no matter where I am in the world or what event I'm working, I need to have a coffee mug so that I can have my morning cup of coffee and then spend the rest of the day drinking my green tea with honey, ginger, and lime. One of my standards for doing my best not to lose my voice during the course of a broadcast. Meanwhile, out in the water, doing his best not to be eliminated from competition, Luke Kitchen needs a 5.51. Currently has a couple of minimal scores on the board. Needs to get some work done if he's going to catch up with Sergio Luis and Alan Munoz. Sergio with a 7.25, still looking for a secondary score. Alan Munoz remains in the lead on the strength of a 6.75, looking to replace a 1.50 as his secondary score. So, you know, these guys still very much within striking distance of each other. If anything, I think Sergio Luis actually has an advantage because he has the bigger score in the heat, and all he needs to do is back it up with a second wave, and he could very well swing things to his advantage. Meanwhile, here, Luke Kitchen taking a look. That thing's going to go to Sergio Luis, though, on his second wave, driving down the line on the right. Hits the invert, but then gets lost in the white. Or actually, there he is. He rides out. So, you know, he disappeared from sight for a while, but he did eventually emerge. So that will be a make, and that will be the solid backup score he was looking for. This will definitely change the situation out in the water. This is going to move Sergio Luis into the lead, bump Alan Munoz to second. Alan Munoz needs to be careful because Luke Kitchen will still be within striking distance. So it sounds like a 6.0 falling into place for Sergio Luis on that last wave. And there it is, 6.0 to go with a 7.25. He moves into the top spot. That bumps Alan Munoz into second. And now Luke Kitchen, currently sitting in third, needs a 6 point. He needs a 6+ wave if he's going to move in front of Alan Munoz and advance out of this heat. So again, situation change out in the water. Sergio Luis to the lead. Now has a 7.25 and a 6.0. I'm sorry, I lost my place. Lost my train of thought. 7.25, 6.0 for Sergio Luis. That has him in the lead now. Alan Munoz in second. Luke Kitchen in third. As time counting down, getting down to the latter portion of this heat. All right. Again, apologies. Looking for scores to filter in, so kind of listening to the beach announcer to get the heads up before the scores drop. Meanwhile, there you can see on the beach, João Zeke getting ready to hit the next heat coming up in the water. We're going to see Heat 4, Round 6, Amory Laverne, Matias Diaz, and João Zeke. João hitting the water now, making his way out to the lineup. Meanwhile, out in the water, Sergio Luis maintains the lead. Alan Munoz in second, trying to fend off the young South African who's had a pretty deep drive into this event, starting in round 1, and here he is appearing in round 6. An impressive inaugural showing for this kid. So you got to give kudos to Luke Kitchen, his first World Tour event coming out in 2015. And, you know, no seeding, no nothing, had to battle it out from the start. And he's managed to progress rather deep into competition. Still some time left to get a couple of good scoring waves. We'll see if he's able to make something happen and advance on. But right now it's Sergio and Luis and Alan Munoz looking to advance out. There you can see Alan Munoz taking a look at that, currently in the second spot, trying to improve on his 1.50 and create a little bit more distance, make life a little more comfortable for himself, and separate from Luke Kitchen a little bit more, make his task a little more difficult and daunting. And just a few more shout outs coming in. Dylan Phillips and Blake Atkins tuning in and giving shout outs to Luke Kitchen out in the water. So Luke with plenty of support back home. Dylan chiming in from Cape Town, South Africa. So thank you, Dylan and Blake, for following along and supporting your fella Safa, who's out in the water right now, trying to stay alive in competition here. So again, counting down to the closing moments here in Heat 3, Round 6. Men's competition, working our way towards the final day. As Tour Director Alex Leon stated earlier while he was in the booth, looking to get through most of this heat and up and riding. Looks like Luke Kitchen and Alan Munoz with the block. So waiting to see how that gets sorted out by the judges. Stand by. All right, and listening to the beach announcer, the judgment coming down from upstairs. Interference call, blue on red. So Luke Kitchen, unfortunately, will be hit with a priority interference against Alan Munoz. Alan Munoz using priority to block Luke Kitchen. So with that, that's kind of the nail in his coffin. It looks like Luke Kitchen's impressive run here at the Itacoatiara Pro is going to come to an end. But you know what? Kid definitely does not need to hang his head low. He's had a really impressive run here. I look forward to seeing what this kid has in store in the future. We're going to get into the next heat right after this commercial break.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Ter uma loja de bodyboarding. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. Sonhamos com o de bodyboard do mundo.
Welcome back to day 4 of competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. We are getting closer and closer to the end of the day. We've gone through a lot of heats today. We ran all 8 heats of round 4, 8 heats of round 5, and here we are in heat 4, round 6 out in the water. Right now in red from Reunion Island, the defending 2-time world champion and 2013 event champion here at Itacoatiara up and riding, Amaury Laverne on that wave, and that was just a bumpy, foamy little monster, I guess you could say, on the inside. I had to refrain from using any pull of rounds, as they say here in Brazil, on that one. But those waves tend to be a bit frustrating for our riders today. They just get foamy and bumpy. It's hard to set your line or line up any kind of maneuver. And you see most times guys just ducking out and looking for something a little better. So Maz getting on the board. He'll look for something a little better to roll his way through the course of the heat. He is joined out in the water by Chilean Matias Diaz in the yellow jersey, and in the blue jersey assignment, João Zeke from Brazil. So there you have your lineup out in the water. Also tuning in online, Morgan David checking in with us. Thanks, Morgan, for following along with us today and checking out the bodyboarding action out in the water. We appreciate your support. So again, working our way towards the end of the day. As tour director Alex Leon was saying, we are going to work through the last couple of heats today. We'll probably have the last couple of heats of round 6 to finish off tomorrow. Then we will run round 7 of men's, quarterfinals, semifinals, Pro Junior final, and then there will be the new consolation final to determine who will have third and who will have fourth. And then we will have the men's final so that we will be able to crown our Pro Junior and men's champions. Meanwhile, up and riding, Matias Diaz on this one, driving down the line on the left, and that just got bumpy and foamy as well for him, so he kicks out. Also, my wife checking in from Copacabana, Chiamo Corrida. My wife was nice enough to drive up here yesterday with our friend Carlina and hang out here at the contest site, take me out to lunch after we wrapped up heats. We went to one of the local sponsors, Saboreando, and I have to tell you, the food was amazing there. I'm actually anxious to get back over there and dive into another plate of kilograma food, kilograma buffet. The food is weighed by plate, and the food they have over there is just phenomenal. I mean, I could chow down over there endlessly. So thank you to Saboreando for your support, and thank you, baby girl, for cruising up and taking me out to lunch at the end of the day. Right now, out in the water, slow going here in the beginning, waiting for that last wave of Matias Diaz to register, but it won't be very much to tally at the end, I would imagine, as he just kicked out. There wasn't a lot to work with. Amaury Laverne on the board with his first wave, but a throwaway score. A 1.0 drawing sticks from the judges on that one. So again, still here in the early going, 25-minute heat, 3-man priority system in effect. And there you can see Matias Diaz punching the roll through the lip. That'll be a little bit more to his liking. That'll give him something to work off of as he gets his second wave, just waiting for the scores to drop in. Meanwhile, waiting for that man in blue, João Zeke, the local representing Brazil, still waiting to get on the board. And here he is taking a look at this right-hander, holding a high trim line, drops down, drives down, and he's going to punch through and kick out. That one didn't really line up the way he would have preferred. So again, right now out in the water, waiting for a couple of scores to register. Amaury Laverne, first one on the board, but looking for something a little more substantial. And here we go, 1.35 for Matias Diaz on his first wave, a 5.0 on his second wave, something a little more substantial. That gives him the lead right now. Amaury to second, João Zeke still waiting to get his first wave ridden. So again, coming towards the end of the day here, day 4 of competition at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. Be sure to stay tuned to www.apbtour.com as well as Itacoatiarapro.com for all of the latest news updates, press releases, highlights, and live webcast coverage, as well as heat results from the course of the contest. You can find results on the Itacoatiara Pro website, so be sure to visit there. Also, be sure to hit us up on all the social media outlets, APB on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, and the new APB Tour Snapchat. Also, besides Itacoatiarapro.com, be sure to hashtag all of the following: hashtag APB Tour, hashtag Itacoatiara Pro, hashtag the elephant is rising. And up and riding on his first wave of the heat, João Zeke getting into the mix of things, comes off the bottom, hits a nice air roll, and that will get him on the board. I have to correct myself, he actually had a wave prior to that, but it was only a 1.0 throwaway score. So now with the second wave, something to build upon. João Zeke getting something a little more worthwhile on his scorecard. Meanwhile, Amaury Laverne waiting for his second wave. Meanwhile here, Matias Diaz taking a look at that one and a wave behind, but up and riding on the left. Amaury Laverne drops in, driving down the line off the bottom. Nice looping roll off that section. Clean, smooth, landed the maneuver. That will definitely be more to Amaury's liking as he adds his secondary score of the heat. That should be helpful in changing his position out in the water and building, because right now he's sitting on a pair of sticks, 2-1s. Meanwhile, 5-2-5 falls into place for Matias Diaz. And while we wait for other scores to register, we're going to throw things down to the beach. Paula, take it away.
This is heat number 3 and the round number 6 with Sergio Luis that won again. He's been really constant in all events. So what's happened with you, Sergio? That today I think he got the feeling to the big waves and now he just keep going. Eu acho que você pegou os gostos das ondas grandes e agora tá arrebentando, né?
Mais uma vez, mencionar aqui o nome de Deus, que sem ele nada disso seria possível. Tô amarradão, cara. O mar tá grande, tá difícil, mas ele me abençoou com 2 ondas. Só foram 2 ondas, na verdade, que eu peguei, mas foi necessário para passar, não tava escutando nada, tava focado lá dentro para não tomar na cabeça e para fazer as ondas necessárias, as manobras também. Tô amarradão.
Isso aí, parabéns. Amanhã eu acho que o mar vai dar uma acertada, mas eu acho que vai continuar altas ondas também. Vai usar a mesma estratégia? Focar, entregar e é isso.
Então, amanhã parece que acerta, né? Mas esse mar meio lenda, falaram que ia acertar hoje, nada, só subiu. Mas a estratégia continua a mesma, é fé em Deus, é entregar na mão dele, porque pode ser que seja a minha vitória, como eu disse na outra vez, mas a honra é dele. E é isso, entregar na mão dele, seja o que Deus quiser. Tô amarradão pela vitória e queria agradecer, cara, a W9, a GT Boards, que estão me ajudando e me patrocinando. A galera da Zona Norte lá do Rio de Janeiro, galera de São Conrado que tem me acolhido aí para eu fazer meus treinos. Obrigado, galera. Isso daí é para vocês também, que todo mundo tá mandando vibrações positivas e eu só recebo. E é isso, fé em Deus e partir para cima deles de novo amanhã. Tô amarradão. Presente aniversário animal.
Lembrando que hoje é aniversário do Sérgio. Parabéns duplo, triplo, porque ele ganhou todas as baterias até agora, né? Parabéns, Sérgio. Estava excelente. Congratulations, Sergio, and he just going to the water tomorrow. Today, finish to him.
All right, thank you, Paula, and congratulations once again to Sergio Luis. Again, he finished equal third here last year, and right now it's looking like he's doing his best to try and equal or better that result. He will continue on in competition for the final day tomorrow here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. Meanwhile, out in the water, scores filtering in while we're away with the interview. The 5.25 falling into place for Amaury Laverne. He sits in second position. João Zeke with a 5.0 looking to replace a 1.0. He only needs a minimal score to move ahead of Amaury Laverne. Both of these guys, João Zeke and Maz, looking to replace 1s as secondary scores. So either one of these guys with their next wave could very well change their situation. Meanwhile, out in the water, Matias Diaz is sitting in the lead with a 5.0 and a 5.25. He's the front runner right now in this heat. Meanwhile, up and riding, João Zeke on the right, kicks into this one. Driving down the line, looking for a section, punches the roll through the lip, but looks like he got a little stuck. And there he comes up behind the wave. That will be an incomplete. That will not help his cause much. So again, current situation at the moment, Matias Diaz in first, Amaury Laverne, the 2013 Itacoatiara champion and the two-time defending world champion, currently in second. Followed in third, waiting for that last score to register, João Zeke. That'll be a minimal score, but he only needs minimal scoring to change the situation. Both he and Maz need to work on building that secondary score. All right, and it sounds like João Zeke is going to get that minimal score, a 1.50. So that moves Amaury to third position, now needing a 1.25. So a low-scoring battle for second. Not really a high-scoring lead for Matias Diaz in that regard, but a combined heat score of 10.25 is enough to hold the lead at the moment. Amaury Laverne sitting on a 5.25, looking to replace a 1. João Zeke with a 5.0 and a 1.5 currently sits in the second position. So again, these guys trying to line up the waves. And honestly, the way they've been riding out there, it's like if they do not like what they see, instead of trying to force a wave, they have been ducking out and they're looking for the higher scores. This has kind of been a recurring theme today. Riders looking for bigger scores, and it's either been all or nothing. There you can see Amaury on that wave rolling off the section. Not a lot to work with, but opting to stick with it and hit the roll, get the points. That'll be enough to change the situation out in the water. And a 4.75, it sounds like, filtering in from the judges for Amaury Laverne on that last wave. That'll move him back into second place. João Zeke now in third, needs a 5-point ride to improve his situation. 5.01, I stand corrected. So Amaury with a 5.25, 4.75 moves back into second. João Zeke currently in third, chasing a 5.01 to move ahead back into that second spot. Meanwhile, the Chilean Matias Diaz maintains the lead as we get towards the back end, getting into the back end of this heat. Heat 4, round 6. And here we see Matias Diaz driving down the line on the right, quickly ducks out the face as I was about to shut down on him. There you can see some of the sponsors on the event structure. Again, thank you very much to Prefeitura de Niterói, Esporte e Lazer, Governo do Rio de Janeiro, Secretaria de Esporte, Lazer e Juventude, as well as our presenting sponsor, Toyota SGA. And thank you to our other sponsors, Águas de Niterói, Kimona Surf Shop, Mercado Giamanchi, Minhorinho, Nechi, W9 Board Shop, Quatro Cantos, Cambio e Turismo, DXI, Way Suplementos, Saboreando, Capaloa Swim Fins, Joama, Radio Cidade, RicoSurf.com, Canal Off, Itacoatiara Pampo Clube, Prosuco, Andre Eventos, Itacoa Clothing, Posada Pedras Brancas, Posada Praia de Itacoatiara, Revista Hygit, Tropicus, Albin Imóveis, and Oceanica Rent-A-Car. Once again, thank you for helping to make this event possible. We appreciate your support. Meanwhile, back out in the water, again, quick situation update. Diaz first, Laverne second, Zeke currently in the third spot. Joan Zeke trying to chase down a 5.01 if he's going to grab that second spot away from Maz and move on to round 7, the final day of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro tomorrow. So trying to stay alive competitively out in the water. Seems like things have settled down a little bit from earlier today when we saw those massive cleanup sets really wreaking havoc on the field of competitors. As we mentioned before and saw it during the interview, Joshua Toledo getting caught on the inside and put through the ringer, so to speak. He ended up being sent off to the hospital for x-rays on his back and neck. Fortunately, he is okay. He is back here at the contest site. A little bit rattled from today's experience, but physically he is all right, thank God. And, that was a bit of a scary moment today when that happened, as he and Roberto Bruno caught on the inside, had the leashes of their board snap, watched their boards wash in, and took several big sets, a solid 10-footers, some bombs coming in, and just unloaded on them, and then getting caught in the currents on the inside after being ragdolled, I guess you could say, on the outside by those sets. And again, Joshua Toledo from Chile, the 17-year-old Super Grom, had to be taken to the hospital for x-rays. Fortunately, he was okay. But we haven't really seen that kind of precarious situation out in the water here as we get a little deeper into the day. Swell is supposed to drop off just a little bit, but we're supposed to have really good conditions tomorrow so we can finish strong on the last day here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. And Alex Leon checking in. So Alex Leon checking in on me periodically here in the webcast booth, giving us situation updates. And just to give you a quick update out in the water, again, Matias Diaz in the lead, 5.0, 5.25, enough to hold the lead at the moment. Amaury Laverne trying to fend off Joan Zeke. Joan needs a 5.01 if he's going to move into that second position. But right now it is Amaury Laverne. All right, Action Jackson back with you. I've just received official word from the tour director, Alex Leon, that we're probably going to run through Heat 6, Round 6 today before calling it off, as we're going to start losing the daylight. And then we will pick up tomorrow morning and run straight through to the finish of this event. We will be looking to start things up again tomorrow around 6:30. So, on call at 6:30 tomorrow morning. Final day of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro. But right now, looking to finish up. And I spoke too soon. Look at these beasts stacking up on the inside. Our riders trying to get through these. Just barely getting through that first one. And a couple of cleanup sets rolling through. And our riders in this heat just scrambling for the horizon, trying to get through these sets. Second wave unloading. Here's a third. Looks like a fourth behind it. And this is what our competitors have been dodging all day. Just big, heavy, closeout, beach break cleanup sets. Joan Zeke taking a look at that one, but he's going to kick out. Meanwhile, while I was away speaking with Alex Leon, the tour director, Amaury Laverne dropping a 6.50. That increases his lead over Joan Zeke, trying to hold on to the second spot, counting down to the final moments. And, those guys scrambling as those sets popped up. So again, we're probably going to run a couple more heats and then call it a day before we completely lose the daylight. And then we'll start up again tomorrow morning on call for 6:30. Tomorrow will be the final day of competition. We're going to start around 6:45 or so and go straight through. Here's a look at that wave for João Zeke. Up and riding, decides to kick out. So this is it. We're getting through the competition, working our way towards the final day. All right, it sounds like 25 seconds left on the clock, time counting down. And at the moment, looks like Matias Diaz and Amory Laverne will advance out. Matias Diaz with one more wave for good measure under the horn. Not much to work with there, so he kicks out, counting down the last 5 seconds of the heat. And there it is. Matias Diaz from Chile is going to take the heat win. All right, so while we finalize those results from that last heat, we're going to throw to a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
And welcome back to day 4 of competition. There you can see walking back from the water's edge coming out of that last heat, Matias Diaz taking the heat win, also advancing on to round 7 and appearing on the final day of competition tomorrow will be Amory Laverne, the defending 2-time world champion. So he stays alive in competition. Right now out in the water, we have heat 5, round 6. In red, Pierre-Louis Costas from France, joined by a pair of Brazilians, David Barbosa from São Conrado and Francerli Ferreira from Posto Cinco, both coming to us from Rio de Janeiro, just across the bridge here. So, coming towards the end of the day, we have one more heat. Here we have Francis up and riding, and joining me in the booth, Tanner McDaniel.
Hey,
walk us through this.
Oh, big roll. Yeah, how's it going in here, Steve?
Not too bad. It's been a long day, lots of action, definitely some craziness we've been watching on screen, but I'm sure
Yeah.
not as crazy as actually being out in the middle of it.
Yeah, it's pretty
Sounds like
hectic
you
out
had a
there.
pretty hectic time out there with your heats.
Yeah, I surfed 3 heats today? 2 heats? Yeah, 3 heats today. Wow, I keep forgetting I surfed one early this morning. Yeah, I'm so worn out from those heats, man. Yeah, it's so much more hectic than it looks out there. And once you're standing on the beach ready to paddle out, it just like just another level. And there's Pierre taking a look on the last one.
All right, so again, out in the water right now, Pierre-Louis Costas in red, David Barbosa in yellow, Franceli Fajera in blue, and he receives a 5.0 for his opening wave. Here we have PLC.
Pierre going on the left, rolls off the top, spins, and just pulls off. Be a decent little opening wave for him. Probably won't be a keeper at the end of the heat, but it'll kind of get him on the board with something. Definitely won't be better than Blues 5, so we'll see how things play out.
So just getting started here in Heat 5, Round 6. Here's a quick replay of that last wave from Pierre. The roll, lands mid-phase, throws into a forward pocket spin.
Pretty clean little.
So a nice clean maneuvering from the former 2011 world champion, PLC. He was in the final last year. I'm sure he'd like to get back there this year.
I'm sure he'd like to win it this year.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so he got a 4.25 on that last one. So
And then he turns around quickly for a quick little right-hander. Not much to work with there, so he kicks out right away.
Yeah, he would have been in third priority, so he was figuring might as well try to get something since he's probably not going to be able to get one away from the other guys out the back with priority.
And there you can see out in the water waiting for his first opportunity of the heat. David Barbosa, he dropped a big barrel score in his previous heat. This 17-year-old kid from South Conhado.
Here he is.
And here he is up and riding on first wave of the day. Talk us through this, Tanner.
Yeah, taking a look, dropping down, stalling for the barrel, kind of pulls his nose up and then just gets shut down by that little bit of foam that came over right there. Yeah, there's just so much power behind all of these waves, man. Earlier in my heat earlier today, I was on the inside for so long, just getting worked. It was probably the most pumped I've ever been during a heat. Like, I was getting absolutely destroyed. I was like on the inside for so long, getting pumped, and I was like, I gotta run up the beach. By the time I got to the other side of the beach, I was like ready to just like fall over and die.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit more with Tanner and give you some more rundown out in the water, but right now we're going to throw things down to Paola. She's with the winner of the last heat.
Yep, cool.
Hi, Steve. We are here with the last round for the day. That's the round 6 with the heat number 4. And Amaury Lavenne from Ilhas Reunion Island, just won again. He's World Championship, and he loves this wave, but he say to me now that's pretty heavy. It's worse than the morning. What happened there, Amaury, inside?
Yeah, it was really hard. It's harder than this morning, definitely with the high tide and the onshore wind. And I just thought I need to catch quickly a good wave, and so I just had 2 good rolls and pretty low score, 6.5, 6 point, and I think it's the physical condition make the difference today to see people can feel confident in the water, and because it's really heavy and powerful beach breaks, and yeah, I'm really happy now. I'm gonna start the Madden Man tomorrow, and it's another day, so I think the wave's gonna be better, and I'm really excited.
You're gonna do something tonight, so just relax, do yoga to make it happy tomorrow, to make like everybody like wake up with so much energy again and go to the water, or just relax and sleep after three heats too, so nothing to do.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna relax, stretch, and have a good dinner, and I'm gonna keep the party for the next weekend.
Congratulations one more time. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, as always, Paolo, for bringing us the beach interview. Congratulations again to Amaury Laverne. He actually pulled out the heat win in the tail end of things there. Was actually waiting for a heat update when we went to a commercial break. So it looks like Maz, with a combined heat score of 11.75, was able to move ahead of Matias Diaz at the end. Still, Amaury and Matias both advance out. Unfortunately, Joan Zeke, his run is done here at the Itacoatiara Pro for 2015.
Yeah, unfortunately, a local guy got knocked out. That's a bit of a bummer, getting knocked out at his home break. I'm sure he'd be pretty cut about that.
So again, right now, out in the water, Pierre-Louis Costas, David Barbosa, and Franceli Fajera. And PLC with a 4.25 and 1.0, looking to replace that 1.0 as a secondary score.
For sure want to get rid of that score.
Francois Fajera opened up with a 5.0, waiting for a backup score, and a 2.25 for the effort for David Barbosa on that barrel attempt. Looked like he almost made it out, but
yeah, just kind of.
as my grandparents, as my grandfather, a former World War II Marine, used to say, almost only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
That's hectic.
Meanwhile, up and riding PLC on that little wave.
Pierre just getting nothing on that one. Yeah,
So,
it's just so hectic out there right now, man.
Yeah, you know, I was in here talking about how it seemed like things were starting to calm down. There weren't the massive cleanup sets popping up and making people scramble and dodge and, you know, try and get out over these things and duck through them before they get caught inside.
Yeah.
And no sooner did I say that, a series of like 3 or 4 of them rolled through, just stacked up on the outside.
Yeah.
I was like, oof, I spoke a little too soon.
Yeah, that's kind of how it's been all day. Like, I've been seeing lulls, and I'm like, okay, cool, it's kind of mellowing down. And, oh, here's David getting a nice little one, goes up, nice little reverse spin, and just lands really hard in the flats. Jeez.
Yeah, nice clean reverse off the top, but he got a little hung up and then just free fell right into the pocket and got dumped on. Meanwhile,
Here's Blue going for an
inverting it. Francois Fajera.
So that'll be a good secondary score for him. He's already got a 5, so that'll probably put him into the lead after that.
So nice wave there for Francois, or Francis as we call him for short.
Yeah.
In Copacabana, meanwhile, up and riding PLC, looking to maintain the lead. Driving down the line.
Big roll, just would have gotten so blown up on that landing. Might come through.
Looks like he's still trying to push through. He will push through at the end, so he does ride out.
Came through right on the sand. Wow, that good effort from Pierre on that one.
Looks like he's trying to fix his fins or at least empty some rocks and shells out of them.
Probably got a fin blown off right there and just trying to reattach it. I had one wave yesterday. I airdropped like during the free surf, and at the second I landed, my fin just flew off, and I had to go the whole wave, no fin, like just going through like most heavy barrel, and it blew out so hard I felt my fin that I was hanging off by my tether slap the back of my leg when it spit.
There you can see paddling back out David Barbosa. And waiting for scores to register.
From last to blue and red. And, well, I guess we're waiting for everyone's waves.
And the scores coming in. It sounds like Francois Fajera, on the strength of his second wave, is actually going to jump ahead of PLC and take the top spot. There it is, 6.75 for the invert. Pierre-Louis Costas, a 4.40 on his last wave. So, situation change out in the water. Francois Fajera to first, PLC to second. David Barbosa currently sitting in the third spot. He has a 2.25, a 2.75. He's on the hunt for a 5.90 if he's going to move into second position. But he's going to have his work cut out for him if he's going to try and take out the 2011 world champion in Pierre-Louis Costas.
Yeah, definitely. You've always got your work cut out for you when you've got Pierre in a heat. I had him earlier, and he just schooled me in my first heat today.
Yeah, I meant to ask you about that. What was that like? How did you feel having PLC in your heat?
I've had him in heats before. They ended the same way, unfortunately. And no, it's always cool competing with him because he's one of the guys I've looked up to since I kind of started bodyboarding. And as with all of most of the top guys right now, it's pretty cool kind of being around them and competing with them because these are the guys I've looked up to since I started bodyboarding. So it's kind of like a dream come true competing and just hanging out with these guys. Being on first name basis with these guys it's pretty cool.
I can kind of relate. I think any of us, can relate to, getting to be on a familiar basis with some of the guys we look up to when we're younger. In my case, it was guys like Jay Reel, Mike Stewart, Ben Severson, Pat Caldwell. I idolized these guys when I was a Grom and learning to ride. They influenced my riding. Even guys like Kainoa McGee. I mean, just guys who charged it, had really good style, and really, progressed the sport. Also, just to throw another old name out there, Howley Reeves. I mean, that guy was doing projected airs back in the early 90s that were like the precursor to today's invert. Yeah. And, I mean, these guys had a huge influence on me. And once I started to get to know these guys, I went from being awestruck and, like, trying not to be some, like, corny, drooling fan to actually, getting a chance to know these guys as friends and colleagues and have mutual respect for each other.
Yeah, that was Blue right there, just busting a roll through the lip. We'll see if that improves on his second wave of a 5. Kind of up to the judges on that. It was pretty clean. He managed to get clean projection off of that one, despite all the foaminess and kind of bit of hectic looking lip. Yeah, it's pretty tricky to pick the right ones that don't have so much turbulence on the face, because once there's a set that rolls through, pretty much the inside is just a big washing machine, and you definitely don't want to be caught on that little foamy patch.
You can see PLC out in the water taking a peek, currently sitting in the second and advancing spot. He's got a 4.25, a 4.40. He's trying to fend off David Barbosa. Barbosa needs a 5.90.
Definitely not impossible for Dave to come back at a third.
Yeah, so right now just waiting for that next score to fill in. And a 5.50 will improve Fransarli's secondary score. He now strengthens his overall combined score to a total of 12.25. He holds the lead as we get into the back half of this heat.
Here's David taking a look at his right. There's a bit of foam on the face, and he does a little speed check and goes for a pretty solid roll, and then just gets kind of stuck on that little closeout part. It's up to the judges. We'll see if that is what he needed. 5.50 is what he needed, so we'll see if that comes in as anything greater than that.
It was a little bit of a smaller wave, a lot of foam on the face, but he did manage to get a nice maneuver off before having to straighten out on that one when it closed. So Barbosa trying to work his way back into this and grab one of those two advancing positions, but he's definitely got his work done for him. Not that he can't get it done, but I mean, he's going up against one of his fellow countrymen who has a lot more experience in competition. And, obviously, as I mentioned, the
Pierre,
former world champion Pierre. So
and last year's runner-up to this event.
Yeah, so, I mean, you definitely have some obstacles in the way.
Yeah, you can do it, but it'll be tough.
And there we can see Beach Marshal Vina Lisboa one more time today. Vina is a character. I love this guy. Every day he comes in and checks in on me, just looks at me, smiles, and asks, "Tranquilo? Is everything cool?" I look back at him and say the same thing back to him, "Tranquilo." And that's been our communication. Jokingly, we just, exchange that one word with one another when we see each other.
Yeah, he's a funny guy. And so David's last wave came in as a 4.15, so wasn't enough to get him into second. And yeah, so he's still looking for now he only needs a 4.50 to get into second, so a little bit less than what he needed earlier. Here's Blue taking off.
And Fransarli Fajera up and riding on this right-hander, already holding the heat lead. A nice invert there.
Solid
the bounce
invert.
And
bounced pretty hard. Looks like
there,
he just kind of
unable to stick the landing. Yeah, he
kinda
bounced pretty hard and then got eaten up by the whitewater.
got kind of blown up on that one.
So we've seen this with a lot of riders. It looks like they're going to land and complete their maneuvers, and then they get grabbed from behind, by the whitewater. It's like a big liquid hand reaching out and just grabbing you by the collar and pulling you back.
Yeah, those ones where you bounce in the flats, you literally stop. You don't keep going, so once you stop and the whitewash hits you, you have no momentum going forward, so whitewash just kind of plows into you and mows you down. So it's almost, in a way, better to kind of land in the whitewash and squirt out. So you keep your momentum instead of landing in the flats and just bouncing and stopping. And that's kind of the problem a lot of times.
Getting plowed like a dump truck out there.
Yeah, for sure.
So again, just waiting for that last score. Probably won't factor in for Francis. Here's a look at the replay.
We'll see if they might count it as a land. Ooh, I don't think so. It came in as a 2.65 for his last ride.
So they gave him a little bit extra for the effort, but still an incomplete. And here you can see some of our beachgoers clearing off the beach and heading up towards the event structure. We've had a pretty long day here.
Yeah.
Non-stop action out in the water. I mean, you take your eyes off the water and you're bound to miss something.
Yeah,
and
for
here,
sure. Pierre going for a nice loopy roll.
While Pierre with a nice cylindrical roll on that. Just clean, fluid.
That may or may not improve on his 4. I dare say it will, but we'll see. It's up to the judges. He needed a 7.85. We'll see if that was enough to get him into first.
Well, right now I think it's more about just holding on to second. Obviously, he wants to win the heat.
Yeah.
But he wants to ensure he advances out as well. So creating a little distance between himself and David Barbosa would be key essential right now.
Yeah, he'll be wanting to extend his...
Barbosa with a 4.15 on his last wave now only needs a 4.50, so still very much within striking distance of the former world champion.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. Pierre would be hoping to kind of put a little bit of distance between him and David, I would imagine.
So counting down, getting into the last few minutes of this heat. Again, coming up on deck, we're going to see in Heat 6, Round 6, Roberto Bruno, Diego Cabrera, and Antonio Cardoso. And then we will probably call the day and pick up again tomorrow on the final day of competition.
Nice.
Meanwhile, up and riding David Barbosa, trying to track down a 4.50.
We'll see what this thing has got in store for him. He takes a high line and just gets caught in the foam on that one.
Runs into a foamy freight train on that one. Meanwhile, here's a look at PLC.
Yeah, his last wave came in as a 6.50, so didn't put him into first, but it for sure made the distance between him and David a little bit more, so he'll be stoked on that.
Yeah, Barbosa now trying to chase down a 6.75. Obviously, that last wave not going to get the job done.
Yeah,
Won't even factor into his top 2 scores, obviously.
I'm not a judge, but I don't think that was worth what he needed.
All right, so again, winding down competition for today. We've got one more heat after this, and then we're going to wrap it all up. And
Pierre having a look on that last one. Looks like it might have been a good call not to go.
so again, one more heat for the day. We'll wrap it up, and tomorrow will be the final day of competition. Once again, we've got the Action Jackson and Tanner Grom show going here in the commentary booth to bring it all home for the day.
No, Pierre taking off, kind of stalling in the foam right now, and goes up and bangs a big backflip out. Nice standard PLC backflip. But did he make it? No, he didn't. Wow, that was...
And it looks like he got a little caught up in the whitewater explosion there.
That's
and
pretty strange of
incomplete
Pierre.
on that one. And actually, you know what? I've just been given confirmation that this is actually going to be the last heat of the day. We're going to save the last 3 heats of round 6 for tomorrow. So that's how we will start our day tomorrow.
Cool, that's good to hear. That
On
means I
call
won't-
for 6:30 a.m., getting an early start once again. And we will power through the final day. Last 3 heats of round 6, then round 7, quarters, semis, the Pro Junior final, the men's consolation final, and then the men's final itself as we wrap up competition here at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. So again, time counting down. There you can see closing minutes. Francisco Ferreira remaining in the top spot. Pierre-Louis Costas in second. David Barbosa currently in the third spot. He needs a 6.75 if he's going to move ahead of Pierre-Louis Costas and advance on to round 7. But right now it is the local from Copacabana leading the way. The 2011 world champ in the second advancing position. And that man out in the yellow jersey cruising the lineup, David Barbosa, looking for the opportunity to put down a 6.75 or better and pull a little bit of an upset.
Yeah, that would be one.
So we already saw one shocker today with Jared Houston going down earlier in competition. Here's Pierre up and riding on this foamy right-hander.
And just gets nothing on the inside there. We'll see if we can get back out there before the heat ends with two minutes left. Yeah, it would be quite an upset to see the last year's 2 finalists get knocked out early on in the comp. So that'd be quite an upset.
Yeah, it was quite surprising to see Jared Houston go down early today.
It was quite a bummer for him.
So just goes to show you it's anybody's game out there during competition.
Yeah, it just comes down to basically whoever gets the best waves, and yeah.
And today, seriously, I said it all day. I'll say it one more time. It was really luck of the draw out there. It was all or nothing. You either nail down the big score or you're dealing with minimal scores that aren't going to pass you through.
Yeah, totally.
And the final horn has sounded. Francisco Ferreira coming away with the win. Pierre-Louis Costas in second, advances on. We'll see both of them tomorrow. And actually, there's the horn. I keep hearing these phantom horns today.
I heard that too. What the heck?
It's like the second time I've done that today. It's like, oh, that's the end of the heat. And 5 seconds later, there's the horn. There's the end of the heat. So anyway, regardless, Francisco Ferreira taking the heat win. PLC finishing second. They will move on. Unfortunately for David Barbosa, his run here in 2015 at the Itacoatiara Pro has come to a close. And we're set up for tomorrow. Tomorrow morning on call for 6:30 a.m. We're going to start off the day with the last 3 heats of round 6, then go into round 7, men's quarters, semis, and like I said, pro junior final, consolation final, and the men's final. But we'll talk more about that right after this commercial break.
I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of you're in the water. You become part of the water, and bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
All right, and we are back here on day 4 of competition, and I've actually just been informed we are going to run one more heat for the day. So heat 6, round 6, already out in the water, underway. This will be the last heat of the day. So my apologies. I was previously told we're going to end at the end of heat 5, round 6. Now we have 6, round 6 out in the water. So right now out in the water in red, Roberto Bruno from Brazil. He is joined by the Canary Islander, Diego Cabrera, in the yellow jersey, and rounding out the field out there right now from Portugal, Antonio Cardoso in blue. So last heat of the day, as you can see, daylight fading, but we're going to squeeze in one last heat. So, Tanner, you going to stick this one out with me, or are you going to cruise out and go get your acai
Yeah, I
for your
was
Zukel?
gonna go get an acai. I haven't had any lunch yet, so.
All right, so we're going to let Tanner sign off, cruise out, and go hit up some acai.
Yeah.
Any last words, shout-outs?
Yeah, I know I've had a bunch of friends back home and in California and just everywhere watching me, and just want to say big thanks to you guys. Yeah, just everyone supporting me. Mike, I know Mike was watching, so big shout out to him, my parents, and just everyone that's kind of been following and cheering me on throughout the day and pretty much the whole event so far. Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right, thanks, Tanner, for joining me here in the booth for a little while once again. Always stoked to have you in here, kid. Meanwhile, out in the water, scores filtering in. First round of wave exchange, Alberto Bruno with the 2.0. Diego Cabrera with a 7.0. And Antonio Cardoso starting off his campaign here in Heat 6 with a 1.5. Here he is up and riding again. And that wave really not working out for him, so he kicks out and heads back to the lineup. Again, we had mentioned it earlier, Antonio Cardoso wearing a Gath helmet out there today really has more to do with a hearing condition he has with his ear. He needs to keep his ear covered and protected, so he has the Gath helmet on for that purpose. Although, with the day we've had and as heavy as the cleanup sets have been, even though it's a beach break, having a helmet might not be the worst of ideas. So, there you see Jonathan paddling back out to the lineup to look for something a little more sizable score-wise on his next ride. But again, Diego Cabrera opening up strong at 7.0 on his first wave. So Diego Cabrera coming to us from the island of Tenerife in the Canary Islands. Sitting in the early lead, last heat of the day. So real quick as we wind things down and watch the progression of this heat to bring it all home for the end of the day. Real quick reminder, be sure to stay tuned to apbtour.com as well as Itacoatiara for all of the latest news updates, press releases, highlights, and live webcast coverage tomorrow for the final day of the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. Also, be sure to hit up all the social media outlets, APB Tour, on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, and the new APB Tour Snapchat. Also, hashtag APB Tour, hashtag Itacoatiara Pro, hashtag The Elephant is Rising. And here we have Diego Cabrera up and riding on this wave, taking the left, takes a look, and then decides to duck out. So Diego currently sitting in the lead with a 7.0 on his opening wave. Gets a backup wave. Won't be much of a score. He'll look for something a little better the next go around. Meanwhile, Antonio Cardoso with a 1.5, 1.25 so far, getting him started. Still looking for something a little more sizable score-wise. And Alberto Bruno with a 2.50. And you know what? While we wait for the next round of waves to roll through, we're going to throw things down to the beach. Palas with the winner of the last heat.
Hi, Stevie. We are here with Francisley Ferreira from Brazil, from Copacabana, in round 6 and the heat number 6 as well. Francisley, what do you think the waves is worse than the morning or is still the same? As ondas estão melhores do que de manhã ou estão mais difíceis?
Não, ainda continua difícil sim. mas deu uma acertada. Eu acredito que pode ser impressão minha, mas acho que está maior até, mas a série está demorando um pouco. Mas ela está mais certa, está dando para se posicionar e escolher ela melhor, não está aquela onda balançada, está um pouquinho melhor.
O que você está sentindo aí por ter passado por todos esses rounds e agora pulou para amanhã já para as oitavas de finais? Como é que tá essa força aí? O Guilherme Tâmega aqui que te patrocina está aqui, todo mundo te dando aquela força.
É sempre, né? A energia vem da família, dos amigos e principalmente quem faz parte da minha vida que estão aqui também. E é isso, a luta continua, não terminou nada ainda e vamos em frente.
É isso aí, parabéns, te vejo amanhã. Francis Lay going straight tomorrow, finish to him today, of course, finish the day too. So congratulations, Francis Lay, see you tomorrow.
All right, thank you again for bringing us all the beach interviews today at Palace Amount. And congratulations, parabéns to Francilé Ferreira on the heat win. He remains in the competition. We will see him again tomorrow in round 7. Also making it out of that heat behind Francis was the 2011 world champ Pierre-Louis Costas. He advances on as well. We will see him on the final day of competition. Meanwhile, right now in the final heat of the day, out in the water, heat 6, round 6, Alberto Bruno, Diego Cabrera, and Antonio Cardoso out in the water. And Miguel Guerra hitting us up, saying, "Go, Antonio. All your bodyboard school boys are with you." Obviously, as you would get from that, Antonio Cardoso with a bodyboarding school in Portugal. So all of his students and friends back in Portugal cheering on Antonio Cardoso, wishing him the best of results in this heat, hoping he can make it to the final day of competition. So, Miguel, thank you for checking in with me. Actually, thank you to everybody who has checked in today. Stoked to get feedback, positive comments, and shout-outs from people. Definitely good to know there's a lot of people tuned in, eager to support competitive bodyboarding on the international level. Meanwhile, competing out in the water, Antonio Cardoso up and riding on the right, driving down the line, looking for this to set up. Throws the roll, and then it's going to section off and shut down, but that will be a more substantial score for Antonio Cardoso. He can work his way out of the third spot. He only needed a minimal score to overtake Alberto Bruno, and that may very well do it. And we'll wait for scores to filter in from the judges. Meanwhile, maintaining the lead at the moment, a 7.0 and looking to replace a 2.0. Diego Cabrera remains in the top spot. Here's a look at that last wave from Antonio Cardoso on the replay. Throws the roll. And that should be enough to move him into second spot. And yes, a 4.25 falling into place. That's enough to move him into second position. That now bumps Alberto Bruno down into the third spot. Still only needs a minimal score. A 3.26 is what he's looking for at the moment to move back into the second and advancing spot. So all of these guys still within striking distance of one another. Diego with the best score of the heat so far with a 7.0, still looking to back it up with something a little more solid. Meanwhile, Antonio Cardoso moving into the second spot. He's going to look to hold off Alberto Bruno and remain in advancement position. And here we go with Diego Cabrera up and riding on the left, drops in, comes off the bottom, hits a nice looping roll, and combos it with another roll off of the closeout section there at the end. And that will definitely help build on his score again. A 7.0 to open, looking to replace a 2.0 as a backup score. And here we have Cardoso taking a look at this one, up and riding. Drops in on the left, holding a high speed line, drops down, throws the air forward, resets his line, and then ducks out. So a quick wave there for Cardoso, but continuing to build upon his score of 4.25 on his last wave. This should definitely help replace that 1.50. Meanwhile, Alberto Bruno out in the water, sitting on a 2.5 and a 1.0, looking to get some work done and start accumulating some bigger scores to work his way out of the third position. As we have passed the halfway mark here in this 25-minute three-man priority heat. Top two riders will advance on to the final day to compete in round 7. Third place finisher will be eliminated from the competition field. Here's a look at that last wave from Cardoso. Sets his line, drives, there you go, boom, hits the air forward. Didn't get the most elevation, but nice wave, and there just bouncing and skipping it. Oh, that was a backbreaker if ever I've seen one. Alberto Bruno just skipping down the face of that wave like a rock across a puddle. And at the end there, it looked like he scorpioned himself, just bouncing and, oh, trust me, I know what it feels like to scorpion, and it doesn't feel good. Anybody who's ever folded themselves over in half backwards, that does not feel good on your back. Here's a look at that again. Just bouncing, skipping, and then just getting pummeled at the end. I mean, I have to give Alberto Bruno credit. I mean, this guy is a warhorse. He's not just a seasoned competitive veteran. You know, this guy's an absolute warhorse out there. He's done battle all day long, you know, taking sets on the head, snapping his leash, losing his board, having to body surf in against the current. You know, there on that wave in this heat, just bouncing across the face, practically folding in half, and then just getting lipped at the end. I mean, this guy, we've seen this guy be a consistent performer for many years, but today, I mean, it's just been battle out in the water for this guy. I give him a lot of credit. I mean, his body has taken some serious, serious abuse today, and he's still going after it. And here we go. Scores coming in, a 7.90 for Antonio Cardoso on his air forward on his last wave. That's enough to pick up his score, but not enough to move him into first. Diego Cabrera scoring a 6.75 on his last wave to go with a 7. He now has a combined heat score of 13.75 and strengthens his hold on the lead. And now Alberto Bruno with a 2.50 and a 1.65 on his scorecard as two high scores. He needs a 9.65 to move back into the second position if he wants to move out. Needing a 9.65, he is dangerously close to the border of the ever-dreaded combination land. Yes, combination situation is not someplace anybody competing in bodyboarding wants to go. He basically needs 2 new scores if he's going to improve his position. He's almost better to try and nail down those 2 new scores, needing a 9.65 as opposed to trying to nail it all down in one shot. I mean, we've seen some big scores all day, but at this point, 9.65 might be a little tough. So we will see what happens again, counting down towards the latter portion of this heat. And again, it's Diego Cabrera first, Antonio Cardoso second, Alberto Bruno in third, needing a 9.65. And there you can see Alberto Bruno taking off on this one, drops in, trying to get around the whitewater section and set something up. And not much to work with. He will kick out. Seems like he's getting a little frustrated at this point. And to be honest, I don't blame him. He's had more than a few obstacles out in the water during the course of his heats today. And this heat, not much different. He's struggling to get the waves he needs. He needs a big score right now to get back into the swing of things. And he's got to be tired today. I can't imagine how physically exhausted he is. All I know is tonight that guy is going to need an ice pack on his back, and he's going to need to crash out early. So, still, like I said, world of respect to Alberto Bruno, not only for being the competitor that he is and, you know, carrying the flag for Brazil as well as he has for so many years, but today, I mean, for just taking the beatings like a man and still carrying through the competition. I mean, it's been impressive to see what he's been through and to see him here in Heat 6, Round 6. Color me impressed. So again, counting down, roughly 5 minutes left on the clock. And again, Diego Cabrera on the strength of a 7.0 and 6.75 is in the lead. Antonio Cardoso with a 7.9 on his last wave, now looking to replace a 4.25 as his backup score. Meanwhile, Alberto Bruno in need of a 9.65. He may very well just try for 2 new high-scoring waves because the 2.50 and 1.65 really are not getting it done at this point. And it might be easier to break that 9.65 in half and work at it that way. But time is of the essence. I don't know how much energy this guy has left or how many waves he has left in him today. I know if it were me at this point in the day, I'd be gasping for air and my arms and legs would be like wet noodles because what he's been through, it's just been ridiculous today. So again, counting down, roughly 5 minutes left in the heat. Diego Cabrera maintains the lead. Cardoso in second. Meanwhile, Alberto Bruno currently sitting in third position. Came into the first event of the year ranked 11th. Meanwhile, here we go. Cardoso on this one. Looked like he came out, but then that next section shut down on him. He ducks out the back. So Cardoso not done doing work, trying to strengthen his hold on the second spot. But as I was saying, Alberto Bruno coming in ranked 11th on the APB World Tour to start off 2015. Not a bad result for him so far, but he's definitely had to work today to get as far as he has. And after that round 5 ordeal, a little bit of luck played into it as well. He had the lead when that set rolled through and ripped the boards from himself and Joshua Toledo. And neither of them really got back into the heat after that. As we mentioned before, Toledo had to go to the hospital for back and neck x-rays. Alberto Bruno was a little more fortunate. He took a few on the head and then managed to come to the inside and body surf a wave into the beach. All right, and we've got some scores coming in. I'll give those to you in just a moment. As we get down to the final minutes, there we go. A 6.0 on that last wave for Antonio Cardoso. So I guess when he came out of the barrel, they counted that as a make in that next section that shut down on him. That was the end of the wave for him. So he made it through the first barrel section. The second barrel section closed out on him. A 6.0 for his effort on that to go with his 7.9. He now sits on a combined score of 13.90, and that officially pushes Alberto Bruno over the edge and into a combination situation. Alberto Bruno now needs a 13.76, and with roughly 2 minutes left in the heat, it looks like Alberto Bruno's tough day is going to come to an end, and he will be done with his competitive run here in 2015 at the Itacoatiara Pro. Meanwhile, Diego Cabrera maintaining the lead with a 7.0 and a 6.75. Actually, I stand corrected. Diego Cabrera got bumped to second. Cardoso is actually the heat leader on the strength of that last wave. So Cardoso with a combined heat score of 13.90, Cabrera with a 13.75, and Alberto Bruno in combination situation trying to chase a 13.76. Last minute of the heat. And again, it is Antonio Cardoso in the lead. And one last shout out coming in, Daniel Carpintero asking to give a shout out to Antonio Cardoso from his students. We are with him. Well, Daniel, your instructor, your teacher, he is in the lead here. Alberto Bruno calling it a heat. He is apparently conceded the fact that his run is done. As we count down the final 20 seconds, and it's that man in the blue jersey from Portugal, Antonio Cardoso. He is going to take the win here in the final heat of the day, Heat 6, Round 6. Counting down the final 5 seconds of the heat. And there it is. Cardoso first, Cabrera second, Alberto Bruno third. Cardoso and Cabrera will move on to compete in the final day of competition here at the Itacoatiara Pro. We'll see them again tomorrow in round 7. We're going to cut to a quick commercial break. We'll be back right after this.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you know, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
Sempre sonhamos em ter uma loja. Depois começamos a sonhar em trabalhar com as melhores marcas. Também sonhamos em termos uma grande equipe. E um dia sonhamos com o maior campeonato de bodyboard do mundo.
You know, I think it just gives you access. It's like a key or a doorway into a kinetic world of beauty, and you're actually in the medium. So you become part of the, you know, you're in the water, you become part of the water. And bodyboards just give you that access to experience all those little facets and all that beauty that's out there.
And welcome back. We have just wrapped up competition for the day here at day 4 of competition at the 2015 APB Itacoatiara Pro Brazil, presented by Toyota SGA. And that was Heat 6, Round 6 we finished off with. We are going to start up tomorrow with the remainder of Round 6 before going into Round 7, man-on-man competition. And then we will head into the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then the Pro Junior final, the consolation final for the men's, and then the men's final itself as we work our way towards crowning our Pro Junior and men's champions here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro tomorrow, the final day of competition. Right now we are on the call for 6 a.m. for a possible 6:30 start. Be sure to stay tuned to apbtour.com and itacoatiarapro.com for all of the latest news, updates, press releases, highlights, and live coverage of the final day tomorrow. Also available on itacoatiarapro.com, the heat results for each round of competition. So be sure to check that out. And just to give you a quick look ahead, looking at my computer screen, tomorrow we've already got heats set for Round 7 man-on-man priority competition. But we will start the day tomorrow with Heat 7, where Ivala down, Louis Finnegan and Guilherme Tamega hitting the water first thing. And then we will see Eder Luciano, Elton Loureiro, and Sasha Damjanek to round out Round 6 of competition before going into Round 7 man-on-man heats. And just taking a look at that, we've already got the first few heats set in that. In Heat 1, we will see Lucas Nogueira against Kalani Latanzi. In Heat 2, Tanner McDaniel against Ian Campbell. Heat 3 will feature Sergio Luis and Matias Diaz doing battle. And in Heat 4, Amaury Laverne against Alan Munoz. And the rest of the field will be sorted and set by the end of Round 6 tomorrow. So again, stay tuned. Tomorrow, the final day of competition here at the 2015 Itacoatiara Pro. Until tomorrow, I'm Steve Action Jackson. See you at 6:30 tomorrow morning. You.